Henry Beam Piper, Little Fluffy. To Kenneth S. White, who helped Little Fluffy find his place in print. 1. Jack Holloway. Squinted, the orange sun blinding him. He leaned over the controls that varied the pulse rate of the anti-gravity field generators, pulled his hat down over his forehead, and raised the manipulator another 100 feet. He sat for a moment, smoking a short pipe that yellowed the tips of his blonde mustache, and looked down at the reddish sandstone covered with brush, at the rocky mouth of the ravine 500 yards away. He smiled, anticipating his prize. "It will be magnificent," he said loudly to himself, like a man who had been alone for a long time, cut off from society. "I want to see this magnificence." He always did it that way. He could remember at least 1,000 blaster shots he had fired over the years on many different planets, including several thermonuclear explosions. All of them different, always different from each other. Even small explosions like this one. He flicked a switch. Jack's thumb found the discharger button and emitted a radio pulse. The red sandstone disappeared in a cloud of smoke and dust that erupted from the ravine. The cloud spinning, turning coppery as the sun caught it. The great manipulator, suspended in the anti-gravity field, swung gently. The falling shards of rock clattering against the trees and splashing into the small stream. Jack waited for the machine to stabilize, then steered it down to where a huge gash had opened in the overhanging rock. A good shot. A mass of sandstone had fallen, cracking a vein of flint, but not much had been thrown around. Many huge slabs had been released. Reaching forward with his clawed manipulators, he grabbed and yanked one of the slabs, then used the underside of his grips to lift a section of the slab and lower it onto the flat area between the rock and the stream. He lowered another section onto it, smashed both pieces, and then another and another, until he had processed all that had been blown up. Then he sat up, got out his handmade box, adjusted the anti-gravity lift, and climbed up to the platform. When he broke the first piece, he found nothing in it. The scanner gave a continuous image of a uniform structure. Jack picked up the piece with his robotic arm, swung it around, and dropped it into the stream. In 15 pieces, he found a discontinuous structure, which could mean that there was a sunstone inside, or something else. Most likely, something else. Almost 50 million years ago, when the planet called Zarathustra, for the last 25 years, was young, there was a sea with its own life, including creatures resembling jellyfish. These creatures, when they died, sank to the bottom of the sea, into the mud. Sand covered the mud and pressed it harder and harder until it became dense silica, and the buried jellyfish became hard pebbles. Some of them, due to bizarre biochemical reactions, were highly thermofluorescent. They looked like precious stones and glowed from the heat of the body on which they were worn. On Earth, or Baldur, or Freya, or Ishtar, a single shard of polished sunstone would be worth a small fortune. Even here, they bring in a considerable income for the Zarathustra Company, which sells them to those who will buy. Continuing his work and waiting for results, Jack took a small vibratory hammer from the box and began to gently chip away at the stone around the foreign inclusion until a crack appeared in the flint and revealed a smooth yellow ellipsoid half an inch long. 1,000 sols worth, if that's worth anything, he commented on the find. A deft blow here, another there, and a yellow beam shot out of the flint. Jack picked up the ellipsoid and rubbed it between his gloved palms. "I don't think this is it." He rubbed harder, then held it over the hot bowl of his pipe. The stone didn't react. He tossed it aside. another jellyfish that didn't live a righteous life. Behind him, something moved and rustled dryly in the bushes. Jack threw the free glove off his right hand and turned, putting his foot out to one side. He saw what had caused the noise, a hard-shelled creature with legs, 6 pairs, that turned into tentacles and 2 pairs of sharp jaws. He stopped, picked up a piece of flint and threw it with a curse. Another damned horrible land shrimp. He hated land shrimp. They were horrible creatures, but it wasn't their fault after all. They were dangerous. They got into camp, they tried to taste everything. They crawled into cars, perhaps looking for some tasty grease, and did damage. They chewed the insulation off wires. They crawled into beds and bit, or rather pinched very painfully. No one liked land shrimp, not even the land shrimp themselves. The shrimp dodged the rock thrown at it, ran a few feet quickly, and turned, waving its tentacles in a mocking gesture. Jack reached for his hip but checked the movement. Pistol bullets were insanely expensive, not worth wasting in a fit of childish excitement. Then he reflected that wasting bullets on such a target was not wasteful, and that he had not fired at all lately. Bending again, he picked up another rock and threw it a foot below and to the left of the shrimp. As the rock left his fingers, his hand darted to the butt of his long-barreled automatic. He drew it from its holster and flipped the safety off before the rock could fall. As the shrimp ran away, he fired from his hip. The quasi-crustacean exploded into pieces.
Oh, Holloway shots are still hitting their mark. There had been a time not so long ago when he had taken that for granted. Now he was too old to confirm it. He thumbed the safety and holstered the pistol, then picked up his glove and put it back on. He had never seen such a destructive multitude of land shrimp as this summer. They had been ubiquitous in previous years, but nothing like this. Even the old-timers who had been on Zarathustra since the first colonists had never seen anything like it. Of course, the experts had many simple explanations for this, but he was amazed at their stupidity. Perhaps the excessively dry weather had somehow affected their numbers.
Or their natural food had increased and their enemies had decreased. He had heard that the land shrimp had no natural enemies, but he doubted it. Something had to be killing them. He had seen crushed shrimp shells, some of them found near the camp. Maybe they had been crushed by some ungulate, and then the corpses had been picked clean by insects. He would ask Ben Rainsford about that, then had to know. Half an hour later, the scanner showed him another broken pattern. Jack put the scanner aside and picked up a small vibratory hammer. This time it was a large bean, glowing pink. Jack separated it from the rock and rubbed it. It instantly burst into flames. Aha! Now I have at least something I need. He rubbed harder, then heated the bean over the bowl of his pipe. The stone glowed beautifully. This one would be worth more than 1,000 souls, Jack told himself. And the color was magnificent. He took off his gloves, pulled a small leather pouch from under his shirt, and untied the string by which it hung. The pouch contained 12 stones, all glowing like hot coals. He looked at them for a moment, then dropped in his newly found sunstone, which was immediately lost among the others. Jack smiled happily. Victor Grego, listening to his own voice, rubbed the sunstone on his finger with the edge of his palm, waiting for it to come to life. He noticed the boastful note in his own voice, rude, flat, his own voice coming from the dispatch tape. If any of them wondered why, they would play the tape back in 6 months on Earth in Johannesburg. But now it would be among the cargo in the hold of the ship that would carry it across space 500 light years. It would be among the ingots of gold and platinum and gadolinium, furs and biochemicals and brandy. Perfumes that defied synthetic imitation, incredibly pliable and hard wood, spices, and a steel chest full of sunstones. There were also all manner of luxuries and goods that were truly trustworthy in interstellar trade. And he reported other things. The amount of steppe meat was up 7% over last month, 12% over last year, and it was still in demand on a dozen planets that couldn't produce human-grade nutrients, grain, leather, lumber. And he added more than a dozen items to the long list of things Zarathustra could now produce in sufficient quantities. And it hardly needed to import any more. Not fish hooks, not buckles, or explosives, or rocket fuel, or anti-gravity generator parts, or tools, or medicine, or synthetic fabrics. The company no longer needed to import to Zarathustra. Zarathustra could provide for itself and the company. 15 years ago, when the Zarathustra Company had sent him here, there had been piles of lumber and prefabricated huts next to a makeshift landing field almost exactly where this skyscraper now stood.
Today, Mallorysport is a city of 70,000. There are about 1 million people on the planet, and the population is growing all the time. The city has steel mills, chemical plants, rocket fuel factories, and machine shops. They extracted their own radioactive materials from local ores and recently began exporting some purified plutonium. They've even started making shielding. The voice on the tape fell silent. Victor rewound the tape, set the speed to 60 meters per second, and transmitted the recording to the radio center. In 20 minutes, a copy would be on board the ship that would leave for Earth that night. As he was finishing, the communication buzzer began to buzz. "Mr. Grego, Dr. Kellogg is calling you," the girl from the communications office told him. He nodded. The girl's hands moved and she disappeared in a multicolored flash, then the screen cleared. The head of the Department of Scientific Research and Exploration appeared on it. Victor glanced quickly at the decoder above the screen, feeling warmth, sympathy, and sincerity, and saw a slightly ironic smile. "Hello, Leonard. Are you okay there?" Victor spoke first. Leonard Kellogg demanded more credit than he deserved, and he tried to blame someone before anyone could blame him. "Good afternoon, Victor." Kellogg mentioned his name for the first time, and there was a hint of respect in his voice. A big man for a big man. "Did Nick Emmert tell you about the Big Black Water Project today?" Nick was the Federation's resident general. On Zarathustra, he was the Federation's terrestrial representative in all matters. He was also a major stockholder and a privileged person in the Zarathustra Company. "No. Does this project show any promise?" "Well, I'm very surprised, Victor. He just appeared on my screen. He was talking with some hostility about the rainfall test in the Pedman zone on the Beta continent. He's very concerned about it." "Good. Something could be affecting the rainfall. After all, we drained 500,000 square miles of swamps and got rid of the prevailing westerly winds. There was a zone of intense humidity to the east of us. What is bothering Nick, and why is he hostile?"
Well, Nick is frightened by public opinion on Earth. You know the feelings of the masses. The great desire to oppose their opinion to some form of destructive exploitation.
Good God, a man cannot call the liberation of 500,000 square miles of land and its settlement destructive exploitation. He said so?
Well, no, he didn't say that, of course not. But he was interested in rumors about our ecological imbalance causing droughts, rumors that have reached Earth. There are facts, too. I specifically inquired about them myself. He knew they were both worried about it. Emmert, terrified of the Colonial Service Federation, might blame him, drawing the fire of the conservative portion of the population.
Kellogg was afraid he would be blamed for not having foreseen all the consequences before the project was approved. As the project manager, he had risen as far up the company hierarchy as he could. Now he was on the Red Queen's treadmill, racing like the devil toward the goal. "We only got 10% of the rain last year, and 15% the year before," Kellogg said. "And some people outside the company have gotten power and position out of it. They've used the interstellar news. Well, even some of my people are discussing the ecological aspects of the project. You know what's going to happen when word gets out on Earth. The fanatics who've stayed there will have a reason to criticize the company." This affected Leonardo deeply.
He identified himself with the company. It was something greater and more powerful than himself. It was like God to him. Victor Grego identified the company with himself. It was something big and powerful for him, like a flying machine, and he controlled it.
Leonard, a little criticism won't hurt the company, he said. These questions won't affect its dividends. I'm afraid you're susceptible to criticism too. Where does Emmert get these stories anyway? From our people. No, of course not, Victor. It's not them. Rainsford is spreading them. Rainsford? Dr. Bennett Rainsford, naturalist, Institute of Xenobiology. I've never trusted those people one bit. They always stick their noses into things that aren't their business. And the Institute always passes their reports on to the Colonial Service. I know who you meant just now. A short fellow with red sideburns, who always looks as if he sleeps with his clothes on. Well, of course the people at the Institute of Xenobiology always stick their noses into things that aren't their business. And of course they report their findings to the government. He was losing patience. I don't think that makes any difference, Leonard. This Rainsford has made excellent observations of meteorological effects. I suggest that your meteorologists verify his findings, and if they are correct, they pass them on to their services along with your other discoveries.
Nick Emmert believes Rainsford is a secret agent of the Federation. This made Victor laugh. Of course, there were secret agents on Zarathustra, hundreds of them. The company had people here watching them. He knew it and took it into account. So did the big shareholders, like Interstellar Research, the banking cartel, the Earth-Balder Murdoch space line. Nick Emmert had his own team of spies and provocateurs, and the Federation had people here watching them and Emmert too. Rainsford might be a Federation agent, a wandering naturalist. That might be a great cover. But the Big Black Water Project was a fool's errand. Nick Emmert had taken a lot of bribes, and that was bad, because an overburdened conscience could suddenly explode.
He supposes so. What can he report on us? We founded the company, and we have an excellent legal department that protects us from attack. And our charter is very liberal. This is a Class 4 uninhabited planet. The company owns everything here, openly. We can do anything we want, as long as we don't break one of the social laws or the Federation Constitution. Until we do that, Nick Emmert has nothing to fear. Now let's drop the whole damn thing, Leonard. Victor began to speak sharply, and Kellogg seemed offended. I know you're interested in the reports coming into Earth that are unfavorable to us, and that's quite commendable, but... After a while, he pulled himself together. Kellogg seemed pleased, too. Victor turned off the screen, leaned back in his chair, and laughed. At that moment, the buzzer buzzed again. When the screen came back on, the girl said, "Mr. Henry Stenson, Mr. Grego." "Okay, connect me to him." He stopped laughing before the screen came on. It was not a pleasant task to say anything with feeling. The face that appeared on the screen was elderly and thin. The mouth was tightly compressed, and slanting wrinkles extended from the corners of the eyes. "Hello, Mr. Stenson. It's good that you contacted me. How are you?" "Thank you. Great. And you?" When Victor answered him, Stenson continued, "How is our Sharik moving? Still in sync?" Victor looked across the room at his most prized possession, the enormous globe of Zoroaster that Henry Stenson had made for him, suspended 6 feet above the floor by its own anti-gravity field, illuminated by an orange light that mimicked the orange light of a sunset, with 2 satellites orbiting it. The globe itself was spinning slowly. The globe itself moves normally all the time, and Darius is fine. The longitude of Xerxes is 5 seconds ahead of its normal position. "This is terrible, Mr. Grego!" Stenson was very worried. "I'll set it up first thing tomorrow. I should have come to check it out long ago, but you know how it is. So much to do, and so little time. I'm a little worried, Mr. Stenson. They chatted for a while. Then Stenson apologized for taking up so much of Mr. Grego's valuable time. He meant that his time, so valuable to him, had been wasted. Grego switched off the screen and sat staring at it for a while. He wished he had 100 men like Henry Stenson in his organization. Men with Stenson's brains and character. 100 jacks of all trades, like Stenson, who could make any instrument or tool he wanted. It might have been a more moderate wish, though there were so many who wanted it. But there was only one Henry Stenson, just as there was only one Antonio Stradivari. Why was a man like him working in a small workshop on a frontier planet like Zarathustra? Then Victor looked proudly at the globe. The continent of Alpha was moving slowly to the right, the little dot that represented Mallory's port glowing orange. Darius, the closest moon to the planet, where the Earth Balder Murdoch's spaceline rented a terminus, was visible, and the farthest moon, Xerxes, was already floating out of his sight. Xerxes was the only celestial body near Zarathustra that was not company property. The Federation had a military base there, and that was the only reminder that there was something greater and more powerful than the company. Gerd van Riebeek saw Ruth Ortheris step off the escalator, step aside, and look around the cocktail bar. He set a glass of lukewarm, inch-deep whiskey and soda on the bar. When Ruth turned toward him, he waved, saw her brighten and waved again, then moved toward her. She kissed him quickly on the cheek, ducking when he went to hug her, and took his hand. "Shall we drink first and then eat?" he asked. "Oh my God, of course, yes, I deserve it today." He led her to one of the machines that doubled as a bartender, slid his credit card into the slot, and was presented with a 4-shot pitcher filled to the brim, the cocktail they always ordered when they drank together. As he did so, he noticed what she was wearing: a short black jacket, an orange scarf, a light gray skirt. Her usual vacation had not yet arrived. "Did the school department call you back?" he asked, picking up the jug. "Just a youthful courtship," she said, taking a couple of glasses from the sink of the machine, and he picked up the pitcher. "A 15-year-old night raider." They found an empty table at the back of the room, barely able to hear the noise of the cocktail bar at this hour. As soon as he filled her glass, she drained it halfway, then lit a cigarette. "Provincial Usta?" he asked. She nodded. "It's only been 25 years since the planet was discovered, and we already have slums here. I've been combing them with a couple of policemen all afternoon." She seemed reluctant to talk about it. "What are you doing today?" "Ruth, you should have asked Doc Malin to go see Leonard Kellogg sometime and try to gently persuade him." "Has he caused you any more trouble?" she asked worriedly. Riebeek winced and took a sip of his drink. "I'm concerned about his character, Ruth. To use one of your professional expressions, Len Kellogg is certainly a hard nut." He took another sip of his drink and pulled a cigarette from the pack. "Well," he continued, lighting up, "a couple of days ago he told me he'd received information about this scourge, the land shrimp living on Beta. He suggested that I head up the project and find out what's going on. So what? I did my research. I contacted and talked to 2 people, then wrote a report and sent it to him. That pulled the trigger. I need a couple of weeks to get anything real out of this." "What did you tell him?" "Facts. The limiting factor in shrimp reproduction is the weather. Their eggs mature in the soil, and in the spring, the young, still immature shrimp crawl out. If it rains there, most of them drown in their holes, or immediately after emerging from them. Last spring was the driest in this entire century on the Beta continent, and most of the shrimp survived. And since they can reproduce by parthenogenesis, all their females laid eggs, and their number increased again, like annual rings on trees. This spring was even drier. So now, land shrimp literally flood the entire central part of the Beta continent. And I don't know what can be done about them.
Okay, so he thought you knew that.
I don't know what he was thinking. You are a psychologist, so try to imagine it. I sent him a report yesterday morning. He seemed quite satisfied with it. This afternoon he sent for me and told me that not everything that could be done had been done. He tried to say that the rainfall on the Beta continent was normal. That was stupid. I referred him to the meteorologists and climatologists from whom I got the information. He complained that the service news was the last to reach him. I told him that I had given him all the information I had. He said that he simply could not use it. He wanted other explanations. If they don't like the facts, don't give them the facts. And if they want different facts, make them up for them, she said. This is a typical deviation from reality, not psychosis, not even psychoneurosis, and certainly not sanity. She had finished her first drink and was now slowly sipping her second. You know, this is quite interesting. Does he have any theory that can compete with yours? No, I know that. I got the impression that he doesn't want to discuss the issue of precipitation on the Beta continent in front of everyone. That's strange. Has anything special happened on the Beta continent lately? No, I don't know anything about it, he said. Of course, the draining of the marshes has caused the dry weather last year and this year, but I don't see... His own glass was empty, and when he tilted the pitcher over it, only a few drops came out. He looked at the pitcher, waiting. Do you think we should have another cocktail before dinner? He asked. 2. Jack Holloway lowered the robot arm in front of the cluster of prefabricated huts. He sat still for a moment, aware of his fatigue, then climbed out of the control cabin, walked across the grass to the door of the main living hut, opened the door, and reached up to turn on the switch. He hesitated, then looked at Darius. There was a wide ring around it, and Jack remembered the wisps of cirrus clouds that had gathered above him at midday. Maybe it would rain tonight. This drought couldn't last forever. He'd been leaving the manipulator open all night lately. Now he decided to back it into the hangar. Jack went and opened the door to the shelter, then returned to the machine and backed it into the hangar. When he got back to the hut, he saw that he'd left the door wide open. What a damned fool, he reproached himself. The shrimp could have gotten in there. He quickly searched the living room, under the desk, under the gun rack, under the chairs, behind the communications screen and the video screen, behind the metal cabinet of the microfilm library, and found nothing. Then he hung up his hat, picked up his pistol belt, laid the pistol on the table, and went into the bathroom to wash his hands. As soon as he turned on the light, someone inside the shower said in a frightened voice, "Weak." Jack quickly turned to see 2 large eyes staring at him from a ball of golden fur. Whatever it was, it had a round head, large ears, and a human-like face. It was about a foot tall. It had 2 tiny hands with wide-set thumbs. Jack squatted down to get a better look at the creature. "Hello, boy," he said. "I've never seen anything like this before. Anyway, who are you?" The little creature looked at him seriously and said in a timid voice, "Weep." "Well, that's right. You're little Fluffy, that's who you are." He moved closer carefully, so as not to frighten him with sudden movements, continuing to speak. "I bet you snuck in when I left the door open." Well, if little Fuzzy found the door open, why wouldn't he just go in and have a look around? Jack touched it lightly. The creature drew back. then reached out a small hand and felt the material of his shirt. Jack stroked it and said that it had the softest, silkiest fur he had ever seen. Then he lifted it into his lap. The creature yeeked contentedly and wrapped its small arms around his neck. "Well, right. We'll become good friends, won't we? Maybe you want something to eat?" "I think we can find something." Jack lifted it onto his arm, holding it like a baby. At least, he thought he remembered how to hold babies. Babies were creatures he could not fool, and he helped them if he could help them. He stood up. The creature weighed about 15 or 20 pounds. At first, it struggled in panic. Then it quieted down, and even seemed to enjoy being carried. In the living room, Jack sat down in the chair next to the floor lamp and began to examine his new acquaintance. It was a mammal. It had fairly developed mammary glands for a Zarathustra, and that puzzled Jack. It was not a primate in the Earth sense of the word. It was unlike anything earthborn, or even anything native to Zarathustra. It was a biped, establishing a class of its own on this planet. It was little fuzzy, and that was all Jack could describe it as. The species was the best of all the inhabitants of a Class 3 planet. On Class 3 planets like Loki or Shishay or Tori, naming was a simple matter. You point to something and ask a native, and they spew out a stream of sounds that might mean, "What is this you're asking?" And you take the phonetic alphabet, and so gets a name. But on Zarathustra, there's no one to ask. So his name will be Little Fuzzy. "What would you like to eat, Little Fuzzy?" asked Jack. "Open your mouth and let Daddy Jack see what you're chewing on." After examining Little Fuzzy's teeth, he admitted that, except for the fact that his jaws were rounded, his teeth were very much like human teeth. "You are probably an omnivore. How would you like something tasty from the Space Force Emergency Reserve, Extraterrestrial Ration Type 3? He asked. Little Fuzzy made a noise as if to agree to try it. It was relatively safe. Extraterrestrial Ration Type 3 could be fed to a number of Zarathustra mammals without any ill effects. He carried Little Fuzzy into the kitchen and set him down on the floor. Then took out a can of field rations, opened it, broke off a small piece, and handed it to his guest. Fuzzy took a piece of the golden brown cake, sniffed it, hiccuped excitedly, and popped the whole thing into his mouth. "That's for sure. You've never tried anything like this in your life." He divided the cake in half, breaking one half into small pieces and placing them on a saucer. Maybe Little Fuzzy was thirsty too. Jack began pouring water into a bowl, the kind he would use for a dog, then looked at his guest, who was squatting and eating with both hands, and changed his mind. He rinsed out a plastic cup cap from an empty whiskey bottle and placed it in front of a deep bowl of water. Little Fuzzy was thirsty, and he didn't need to be shown what the cup was for. It was too late to cook himself anything substantial. He found some leftovers in the refrigerator and mixed them with the stew. While it was heating up, he sat down at the kitchen table and lit his pipe. The flame that shot out of the lighter was reflected in Little Fuzzy's eyes, but what really scared him was Daddy Jack, breathing smoke. He sat there watching until, a few minutes later, the stew was heated up and the pipe was put aside. Then, Little Fuzzy began to eat his extraterrestrial 3. Suddenly, he yeeked impatiently and ran into the living room. A few seconds later, he returned with something long and metallic. He placed it on the floor next to him. "What have you got there, Little Fuzzy? Let Daddy Jack have a look at it." He examined the object and recognized it as his own 1-inch wood chisel. He remembered leaving it outside after some work a week ago, but he couldn't find it when he went back to pick it up. This worried him. People who were careless with their gear didn't last long in the wilderness. When he finished eating, he carried the dishes to the sink and squatted down next to his new friend. "Let Daddy Jack have a look at this, Little Fuzzy," he said. "Oh, I won't take it away from you. I just want to see it." The blade was dull and jagged, The chisel had been used for things it was not designed for. As a shovel, a lever, and the like, and as a weapon. It was a general-purpose tool, just the right size for Little Fuzzy to use. He put it down on the floor where he had found it and began washing up. Little Fuzzy watched him with interest for a while, and then began to explore the kitchen. Jack took away some things that he wanted to examine. At first, this angered the guest, but then he realized that he did not need these things. Finally, all the dishes were washed. There were also many things to explore in the living room. One of them was the waste paper basket. Little Fuzzy discovered that it could be emptied, and quickly emptied it, pulling out everything that didn't fall out. He tore off a piece of paper, chewed it, and spat it out in disgust.
Then he discovered that crumpled paper could be straightened out, and straightened out several sheets. Then he discovered that it could fold, too. Then, yeeking happily, he got tangled up in some used magnetic tape. Eventually, he lost interest and walked away. Jack picked him up and carried him back. "No, Little Fuzzy," he said, "you can't empty the wastebasket and then walk away from it. You put it all back." He touched the wastebasket and said slowly and distinctly, "The waste basket." Then he turned it so that Little Fuzzy could help him, and picking up a piece of paper, he tossed it up to Little Fuzzy's shoulders. Then he handed it to Little Fuzzy and repeated, "The wastebasket." Little Fuzzy looked at him and said something that might have been the phrase, "What's wrong with you, Daddy? Are you crazy or something?" However, after a few tries, he picked up the paper and threw it in the basket. Within seconds, he had collected everything except a brightly colored plastic ammo box and a wide-mouthed screw-top bottle. He put them out and asked, "Weak?" "Yes. You can have them. Come here. Let Daddy Jack show you something." He showed Little Fuzzy how to open and close the box. Then, laying it out so he could see it, he picked up the bottle, unscrewed the cap, and screwed it back on. "Well, now try to do the same." Little Fuzzy looked at him questioningly, then picked up the bottle and clamped it between his knees. Unsuccessfully. He tried twisting the cork the other way, and only screwed it tighter. He yeeked mournfully. "No, go on, you can do it." Little Fuzzy looked at the bottle again. Then he tried to turn the cork the other way, and it came loose. He yeeked, which could only mean Eureka, and quickly pulled it off and held it up. After hearing the praise, he examined the bottle and cork, felt the threads, and then screwed the cork back on. "You know, Little Fuzzy, you're not without a wit." It took only a few seconds to realize how clever he was. Little Fuzzy wanted to know why you twisted the cork one way when you closed it and the other way when you opened it. And he knew. He was more tame than any of the smartest animals Jack had ever seen. "I'll go tell Ben Rainsford about you." He walked over to the comm screen and punched in the code number for the naturalists' camp, 50 miles down Snake River from Cold Creek. The comm screen was automatic, lighting up as soon as the code was punched in. In front of the lens on the far side was a card that read, "Gone into the field, back at 15, recording on." "Ben, this is Jack Holloway," he said. "I've just come across something interesting." He gave a brief description of what had happened. "I hope I can keep it until you get back. It's unlike anything I've ever seen on this planet." Little Fuzzy was disappointed when Jack turned off the screen. It had caught his interest. Jack picked him up and sat him on his lap. "Now," he said, reaching out to the control panel. "Look here. We're about to see something beautiful." He turned on the screen at random, and it showed a picture of many fires flickering where the company men had burned the dead forests to explore the great Blackwater marshes. Little Fuzzy gave a startled cry, threw his arms around Daddy Jack's neck, and buried his face in the folds of his shirt. Yes, forest fires, sometimes started by lightning, were scary to Little Fuzzy. Jack changed the channel, and another random picture appeared on the screen.
This time a view from the top of the company house in Mallory's port, 3 time zones to the west, with a panorama of the city spreading out below and the blazing sun setting in the west. Little Fuzzy stared at the wonder. Quite an impressive sight for a little fellow who had spent his whole life among the great trees. At first, he saw the spaceport and many other things, but the sight of the entire planet, as seen from Darius, disconcerted him. Then, in the middle of a symphony broadcast from the Mallory's Port Opera House, he twisted, dropped to the floor, and seizing his chisel, swung it over his shoulder like a 2-handed sword.
What the hell? Oh! A land shrimp, which must have crawled in when the door was open, was crossing the room. Little Fuzzy ran past it and brought the blade of his incisor down on the shrimp's neck, gracefully decapitating it. He looked at his victim for a moment, then raised his incisor, struck the shrimp's back twice with the flat of the blade, breaking the shell. He then began to pluck the dead shrimp from its shell, tearing off bits of flesh and eating them with relish. When he had finished with a large piece, he hacked the shrimp stingers out of the shell and used them to pull out the less accessible bits. When Fuzzy had finished, he licked his fingers clean and climbed back onto the arm of the chair. No, Jack pointed to the remains of the shell. A waste paper basket. Weak. Waste paper basket. Little Fuzzy picked up the remains of the shrimp shell, dropping them where they belonged. Then he came back, climbed into Daddy Jack's lap, and sat watching the pictures appear on the screen until he fell asleep. Jack lifted him carefully and laid him down on the warm seat of the chair. The folded blanket in the corner of the bedroom made a comfortable bed, but Little Fuzzy first made sure there were no insects there. He carried the bottle and the plastic box over to the bed and placed them on the floor next to the blanket. Then he ran to the front door of the living room and yelped, asking to be let out. Walking about 20 feet from the house, he dug a small hole with his chisel, and, finding it suitable for his purposes, carefully filled it in and ran back. Probably in the wild, Fuzzies lived in packs and had their own homes, dens, nests, or something similar. No one wants their home to be messy, and when young ones make a mess, their parents might spank them to teach them good manners. Now this house was Little Fuzzy's home, and he knew how he was supposed to behave. The next morning, Jack was up at dawn and trying to dig Little Fuzzy out from under the covers. Besides being the most efficient destroyer of land shrimp, he was also a first-rate alarm clock. But the best thing was that he had become Daddy Jack's Little Fuzzy. He wanted to get out. Meanwhile, Jack got out his portable camera and filmed the whole thing. What was needed was a little door with a spring, so that Little Fuzzy could operate independently. It was all worked out over breakfast. It would only take a couple of hours to make and install it. Little Fuzzy understood the whole thing as soon as he saw the door, and figured out how to use it to get out. Jack went back to his workshop, lit a fire in his portable forge, and forged a sharp, broad blade 4 inches long, and at the end a handle for this improvised weapon, a sword, 1 foot long and 1/4 of an inch in diameter. When he had finished, the blade was too heavy, and to balance it, he welded a round handle on the other end. Little Fuzzy knew what it was at once. He ran off to one side, dug a couple of holes for practice, and then began to search the grass for a land shrimp. Jack followed him with his camera and captured a couple of shrimp-killing scenes, all done with calm and amazing precision. Little Fuzzy hadn't managed to achieve such a precise slap, slap, slap motion in the week since he'd found a wood chisel. Jack went into the shed and began to look for something, without even knowing what it might look like, and found it where Little Fuzzy had thrown it away when he found the chisel. It was a foot-long stick of hard wood, filed and smoothed, probably with a piece of sandstone. At one end was a paddle-like thing, with a blade sharp enough to decapitate a shrimp, and the other end was sharpened. He took the stick back to the hut and sat down at the table to examine it, with a magnifying glass. The sharp end had bits of soil stuck to it and was used as a pick. The paddle-like end was used as a shovel, axe, and shell crusher. Little Fuzzy knew exactly what he wanted when he made the thing. He kept it until it was as perfect as he could make it, and threw it away without regret when he came across something better.
Jack finally put everything away in the top drawer of his desk. He was thinking it was time for lunch when Little Fuzzy burst into the living room, grabbed his new weapon, and yeeked excitedly. "What's wrong, kid? Are you in trouble?" Jack stood up, walked over to the gun rack, picked up a rifle, and looked around the room. "Show Daddy Jack what's in there." Little Fuzzy followed him to the big door reserved for humans, ready to dart back if necessary. The trouble was a harpy, something about the size and behavior of a Jurassic Earth pterodactyl, big enough to swallow Little Fuzzy in one go. It must have already lunged at him once and was preparing to attack him a second time. It was hit by a 6mm shotgun bullet, flipped in midair, and fell like a stone. Little Fuzzy, who had been looking at all this in amazement, watched the dead harpy for a few moments, then found the spent shell casing. He grabbed it and held it out, as if asking if he could have it. When he got permission, he ran with the shell casing to the bedroom. When he returned, Daddy Jack picked him up, carried him to the hangar, and sat him down in the control cabin of the robotic arm. The vibrations of the anti-gravity generator and the sensation of being lifted worried Little Fuzzy at first. But when they hooked the harpy and lifted it 500 feet into the air, he began to enjoy the ride. They dropped the harpy a couple of miles up a stream that the latest maps showed as Holloway Creek, and then circled around the mountains on the way back. Little Fuzzy thought it was fun. After lunch, Little Fuzzy took a nap on Daddy Jack's bed. Jack took the boom over to the mine, fired a couple of shots that exposed flint, and found another sunstone. That didn't happen often. He rarely found stones 2 days in a row. When he got back to camp, Little Fuzzy was off to the side of the cabin, cracking another land shrimp. After dinner, Little Fuzzy liked his cooking too, so long as it wasn't too hot. They went into the living room. Jack remembered that he had seen a nut and bolt in the desk where he had put his wooden tool, and he took them out and showed them to Little Fuzzy. Little Fuzzy looked at them for a few moments, then ran into the bedroom and brought back a bottle with a screw cap. He unscrewed the cap, screwed it back on, and then screwed the nut on the bolt and showed it to Jack. "See, Daddy?" he yeeked, or something like that. "Now it's all worked out." Then he uncorked the bottle, put the bolt and nut in there, and closed the bottle again. "Whoops," he said with noticeable pleasure. The reason for his satisfaction was clear. What he was doing had been completed. The bottle cap and the nut belonged to the general class of things that screw on other things. To take them off, you had to turn them to the left. To put them on, you had to turn them to the right. Only, you had to make sure that the threads were engaged first. But since he could figure out when to turn them to the right and when to the left, that meant that he could think about the properties of objects without having them in front of him. And that meant that he had abstract thinking. It might be a bit of an abstract notion, but you know, Daddy Jack has a very clever Little Fuzzy. Are you a grown-up Little Fuzzy or a baby Little Fuzzy? I bet you're Professor Dr. Fuzzy. He wondered what the professor would do if he turned out to be what he had appeared to be when he went on working, and whether he would ever doubt the wisdom of taking things apart as he was doing now. Someday Jack might come home and find something important taken apart. Or worse, taken apart and put back together incorrectly. Finally, Jack went into the cupboard and rummaged around until he found a tin canister. When he came back, he found Little Fuzzy had climbed up on a chair, found his pipe in the ashtray, and started coughing. "Hey, I don't think this is good for you." He took the pipe, wiped it on his shirt, and put it in his mouth. Then set the canister down on the floor and set Little Fuzzy down beside it. There were about 10 pounds of rocks in the canister. He had made a collection of minerals when he first moved in, but when he found what he wanted, He had thrown away all but 20 or 30 of the best specimens. Now, he was glad he had kept them. Little Fuzzy looked at the canister, decided that the lid belonged to the class of things that screw on other things, and took it off. The inside of the lid was shiny as a mirror, and this allowed him to make a small discovery.
He saw himself in it.
He yeeked with satisfaction and peered into the canister. This, he decided, belonged to the class of things that can be emptied, like a waste paper basket, and he promptly emptied the contents onto the floor. Then he began examining the rocks and sorting them by color. Except for the interest in colorful pictures on the screen, this was the first real proof that the Fuzzies perceived and understood color. He worked on and proved it even more confidently by arranging the rocks into various piles, sorting them by color, from a piece of amethyst-like quartz to deep red stones.
Well, maybe he saw a rainbow. Maybe he lived near a big waterfall where there was always a rainbow when the sun was shining. Or maybe it was natural for him to see colors.
Then, going through all the stones, he began to classify them, making strange circular and spiral patterns. Each time he finished a pattern, he would yeek happily, drawing attention to himself, look at it for a while, and then move away and start a new one. Fluffy was able to enjoy creativity. He did useless work, making patterns and admiring them. Finally, he stuffed the stones back into the canister and rolled it into his bedroom, placing it among his other treasures. As he lay down to sleep, he placed his new weapon on the blanket next to him. The next morning, Jack broke up a whole slab of XT3, put it on a saucer, filled a cup with water, and, satisfied that there was nothing left that Fuzzy could hurt himself on, turned his robot arm to the pits. He worked all morning, but after breaking up about 1.5 tons of rock, he found nothing. He then fired a series of shots, cutting away the top layer of sandstone and exposing a new layer of flint, and sat down under a globe-shaped tree to eat his lunch. About half an hour later, he went back to work, found some fossilized jellyfish that had not consumed the necessary substances in the necessary combinations, and a little later, he found 4 concretions, one after another, and in 2 of them were sunstones. And after making 4 or 5 more cuts, he found a 3rd sunstone. Perhaps he had stumbled upon the legendary Medusi burial place. Well past noon, when he had sorted through all the flint, he had 9 sunstones, including a dark red giant, an inch in diameter. There must have been some current in the ancient ocean that had drawn many jellyfish into one place. He wanted to cut a few more feet of sandstone, but deciding it was too late, he returned to camp. "Little Fuzzy!" he called, opening the door to the living room. "Where are you, Little Fuzzy? Daddy Jack's got rich. We're going to celebrate." Silence. He called again. No answer, no sound of feet. Perhaps, Jack thought, he had cleared the area of shrimp and gone hunting further into the woods. He pulled the rifle off his shoulder and threw it on the table and went into the kitchen. Most of XS3 was gone. In the bedroom, he found the chisel lying neatly, diagonally across the blanket, and Fuzzy had made a pattern out of the rocks he had tipped out of the canister. Jack put the dinner on the stove and went out and called for a while, then mixed himself a whiskey and soda, brought it into the living room and sat down to look over the day's finds. At first he was rather incredulous, but then he realized that he had dug up at least 55,000 sols worth of stones that day. He put them in a bag and, sipping his whiskey, indulged in pleasant dreams until the stove bell told him that dinner was ready. He ate alone. For the first time in years, he did so reluctantly. The food suddenly became disgusting. And in the evening, going through the issues of his microfilm library, he found only books he had read and reread dozens of times, or those he kept for reference. Several times he thought he heard the creak of a small door opening, but each time he was mistaken. And finally, he went to bed. When he woke up, he immediately looked at the folded blanket, but the cutter was still lying across it. Before leaving for the mine, he had crumbled up some more XS3 and changed the water in the cup. That day, having found 3 more sunstones, he had mechanically and without pleasure put them in the bag. Having finished his work early, he had walked around the camp for an hour, but had found nothing. XS3, crumbled in the kitchen, was untouched. Maybe the kid had encountered something huge that was too much for him to handle. Even with his fancy new weapons, an elf thrush, a wood goblin, or another harpy. Or maybe he'd gotten tired of hanging around and moved on. No, he liked it here. He was having fun and was happy. Jack shook his head sadly. He had once lived in a nice place where he could have been happy if he had not remembered his duties. And he had gone, leaving sad people there. Maybe Little Fuzzy had done the same. Maybe he had never realized how much he had meant here and how empty the place had become without him. Jack went to the kitchen for a drink but paused and considered. You drink out of self-pity, and then, feeling sorry for yourself, you drink some more. And when the two had mixed inside your stomach, you'd start drinking anything you could get your hands on, and eventually, you'd go on a drinking spree. No, he'd have just 1 whiskey and soda before he went to bed, though that might be useless. When he woke up, he rubbed his eyes and looked at his watch. It was a little after 10 o'clock. It was time for another drink and to go to bed. He rose heavily, went into the kitchen, poured some whiskey into a glass, and carrying it to the table, sat down and took out his diary. He had almost finished writing about the day when a small door opened behind him, and a thin voice suddenly said, "Wheep!" Jack turned around. The little sound was repeated impatiently. Little Fuzzy was holding the door open, and someone outside answered. Then another Fuzzy came in, and another. There were 4 of them in all, and one of them was carrying a small, wriggling ball of white fur. They all carried sticks like the one in the desk drawer. They stood in the middle of the room, looking around confusedly. Then, throwing down his weapon, Little Fuzzy ran up to Jack. Jack pushed the chair aside, picked up Little Fuzzy, and sat down with him on the floor. "So, that's why you ran away and made Daddy Jack worry. You wanted your family here too." The others laid their sticks down beside Little Fuzzy's steel weapon and came hesitantly closer. Jack started talking to them, and Little Fuzzy kept saying the same thing. Or so it seemed. And then one of the newcomers came up to Jack and touched his shirt with his finger. And another reached out and touched his whiskers. Soon they were all crawling over him, including the mother and baby. The baby was so small that it fit in Jack's palm, but in a minute it had climbed up onto his shoulder and then onto his head. "Hey, folks, do you want some dinner?" Jack asked. Little Fuzzy yeeked emphatically. That was a word he understood. Jack went into the kitchen and offered them cold velt and roasted globose fruit. While they emptied a couple of large frying pans, he returned to the living room to examine what they had brought with them. 2 of the sticks were wooden, like the one Little Fuzzy had thrown away in the barn. A third was made of horn, and a 4th was probably made from the shoulder bone of an animal like a zebralope. There was also what was called a club, made at the early Neolithic level, and a piece of flint shaped like an orange slice, about 5 inches long. If man had made it, it might have been called a scraper. Jack puzzled over it for a while, but noticing the serrations along the edge, he decided that it was a saw. There were 3 very fine thin knives and some shells, probably used as drinking vessels. As he was finishing his inspection, Fuzzy the mother came in. She seemed suspicious, but now she was sure that her family's property had not been stolen or broken. Fuzzy the baby had one hand clinging to her fur, and the other was holding a fruit from a ball-shaped tree. He stuffed the rest of the fruit into his mouth, climbed up Jack, and settled on his head again. He should be taught not to do that. He would soon be too big for such adventures. A few minutes later, the rest of the family came back, jostling and yeeking happily, chasing each other. Mother slid off Jack's lap and joined the fray, and baby Fuzzy jumped off his head and landed on Mother's back. He'd thought he'd lost little Fuzzy, and now, damn it, there were 5 Fuzzies and a baby. When they were all messed up and tired, he made them beds in the living room and moved little Fuzzy's blanket and all his treasures into it. Having just little Fuzzy in the bedroom was fine, but 5 and a baby were too many to be happy. The baby and everyone else, fiddling around in his bed, will wake him up too early the next morning. The next morning he made steel sword-shaped tools for each of them, and half a dozen more in case more Fuzzies came. He also made a small hatchet with a hardwood handle, a hacksaw from a chainsaw blade, and half a dozen small knives from a 1/4-inch flat spring. There was less trouble about taking the little Fuzzies' property than he had expected. They had a strong sense of property, but they understood the advantages of barter. He hid all the wood, horn, bone, and stone artifacts in a drawer. Thus, Holloway began a collection of weapons and tools of the Zarathustra Fuzzies. It was quite possible that he would bequeath it to the Federal Institute of Xenobiology. Of course, the whole family immediately tried out their new sword-like instruments on the shrimp, and Jack followed them with the movie camera. They had destroyed 12.5 shrimp during the morning, and so lunch was eaten without interest, although they sat and nibbled small pieces, imitating him. When they had finished, they climbed up on the cloak that lay on his bed, and he spent the afternoon wandering about the camp and doing the work he had been putting off for months. In the evening, all the Fuzzies ran out for a little walk on the grass in front of the house. Jack was in the kitchen preparing some food when they burst through the small door into the living room, shouting excitedly. Little Fuzzy and one of the males came into the kitchen. Little Fuzzy got down on all fours and, with his little finger and thumb extended, put his hand to his lower jaw and his index finger straight out. Then he threw out his right hand and made a barking sound unlike any he had ever made before. Before Jack realized it, Fuzzy had to do it again. There was a very large and dangerous predator here called the devil beast. Another example of the zoological diversity of planets not inhabited by intelligent beings. It had 1 horn on its forehead and 2 on the lower jaw, located on the sides. For Fluffy, this was already something. However, for a person, there was also a reason to worry. Jack put aside the carving knife and the tasty thing he was cutting up, wiped his hands, went into the living room and, having made a quick count, made sure that no one from the Fluffy family was missing. Then, he approached the weapons pyramid. This time, instead of the 6mm shotgun he had used against the harpy, he picked up a large 12.7mm rapid-fire rifle, checked that it was loaded, and pocketed a few extra rounds. Little Fuzzy ran out after him and pointed to the left corner of the hut. The rest of the family remained inside. After walking about 12 feet, Jack began to turn counterclockwise, looking around. There was no damn thing to the north. And he was turning east when Little Fuzzy jumped out from behind him and pointed at something behind him. He turned just in time to see the damn thing, its horned head down, poised to spring at him. He should have thought of that. The damn thing might be cunning and hunting the hunter. Jack instinctively took aim and pulled the trigger. The big-bore rifle roared and struck him in the shoulder, and the bullet struck the damn thing, throwing its half-ton body back. A second bullet sank just below the toadstool-like ear. The animal spasmed and froze. Jack mechanically pulled the bolt back, but there was no need to fire a third time. The damn thing was as dead as he might have been if Little Fuzzy hadn't warned him. Jack thanked Little Fuzzy for that, calmly sorting through the empty shells. Then, rubbing his shoulder where the rifle had struck, he went into the house and placed the weapon in the pyramid. Using a robotic arm, he dragged the body of the damned beast out of the camp and stuck it in the top of a tree, where it would present a pleasant but mysterious treat to the harpies. That evening, after dinner, there was another commotion. The family, tired of fussing, were gathered in the living room, where little Fuzzy was demonstrating the principle of things that screw on other things, with a wide-mouth bottle and a nut and bolt, when something huge roared right over their heads. They all froze, looked up at the ceiling, and then ran back and stood in front of the pyramid. It was probably something more serious than the damn beast, and what could Daddy Jack do if he was sorely short of something? They watched in fear as Daddy Jack went to the door, opened it, and stepped out. After all, none of them had ever heard the horn of a police air car before. The car careened gracefully down to the grass in front of the camp and switched off the anti-gravity field. Two men in uniform climbed out, and in the moonlight he recognized them both, Lieutenant George Lunt and his driver, Ahmed Khadr. He greeted them and asked, "Is something wrong?" "No, we just thought we'd drop in and see how you've settled in," Lant replied.
We don't come here often. Have you had any troubles lately? No, nothing since that time. That time, when a couple of woodland wanderers, unemployed shepherds from the south who had heard somewhere about the pouch he wore around his neck, showed up here. All the police had to do was remove the bodies and write a report. Come in and forget about your weapons for a while. I have something I want to show you. Little Fuzzy came out of the house and tugged at his trouser leg. Jack stopped, picked him up, and placed him on his shoulder. The family, who were resting, probably decided that this was harmless and, having gone to the door, were now looking out. "Hey, what the hell is that?" Lant asked, stopping abruptly halfway from his car. "Fluffy ones. Tell me, have you never seen them before?" "No, we haven't seen them. Who are they?" The police approached, and Jack, pushing the Fuzzies out of the way, stepped into the house. Lant and Khadr stopped in the doorway.
"I'm telling you for sure. They're Fuzzies. The name is all I know about them." Two Fuzzies came up and looked up at Lieutenant Lant. One of them said, "Weak?" "They want to know what you are, so the interest is mutual." Lant hesitated for a moment, then took off his belt and holster, and hung it on one of the hangers attached to the inside of the door. He hung his beret on top. Khadr quickly followed suit. This meant that they were temporarily off duty, and if offered a drink, they might even have a drink. One Fuzzy tugged at Ahmed Khadr's pant leg to get his attention, and the Fuzzy mother picked up the baby, showing him to Lant. Khadr, a little hesitantly, picked up Fuzzy, who was trying to get his attention. "I've never seen anything like this before, Jack," he said. "Where did they come from?" "Ahmed, you don't know anything about them," Lant reproached him.
He won't hurt me, Lieutenant. They're harmless, aren't they, Jack?
He glanced at the floor, and another pair of Fuzzies came up to him.
"Why don't you meet 'em? They're very nice."
George Lunt couldn't let his subordinate do what he was afraid to do himself. He sat down on the floor, too, and Mommy brought him her baby. The baby immediately jumped onto his shoulder and tried to climb onto his head. "Relax, George," Jack told him. "They're nice. The Fuzzies just want to be friends." "Alien life forms always scare me a little," Lent said. "You of all people should know what happened. They're not an alien life form, they're mammals. From Zarathustra. The same life form you've been eating for lunch every day since you came here. Their biochemistry is identical to ours. Do you think they'd give us some kind of polka dot pattern or something?" He set little Fuzzy down on the floor with the others. "We've been studying this planet for 25 years and no one's ever seen anything like it." "Look, Lieutenant," Khadr intervened. "Jack knows best." "Okay, they're smart kids." Lant lifted the baby off his head and handed him to Mommy. Little Fuzzy grabbed one end of the whistle chain and tried to figure out what was on the other end. I bet there's too many of them for you. So, you've met them. Make yourself at home and I'll go and quickly prepare some drinks and snacks. While he was in the kitchen filling a soda siphon and getting ice from the refrigerator, a police whistle began to blow shrilly in the living room. As Jack was opening a bottle of whiskey, Little Fuzzy came running into the kitchen blowing the whistle, with most of the family chasing him trying to take the whistle away. He opened a can of Extraterrestrial 3 for the Fuzzies. As soon as he did, another whistle began to blow in the living room.
We've got a whole shoebox of 'em at our post, Lance shouted over the noise. We'll send you a couple more when we're back on duty. It's good that you really liked 'em, George. I mean, the Fuzzies will appreciate it. Ahmed, I suppose you'll take over bartending duties while I hand out some candy to the kids. While Khadra mixed the cocktails and Jack handed out the Fuzzies. Extraterrestrial 3. Lance sank into a comfortable chair, and the Fuzzies settled on the floor in front of him, still looking at him curiously. At last, Extraterrestrial 3 took their minds off the whistles for a while. What I want to know, Jack, is where they came from, said Lunt, picking up his glass. I've been on duty here 5 years, and I've never seen anything like it. I've been here 5 years longer, and I've never seen them before either. I think they came down from the north, from the country between the Cordilleras and the west coast. The air there was visible for 10,000 feet, and a few trips here and there were nothing compared to what it would take to really explore that country. If anyone knows about it, it's the Fuzzies.
He began to tell of his first meeting with Little Fuzzy, and after a while, he got to the wood chisel and the beheading of land shrimp. Lant and Khadra looked at each other in amazement. "Oh my," said Khadra, "I've found shells with meat picked out, broken in exactly the way you described, but they don't all have wood chisels. What do you think they usually use?"
And these?
Jack jerked open a drawer and pulled out several objects.
Little Fuzzy dropped one of them when he found my chisel. The others were brought in by others when they came here.
Lant and Khadra stood up and came over to look at the things. Lant tried to argue that the Fuzzies couldn't have done it themselves. He couldn't even convince himself.
The Fuzzies, having finished with Extraterrestrial 3, looked expectantly at the display screen, and it occurred to Jack that none of them except Little Fuzzy had ever seen this. Then Little Fuzzy jumped into the chair Lant had vacated, reached for the switch, and turned it. The screen showed an empty expanse of moonlit plain. The picture was coming from a metal tower, from a group of shepherds tending steppe herders. It wasn't very interesting. Little Fuzzy fiddled with the selector and eventually found a late-night football game from Mallory Sport. It was great. He jumped down and joined the others in front of the screen. I've seen green apes and Frane's colfs who could also turn on the view screen and use the intercom, Lance said. It sounded like an echo of the last protests before surrender. Frane's colfs are smart, Khadra agreed. They use tools. Do they make tools? Or do they use what they're given? No one answered. No one makes them except humanoids like us and the Fuzzies. This was the first time he had said it. But before he said it, he had thought it over. He realized that he had been convincing himself of this all along. This astonished the lieutenant and his driver.
"So you think," Lant began, "they don't talk and they don't make fire?" Ahmed Khadra said firmly.
Ahmed, you should know everything well. The rule of any test about speech and fire-making cannot be extended to everything. This is a criterion established by law, Lance supported his subordinate. It's the law of the amateurs who decreed that a settler on a new planet may not communicate with the natives who kill and enslave and claim that they are intelligent, since they can only hunt and kill animals, said Jack. Anyone who can talk and make fire is intelligent, yes. That's the law. But that doesn't mean that those who don't are unintelligent. I've never seen the Fuzzies make fire, but since I wouldn't want to come home and find a fire, I don't teach them. And I'm sure they have some means of communicating with each other. Ben Rainsford hasn't seen them yet? Lant asked. Ben is wandering around somewhere.
I called him as soon as little Fuzzy showed up here. But he won't be back until Friday. Yes, that's right, I forgot about that. Lant was still looking at the fuzzies doubtfully. I'd like to hear what he has to say about them. If Ben said they were safe, Lant would believe him. Ben was an expert, and Lant respected the opinions of experts. Until he was sure. First thing tomorrow, he'd probably have himself and Kadra medically examined to make sure they hadn't picked up any nasty bugs. 4. The next morning, the fuzzies were quite calm about the manipulator. It wasn't some horrible monster. It was just something Daddy Jack had taken for a walk. He had found only one average sunstone that morning and 2 good ones in the afternoon. When he got home early, he found the whole family in the living room. The fuzzies had emptied the wastepaper basket and were now refilling it. It seemed another land shrimp had gotten into the house. Its broken shell was in the basket with the other trash. After feeding the fuzzies, he put them in the air jeep and they took a long ride in a southwesterly direction. The next day, he located a vein of flint on the other side of the ravine and spent most of the morning blasting the sandstone around it. He decided that the next time he was in Mallorysport, he would buy himself a good, powerful excavator. He blasted the creek bed away from the dam, but finding no flint, he forgot about it until tomorrow. As he returned, he saw another harpy circling the camp. He chased it down on the boom and shot it down with his pistol. The harpies probably found the fuzzies as tasty as the fuzzies found the land shrimp. The whole family was sitting under the pyramid when he came into the living room. The next day, he cracked a vein of flint and found 3 large sunstones. It did look like the graveyard of the dead jellyfish. He finished around noon, and when the view of the camp opened up before him, he saw an air jet parked on the lawn and a short man with a red beard in a faded khaki jacket. He was surrounded by fuzzies, and he was sitting on a bench in front of the kitchen door. His camera and some other gear were out of reach of the fuzzies. The baby fuzzy was, of course, sitting on his head. He looked up, stirred, then handed the baby to its mother and stood up. "Well, what do you think of them, Ben?" Jack asked as soon as he landed his manipulator. "My God, don't ask me that now," Ben Rainsford said and laughed. "On the way home, I stopped at the police station. I think George Lunt has become the greatest liar in the galaxy. When I got home, I listened to the tape of your story, and here I am." "Have you been waiting long?" As soon as the anti-gravity field of the manipulator was disabled, the fuzzies abandoned Rainsford and crowded underneath him. Jack jumped down and they followed him, clinging to his trousers and yeeking happily. Not so long. Rainsford glanced at his watch. Oh my, it's already 3.5 hours. Well, the time has flown by. You know, your boys have excellent hearing. They heard you long before I did. Have you seen how they kill land shrimp? Wow, I spent a whole roll of film on this. He shook his head. Jack, it's almost unbelievable. Of course you will stay and dine with me. Are you tired, and are you driving me away? I would like to hear more about them. If you want, we can make a film about them. Do you agree? With pleasure. We'll do it after we eat. He sat down on the bench, and the fuzzies began to settle in around him. Little Fuzzy was the first. He brought the others 2 days later. This is Mama Fuzzy and Baby Fuzzy. And this is Mike and Mizzy. If you had watched this one purposefully decapitate shrimp, you wouldn't have asked why I named him Coco. George said you call them fuzzies. Do you want that to be the official name?
Of course. Who are they, if not fuzzies? And let me name the subclass after you,
Said Rainsford.
Family Fluffy, genus Fluffy, species Fluffy Holloway. Fluffy Holloway. Well, how is it?
This must be fine, Jack thought. After all, they weren't trying to Latinize alien biology anymore.
I believe that they were brought here by the unusually large number of land shrimps. Yes, of course. George said you thought they came from the north. That's the only place they could have come from.
This is probably just the vanguard. Soon there will be fuzzies everywhere. It's amazing how fast they multiply.
Not very fast. There are 3 males and 2 females in this company, and only 1 baby.
He pulled Mike and Maisie off his lap.
I'll go make dinner.
In the meantime, You can look at the things they brought with them. Jack put the dinner in the oven, got a whiskey and soda and brought it into the living room. And Rainsford was still sitting at the table, looking at the artifacts. He picked up the glass of whiskey, took a small sip absently, and looked up. "Jack, these things are amazing," he said. "Even more, they are unique. The only collection of weapons and tools of the inhabitants of Zarathustra." Ben Rainsford looked up suddenly. "You mean I think they?" he asked. "Yes, that's what I think." He took a sip of whiskey, set the glass down, and picked up the weapon, made of polished horn. "If anything, excuse me, but anyone who could do this kind of work is a pretty good native for me." He hesitated. "Yes, Jack, you said we could get some film. May I give a copy to Juan Jimenez? He's the head of the company's science department, and he studies mammals. We exchange information."
There's another man in the company who'd like to see it. Gerd van Riebeek. He's a xenonaturalist like myself, but he's mainly interested in animal evolution. Why not? Fluffy creatures are a scientific discovery, and discoveries must be published. Little Fuzzy, Mike, and Mizzy came out of the kitchen. Little Fuzzy jumped up on the arm of the chair and turned on the video screen. He fiddled with the settings until he found a picture of burning forests, being burned to carry out Big Blackwater's plan. Mike and Mizzy screamed in delight, like a couple of kids watching a horror movie. They already knew that nothing that was happening on the screen could hurt them. You won't mind if they come here and see the Fuzzies? The Fluffies might like it. They love company. Mummy, Baby, and Coco came in, seemed to approve of what was happening on the screen, and sat down to watch. When the bell on the stove rang, they all stood up, and Coco jumped up on a chair and switched off the screen. Ben Rainsford thought for a moment. "You know, I have a lot of married friends who spend a lot of time teaching their 8-year-olds to turn off the screen when they're done watching a show," he said. After lunch, they spent an hour recording the entire Fuzzies story. When it was done, Ben Rainsford added a few comments and turned off the sound recorder. He glanced at his pocket watch. 2000, that makes it 1700 in Mallory Sport, he said. "If I call now, Jimenez might still be at the research center. He's usually late. Call him. Let's show him the Fuzzies." Jack moved the pistol and cartridge belt lying on the table and sat Little Fuzzy, Mama Fuzzy, and the baby on them, then moved a chair within the field of view of the communication screen and sat down, taking Mike, Maisie, and Coco on his lap. Rainsford punched in the code combination, then picked up the baby and sat him on his head. The screen flashed and cleared. A young man with an honest, open face looked out from it, searching with his eyes for the one who wanted to see him. "Why, it's Bennett. What a pleasant surprise," he began. "I hadn't expected." He broke off and made a sound of surprise. "What's that thing on the table in front of you called?" he asked. "I've never seen anything. What's that on your head?" "Family of Fuzzies," said Rainsford. "Males, females, and a baby." He lifted the baby and handed it to its mother. "Variety of Fuzzy Holloway, from Zarathustra. The gentleman to my left is Jack Holloway, sunstone miner, discoverer of the Fuzzies. Jack, this is Juan Jimenez." Jack clasped his hands and shook them, greeting Jimenez with the ancient Chinese hand gesture used to greet him over a communications channel. Jimenez did the same, but he did it rather absent-mindedly. He couldn't take his eyes off the Fuzzies. "Where did they come from?" he asked. "Are you sure they're local?" "They're not quite up to the task of spaceships yet, Dr. Jimenez. In my opinion, this is early Paleolithic." Jimenez thought Jack was joking. There was a laugh that could be turned on and off like a light bulb. But Rainsford assured him that the Fuzzies were indeed local. "What we learned about them is on tape," he said. "The demo will run for about an hour. Can you turn it up to 60 meters a minute?" Jimenez switched on his tape recorder. "Very well. Sit tight while we finish the re-recording. And can you call Gerd van Riebeek? I'd like him to see this too. It'll stir him up a bit." When Jimenez was ready, Rainsford pressed the play button. The tape recorder made a high-pitched, warbling noise,
for about a minute. The fuzzies looked scared. Then it was over. When you see the footage, I think you and Gerd will want to come down here and see these little people. If you can, bring along a psychologist who can assess the fuzzies' thought processes. Jack is right about the early Paleolithic. But if they aren't intelligent, they're only a fraction of a millimeter short of intelligence. Jimenez looked as scared as the fuzzies.
You don't think so, of course.
He glanced at Jack, then back at Rainsford.
Okay, when we see the tape, I'll call you. You're 3 time zones west of us? Then we'll try to get it done before your midnight, our 2100 hours.
The call came half an hour early. Instead of an office, the screen showed a living room. In the foreground was a portable VCR and a low table with light snacks and drinks. There were 2 other people standing next to Jimenez. The first was about Jimenez's age, in a good mood with a pale, exhausted face. The other was a woman with shiny black hair and a Mona Lisa smile. The sleepy fuzzies, who had stayed up, bribed by Ration 3, showed interest in this immediately after the call. It was much more interesting than the overview screen. Jimenez introduced his partners, Gerd van Riebeck and Ruth Ortheris.
Ruth is from Dr. Maylin's department. She works in the juvenile court and the school department. She will be working with your fuzzies as a qualified xenopsychologist.
Yes, I have worked with extraterrestrial beings, the woman said. I have been to Loki, Thor, and Shesha. Jack nodded.
You have been to some of my planets. Will you come here?
Oh yes, said von Riebeck. We'll be arriving tomorrow. But that won't be any trouble. I've got a boat big enough to give us all 3 shelter for the night. Now how do we find your camp? Jack told him this and gave him the coordinates on the map. Von Riebeck wrote them down.
There is one caveat, although I do not wish to say it again. These little people must be treated delicately, not as experimental animals. You will not harm or annoy them, nor force them to do anything they do not want to do.
We understand that. We won't do anything with the fuzzies without your approval. Is there anything you need? We can take it with us.
Yes, I do. 3 cases of XD Tri and some toys. I'll pay when you get here. Dr. Artheris, did you watch the tape or not? Well, think of what you'd want if you were Fluffy and bring it back.
Victor Grego slowly and thoughtfully crushed his cigar. Yes, Leonard, he said patiently. This is a very interesting and undoubtedly important discovery. But I don't understand what you are afraid of. Are you afraid that these people might beat you up? Or do you suspect that Bennett Rainsford is plotting some diabolical plot against the company and therefore against human civilization? Leonard Kellogg looked at him with an expression of pain. What I'm saying, Victor, is that both Rainsford and this Holloway seem to be convinced that these creatures they call fuzzies aren't exactly animals. They think they're intelligent beings. No, it's... He broke off abruptly as the meaning of Kellogg's statement sank in. My God, Leonard, I sincerely beg your forgiveness. I don't blame you for taking it so seriously. It might make Zarathustra a Class 4 habitable planet. And the company has the right to own an uninhabited planet of the 4th class, Kellogg added. The right to own an uninhabited planet. If any race of intelligent beings is discovered on Zarathustra, all rights of the company automatically become null and void. Do you know what will happen if this turns out to be true? Well, I suppose the title may be subject to revision, and even now, when the Colonial Service learns what has been discovered on this planet, they will do anything if the company is generous. They won't renegotiate the ownership, Leonard. The Federation government will simply say that the company has had enough time to recoup its initial investment, and I hope they'll allow us, who have done such a great job owning this planet, to remain here on a voluntary basis. The vast plains of the Beta and Delta continents, with their herds of steppe dwellers and every steppe dweller who did not have the company's brand, all the unextracted mineral resources and uncultivated arable lands, everything was going to hell. The Earth-Balder Murdoch space line could lose its monopoly right to vote, and the courts could cause it a lot of trouble. And in any case, the company would lose its monopoly right to export-import and would fly out of here like a cork. And those who settled here illegally would plunder everything and ruin the whole thing. "Why aren't we that rich Yggdrasil company, sitting on a pile of guano on a single continent?" he exclaimed.
5 years ago, they had more money from bat dung than we got from the whole planet.
The company's main shareholder and best friend, Nick Emmert, might also be out of the picture, and the colonial administrator general might arrive with regular troops and put an end to all this bureaucratic red tape. Then there would be elections. And every Tom, Dick, and Harry who was unhappy with the company's actions might try to break the law. And of course, the Colonial Affairs Commission, with its long nose. "But they can't take away all our rights," Kellogg insisted. Who was he trying to fool, himself? "That's not fair," he seemed to insist. "It's not our fault." There was an abyss of patience in Victor's voice. "Leonard, try to understand that the Earth Federation government cannot prove, in a shrill soprano voice, whether this is right or wrong, or whether it is a mistake. Ever since the Federation government discovered that they gave the company privileges along with the right, they have been very sorry about it. This planet is a much better place than Earth ever was, even before the atomic war. Now that they have the opportunity to take it back, even a well-ordered one, do you think they won't do it? What's to stop them? If these creatures on the Beta continent are intelligent beings, our right is not a security written in large letters, but a piece of toilet paper. And that's the end of it." He paused for a moment. "Have you seen that tape that Rainsford Jimenezia gave us? Can he or Holloway say for sure that these creatures are really intelligent?" "Well, no, I'm not so sure. Holloway keeps talking about them as people, but he's just an old prospector. Rainsford says neither, but he leaves the door wide open to either solution. Assuming that their report is true, could these fuzzies be intelligent? If we admit it, then yes," Kellogg said wearily. "They may be intelligent." This is probably how it was if Leonard Kellogg was convinced of it. "In that case, your people who go to the Beta continent this morning will see intelligence and will entertain it as a scientific problem, completely disregarding any legal aspects. Leonard, until they file any report, send the indictment to the investigation." Kellogg didn't seem to like that. It meant exerting power and being cruel to people, and he didn't like that. He nodded reluctantly. "Yes, I think we should do that. Victor, let me think about it for a moment. A word about Leonardo. If you give him something he can't shirk or pass on to someone else, he'll work. Maybe not happily, but conscientiously." "I'll take Ernst Malin with me," he said at last. "Rainsford isn't very good at certain branches of psychology. He might fool Ruth or Theris, but he can't fool Ernst Malin. Not after what I tell you first," he considered. "We'll take the fuzzies away from Holloway when we publish the report of the discovery. We'll give Rainsford and Holloway all the credit they deserve. We'll even keep the name they came up with for them. But we'll make it clear that, cute as they are, the fuzzies are not a race of intelligent beings. If Rainsford keeps making statements like that, we'll charge him with deliberate deception. What else can he report to the Institute of Xenobiology?" Kellogg shook his head. "I think he wants to deceive our people in order to gain support for some of his scientific claims, to confirm the research attributed to him and Holloway. That is why I will fly to the Beta continent as soon as possible." Kellogg convinced himself that once he arrived on the Beta continent, his plans would come to fruition. He also probably convinced himself that Rainsford's report was nothing but a lie, which he will if left unchecked, and within a year, there will be an army of explorers from Earth. By then, I would like to have both Rainsford and Holloway completely discredited. Leonard, you take these fuzzies away from Holloway. And I personally guarantee that by then they will no longer be in the possession of the explorers. Fuzzies, he said thoughtfully. They are probably furry. Holloway's tape shows their soft, silky fur. Good. Underline that in your report. As soon as it is published, the company will offer 2,000 sols for each fuzzy pelt. By the time anyone from Earth arrives here, brought by Rainsford's report, we will have caught them all. Kellogg began to show concern. But, Victor, this is genocide. Nonsense. Genocide is the extermination of a race of intelligent beings. These are furry animals. You and Ernst Maylin prove it. The fuzzies playing on the lawn in front of the camp froze in place. Their faces turned to the west. Then they all ran to the bench by the kitchen door and climbed up onto it. "What is this?" Jack Holloway asked curiously. "They heard the air jeep," Rainsford said. "They did the same thing yesterday when you came back in your car." He looked at the tablecloth they had spread out under the feathery trees. "Everything ready?" "Everything except lunch. Now I see them. Jack, your eyes are better than mine. Oh, and I can see them. I hope the boys give them a good welcome," he said worriedly. It was the first time he had been this nervous since he had arrived here. These Mallersport people weren't all that important. Ben had a bigger name in scientific circles than all the rabble working for the company put together. He was worried about the fuzzies. The aerobot, growing from a barely noticeable speck, spiraled down to the ground. When it landed and turned off the anti-gravity, they headed towards it, and the fuzzies, jumping off the bench, ran alongside them. 3 people emerged from the boat. Ruth Ortheris was the first, dressed in a sweater and trousers tucked into short boots.
Gerd van Riebeck had obviously figured out the nature of the work ahead. He was wearing sturdy boots and an old faded khaki jacket, and he was carrying a trusty weapon. It showed that he knew what to expect in this Piedmont. Juan Jimenez was wearing the same tracksuit he had appeared in on the comm screen the night before. They were all carrying camera equipment. As they shook hands and greeted each other, the fuzzies began to make noise, demanding attention. Eventually, everyone, fuzzies and humans alike, sat down at a makeshift table set up under the trees. Ruth Ortheris sat down on the grass near Mummy and Baby. Baby immediately took an interest in the silver amulet and chain that hung around her neck and jingled charmingly. Then he tried to climb on her head. She had to spend some time gently but firmly discouraging him from doing so.
Juan Jimenez squatted between Mike and Maisie, looking at them alternately and speaking in Latin into the microphone of a miniature tape recorder that hung across his chest. Gerd van Riebeck sat down on a folding chair and lifted little Fuzzy onto his lap. "You know, it's an amazing family," he said. "Not just to discover anything on the planet after 25 years of colonization, but to discover something unique like the fuzzies. Look, they don't have the slightest sign of a tail, and there are no other tailless mammals on the planet that even remotely resemble them. Take yourself. We're part of a pretty large species, about 50 species of primates. But these little guys have no relatives on the planet at all." "Weak? Does he care or not?" Van Riebeck patted little Fuzzy lightly. "Now you know the smallest humanoid, you can be sure of that."
"Oh ho, but what next?"
Coco, climbing onto Rainsford's lap, suddenly jumped to the ground, grabbed his instrument which he had left near the chair, and rushed forward. Everyone jumped to their feet, the guests got out their cameras, the fuzzies seemed excited. Was this another land shrimp or something else? Coco stopped in front of the shrimp, poked it in the nose with the tool to make it stop, and struck a dramatic pose. He swung his weapon and brought it down on the shrimp's neck. Then he looked at it almost sadly and hit it hard with the flat of the blade a couple of times. Then he pulled it aside and began to eat. "Now I see why you called him Coco," Ruth said, aiming her camera. "Do the others do it differently?" Well, Little Fuzzy, for example, runs next to the shrimp, spins around it, and choosing the right moment, delivers a strong blow. Mike and Maisie first turn the shrimp over, and then when it is already lying on its back, decapitate it. Mommy first hits it hard on the legs. But decapitation and cracking the shell from the bottom, everyone does that. "That's the basic thing," Ruth said. "The unconscious. The killing technique is either learned or copied. When Baby starts killing his own shrimp, he'll probably do it the same way Mommy does." "Hey, look!" Jimenez shouted. "He's choosing a shrimp for himself." For the rest of the lunch, they talked exclusively about the fuzzies. The subjects of the discussion ate what was given to them and yeeked among themselves. Geert van Riebeek guessed that they were discussing the unusual characteristics of the people of Earth. Juan Jimenez looked at him worriedly, as if wanting to find out how seriously he was saying this. "You know what impressed me most? The report was about the incident with the devil beast," said Ruth Ortheris. "Any animal in contact with man will try to attract his attention when in danger. But I've never heard of any using figurative pantomime. Neither Earth chimpanzees nor Freyne's colps do it. Little Fuzzy actually symbolized it, abstractly showing the distinctive features characteristic of the devil beast." "Do you think the gesture of the outstretched arm with the index finger bent meant a rifle?" asked Geert van Riebeek. "Has he seen you shoot before?" "I don't think it could have been anything else. It was as if he were saying to me, 'There's a big, nasty, damn beast out there. Shoot him and do to him what you did to the harpy.' And if he hadn't run up to me and pointed back, that damn beast might have killed me." Jimenez said hesitantly, "I understand that my words are impolite. You know the fuzzies. But why are you so over-anthropomorphic? Why endow them with their own characteristics and spiritual qualities?" "Jimenez, I don't have an answer to that question yet, and I don't think there's any answer to that at all. Wait a little while. Live a little longer in the company of the fuzzies, and then ask it again. Only ask yourself, not me." And you, Ernst, have seen this problem. Leonard Kellogg spoke as if he were laying words on top of each other, as if he were pressing them down with a paperweight and waiting. Ernst Maylin sat motionless, his elbows on the table, his chin in his hands. A few wrinkles were arched around his mouth. "Yes, I'm not a lawyer, of course, but this is not a legal issue. This is a matter for psychologists." Ernst Maylin's escape routes were cut off, and he knew it. "I'll have to see them before I can express my opinion. Do you have Holloway's tape?" When Kellogg nodded, Maylin continued. "None of them openly claim the fuzzy's intelligence." Kellogg answered him in the same way as he had answered Victor Grego, adding only, "The report consists almost entirely of Holloway's uncorroborated statements, and concerns matters to which he is the only witness." "Oh." Maylin allowed himself a restrained smile. He didn't give a more precise definition of his observations. But that's what Rainsford is for. In addition to his main specialty as a xenonaturalist, he has a perfect command of law and psychology. He's not, admittedly, particularly critical of other people's statements. As for his own observations, how do we know that he hasn't included erroneous conclusions in his figurative statements?
How do we know he's not deliberately mystifying us? But Leonard, that's a pretty serious intention.
It's happened before. Like the guy who carved the symbols of the late mountain Martians in the caves of Kenya. Or Ellerman's claim that earth mice had crossed with the raven tilbras of Torah. Or the man of Lower Pilt, who went back to the first pre-atomic age.
Maylin nodded. None of us like to remember such things. But as you rightly pointed out, it happened. You know, Rainsford is also the type of person who does something like that.
A real individualistic egotist. A poorly adaptable personality type. They say that he wants to make some sensational discovery that would guarantee him a position in the scientific world to which he thinks he is entitled. He finds a lonely elderly prospector to whose camp some small animals have strayed. The old man makes pets of them, teaches them a few tricks, and finally convinces himself that they are people like himself. This turns out to be a convenient opportunity for Rainsford. Such a gift of fate as the discovery of a new intelligent race is something he will accept with pleasure. This discovery will bring the whole scientific world to his feet. He smiled again. Yes, Leonard. It is quite possible. Remember what a huge scandal erupted with Ellerman's hybrid? So, it is our direct responsibility to stop this before a scientific scandal erupts in our case. First, we must look at these records and see what we have in our hands. Then we must set up a perfect, uninfluenced laboratory for the study of these animals and show Rainsford and his accomplices that they cannot foist these absurd claims upon the scientific world with impunity. If we do not change their minds, there will be nothing left for us but public exposure.
I've already seen the footage, but let's watch it again. We need to analyze the tricks Holloway taught these animals and see how they performed them.
Yes, of course. There's no point in putting it off, Malin said. We need to decide what kind of statement we're going to make and what evidence we need to back it up. After dinner, the Fuzzies played on the lawn as usual, but as the dusk began to fall in the deep hollow, they all went back inside and began to play with one of their new toys from Mallory's port. A large box of multicolored balls and short sticks of clear plastic. They did not know that this was a molecular modeling kit, but they quickly realized that the sticks could fit into the holes in the balls and that they could be assembled into three-dimensional structures. This was much more interesting than the colored rocks. They made several experimental forms, then took them apart and began to build one large structure. Several times they took it apart, either in whole or in part, and started over and over again, accompanying their actions with frequent yelping and gesticulation. They have artistic taste, said Gerd van Riebeck. I've seen many abstract sculptures that weren't half as good as the composition they made. They have good engineering too, Jack said. They understand balance and the center of gravity. When they built this thing, they didn't overload the top half. Jack, I keep thinking about what you suggested I ask myself, Jimenez said. You know, I came here full of suspicion. That I doubted your honesty. No, I just thought that you, with your obvious love for the Fuzzies, had given them more intelligence than they possessed. Now I think you've understated it. They're not quite truly intelligent, but I've never seen anything like it. Why not quite? Asked Van Riebeck. Ruth, we can't hear you at all this evening. What are you thinking about? Ruth Ortheris perked up. Gerd, it's too early to express such opinions. I know that when they were working together, they did look like they were talking to each other, but I just can't make out the speech from this weak. Leave the language starting a fire formula alone, Van Riebeck said. If they're working together on a common project, that means they're communicating with each other somehow. This is not communication, this is symbolization. What about Helen Keller? Asked Rainsford. Then she only began to speak intelligently after Anne Sullivan taught her some words? No, of course not. She only learned to feel images, limiting her sensations. Ruth looked reproachfully at Rainsford. He had breached one of her fundamental postulates. Of course, she inherited the brain structure of intelligent beings. She paused, expecting someone to ask how she knew that Fuzzies had a different brain structure. To continue the argument, I can say that without the presence of reason, speech cannot be invented, said Jack. Ruth laughed. You're wrong, said Rainsford. That's a good question. You may be right, said Gerd. Or perhaps the key to the solution lies in the question itself. I say this because these boys are teetering on the very edge of reason, but they haven't crossed over yet. I'll bet all the sunstones in my bag that they've already crossed this edge. Well, maybe they are somewhat intelligent, Jimenez suggested. Ruth Ortheris exclaimed in response,
It's as if you're discussing a creature that's not dead enough or not pregnant enough. It's either a yes or a no.
After a while, Gerd van Riebeek said, The question of intelligence is as important in my field as it is in yours, Ruth. Intelligence is the result of evolution through natural selection. The characteristics of the psyche are the most important steps in the evolution of some species, including our own. Wait a minute, Gerd, said Rainsford. Ruth, what do you say to this? Is there not some sign of intelligence here?
No. There are signs of the process of thought, or if you prefer,
when psychologists are able to treat science as if it were a medicine, we shall be able to calibrate the process of thought as we calibrate thermometers. But intelligence is qualitatively different from non-intelligence. It is more than a mere high degree of thought. You might call it the boiling point of thought. Damn it, I think that's a pretty good analogy, Rainsford said. But what happens if that boiling point goes up? That's exactly what we've discovered, Van Riebeek told him. That's what I was just talking about. We don't know any more about how intelligence arises today than we did in the year 0 or 654 pre-atomic. Wait a minute, Jack interrupted. We dug deeper before, but now we've settled on a definition of intelligence. Van Riebeek laughed. Have you ever tried to get a biologist to define life? He asked. Or a mathematician to define a number? Let's go back. Ruth looked at the fuzzies, who were examining their construction of multicolored balls, as if looking for where they could attach something else without spoiling the pattern. I'm saying that the level of the thinking process of the mind is qualitatively different from the non-mind process of thinking, in that it is capable of creating symbolic ideas and is capable of communicating them, and is capable of generalization and the formation of abstract thinking. Now, I didn't tell you about speech and making fire, did I? Little Fuzzy symbolizes and generalizes, Jack said. By showing 3 horns, he symbolized the devil's beast. By showing a long thing that aims and makes a noise, he symbolized a rifle. A rifle kills animals. The harpy and the devil's beast are both animals. If the rifle kills the harpy, it will kill the devil's beast. Juan Jimenez frowned thoughtfully. He looked up and asked, What is the lowest intelligent race known to us? The Yggdrasilian Kuskri, said Van Riebeek. Have any of you been to Yggdrasil? I once saw a man on Mimir who called another man the son of a Kuskra, said Jack. I spent 2 years among them, Gerd answered. They make fire. I gave them everything they needed to make it. They burn the ends of their sticks to make darts, and they talk. I learned their language, all 82 words. I taught some of them how to use machetes without them hurting themselves, and I even trusted one mental giant to carry my gear when he was under my supervision, but I never let any of them touch my rifle or camera. Can they generalize? Ruth asked. My dear, they can do nothing but this. Every word in their language is a generalization of the highest order. Kruska, a living thing. Pushka, a bad thing. Jastha, a thing that is eaten. Do you want me to continue? There are only 79 words left. Before he could be stopped, a call came from the comm screen. Before Jack could turn it on, the fuzzies had jumped up and lined up in front of the screen. The man who had called him was wearing a gray uniform. He had gray, wavy hair, and his face looked like the face of Juan Jimenez would look 20 years later. Good evening. Holloway speaking. Oh, Mr. Holloway, good evening. The man on the screen shook his hands and broke into a dazzling smile. I'm Leonard Kellogg, head of the company's scientific department. I've been watching the tape you made about the fuzzies. He glanced at the floor. What kind of animals are they? These are the fuzzies, Jack said, hoping he sounded convincing. Don't you recognize them? I'm visiting with Dr. Bennett Rainsford, and Dr. Jimenez, Dr. Van Riebeek, and Dr. Ortheris. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see Jimenez fidgeting like he was sitting on an anthill, Van Riebeek hiding behind a mask of impartiality, and Ben Rainsford trying to suppress a grin. You probably want to ask us some questions, but you can't see all of us. So wait a minute until we're all seated. Ignoring Kellogg's polite protest and assurance that it was not necessary, he placed the chairs in front of the screen. Since there was no surprise, he simply passed the fuzzies around, giving Little Fuzz to Ben, Coco to Gerd, Maisie to Ruth, Mike to Jimenez, and taking Mommy and Baby on his lap. The baby, as expected, immediately climbed onto his head. This seemed to puzzle Kellogg. It occurred to Jack that he could teach the baby to stick his nose out at some subtle signal. Now, regarding the tape I recorded, he began. Yes, Mr. Holloway. Kellogg's smile grew more mechanical with each passing minute. He stared at the kid, feeling himself growing more and more uneasy. I must admit, I was most astonished to learn of these creatures and decided to see what a great liar I am. I don't blame you. I myself still can't fully believe it.
Oh no, Mr. Holloway, you misunderstand me. Nothing of the sort ever occurred to me.
I don't think so, said Rainsford without trying to be particularly polite. If you remember, I vouched for everything Mr. Holloway wrote down. Of course I remember, Bennett. No guarantors are needed for that. Allow me to congratulate you on a remarkable scientific discovery, an entirely new subclass of mammals, which could become the 9th extraterrestrial intelligent race, Rainsford added. Well, Bennett? Kellogg dropped his smile and pretended to be shocked by the unexpectedness. Are you kidding? He looked at the fuzzies again, smiled tightly, and laughed falsely. I thought you watched the tape, Rainsford said. Of course, the message is just wonderful, but to say that they are intelligent just because they are trained in some tricks and use sticks and stones as weapons. The smile disappeared from his face, and he became serious again. That can only be said after careful research.
Okay, I won't say they're intelligent.
Ruth Ortheris told him.
Until the day after tomorrow. But it's entirely possible that they are. Their ability to learn and reason is about on par with 8-year-olds, Earthlings, and they're superior to some of the races that have been recognized as intelligent. They haven't been taught any tricks. They learn by watching and reasoning.
Dr. Kellogg, the level of thought process is not my specialty, Jimenez continued. But they have all the physical characteristics that any intelligent race has. Their lower limbs are specialized for locomotion, and their upper limbs are specialized for manipulating objects. The upright posture of the body, stereoscopic vision, color perception, a hand with an opposable thumb. All these characteristics we consider prerequisites for the development of intelligence. I think they are intelligent, said Gerd Van Riebeek. But that is not the important thing. The important thing is that they are on the threshold of intelligence. This is the first race we have discovered that is at this level of development. I believe that studying the fuzzies will help solve the problem of the emergence of intelligence in some races. Kellogg shook his head violently as he listened to them. He was now ready to put an immediate stop to all this. This is amazing! A scientific discovery! You understand, of course, how priceless these fuzzies are. They must be taken immediately to Malarisport, where they can be studied in a laboratory by qualified psychologists and... No. Jack lifted Baby off his head and handed him to Mommy, who had jumped to the floor.
It was a reflex he knew subconsciously that he didn't need to justify his actions to the man on the screen, 2,500 miles away. "Forget what you said," he added. Kellogg ignored his words. "Gerd, you have an aerobot. Organize some comfortable cells." "Kellogg!" The man on the screen stopped mid-sentence and looked at him indignantly. It had been many years since anyone had addressed him by his last name, and this was probably the first time in his life that someone had dared to shout at him. "Do you hear me, Kellogg? Then stop talking about cells. These aren't just animals." "But Mr. Holloway, don't you understand that these little creatures must be carefully studied?"
You want them to take their rightful place in the hierarchy of nature? If you want to study them, come here. You can do so until you bore them, or me. Since the fuzzies are curious, they are already being studied. Dr. Rainsford, as well as 3 of your people, and I myself, are studying them.
"And as for qualified psychologists," Ruth Ortheris added in a voice as cold as absolute zero on the Kelvin scale, "you cannot consider me a qualified professional?" "Oh, Ruth, you know I didn't mean anything like that. Please don't misunderstand me, but this is a highly specialized job." "Yes. How many fuzzball specialists are there in your research center, Leonard?" Rainsford asked. "The only one I can name is Jack Holloway, and he's here." "Well, I thought about Dr. Malin, the company's chief psychologist. He can come and stay here as long as he wants, but he'll have to ask my permission before he does anything with the fuzzies," Jack said.
When can I expect you? After some thought, Kellogg decided to come the next day, but did not ask how to get to the camp. He tried to return to the subject of intelligence, but gave it up in defeat. When the screen went dark, there was a tense silence in the living room. Then Jimenez said reproachfully, "Jack, you weren't very polite to Dr. Kellogg. You may not realize it, but he's a very important and influential man. But not for me. So I don't need to be especially polite to him. He's not that kind of person. If you give in to him, he always benefits from it." "I didn't know you knew Len," Van Riebeck said. "I've never seen this man before. He's just a very broad and common type of person." He turned to Rainsford. "Do you think he and Mei Lin will really come here tomorrow?" "Of course. You know, either we have to be careful, or within a year there will be a message from Earth about the discovery of a new intelligent race on Zarathustra. Kellogg's Fluffy.
As Yuan said, Dr. Kellogg is a very influential man. Now he will become even more important. 6. Voice on the tape stopped. For a moment the player hummed without making a sound. The double click of a photocell sounded loudly in the silence, opening one segment of the sun shield and closing the other on the opposite side of the dome. Space Commander Alex Napier looked up at the sharply angled landscape of Xerxes before him and the bleak airlessness beyond the uneasy, closed horizon. Then he picked up his pipe and knocked it out in the ashtray. No one said anything. He thought about it and began to fill his pipe again. "Well, gentlemen," he finally said. "Poncho?" Captain Conrel Griebenfeld, Chief of Staff, turned to Lieutenant Ubara, the head of psychology. "Can this material be trusted?" asked Ubara. "I knew Jack Holloway 30 years ago, on Fenris. He must be about 70 now. If he says he saw it, I believe him. Bennett Rainsford is also absolutely reliable."
What do you think of the agent?
Ubara insisted. Conrel and intelligence officer Stefan Elborg exchanged glances. The captain nodded, and Elborg said, "One of the best. Our protege, Lieutenant. Military reserve. You can safely trust him, Poncho." "That makes me happy," Ubara said. "You know, that's what I've always subconsciously hoped for, but also feared would happen." "Do you have any justification for our interference down there?" Grivenfeld asked. Ubara looked at him blankly for a few moments. No, I mean the case of the mind beginning to develop. In this case, our sacred rule about speech and kindling fire is not quite enough. Stefan, how did this come to our attention?"
Last Friday night, it was transmitted to us from Mellery Sport Contact Center. There were several copies of the tape in circulation. Our agent got hold of one of them and forwarded it to Contact Center. And from there, with the agent's comments, it came to us. Elborg answered.
Contact Center has placed Company House under surveillance, as is proper, and to be on the safe side, the residents. Although there seems to be no reason to sound a rally and arm the men. But on Saturday afternoon, Mallorysport time, we received word that Leonard Kellogg had destroyed the copy of the tape Jimenez had made for the card index and had disturbed Victor Grego. Grego knew at once what he meant. He dispatched Kellogg and Ernst Malin, the company's chief psychologist, to Beta Continent with orders to declare Rainsford and Holloway's statement a hoax. The company then decided to trap the Fuzzies for their fur, hoping that before anyone from Earth could arrive and verify Rainsford's story, the entire Fuzzy race would be exterminated. I haven't heard these details before. We can prove it, Elborg assured. The commander lit his pipe slowly. Damn it, he didn't want to interfere, but he also didn't want to give up his space military service. Besides, he was worried about the justification for interfering in the affairs of a colony planet. It always started an investigation, and often ended in a tribunal, and the supersession of the civil power was against the service of order. Of course, there were other, more important principles. The sovereignty of the Earth Federation, the inviolability of the Federation Constitution, and the rights of extraterrestrial intelligent beings. Conral Gribenfeld seemed to be thinking about this too. If the Fuzzies are intelligent, then the company, the colonial administration, and everyone else will be illegal here, he said. But for now, Zarathustra is a Class 4, uninhabited planet, and that's all we need to remember. Unless we are forced, we will not interfere. Pancho, I think the decision will depend on you. Pancho Ubarra was horrified. My God, Alex, are you trying to tell me? Who am I? Nobody. A regular doctor of medicine and chief of psychologists.
Why are the Federation's best brains?
Pancho, they are on Earth, not on Zarathustra. 500 light years from here. 6 months of travel there and 6 months back. Intervention is my business, of course, but the decision on rationality is yours. I do not envy you, but I cannot free you from this. Gerd van Riebeck's suggestion that all the guests sleep aboard the air jeep was not taken seriously. Gerd settled into the spare room of the cabin, and Juan Jimenez went with Ben Rainsford to his camp to sleep. Ruth Ortheris climbed into the boat's cabin. The next morning, while Jack, Ruth, and Gerd were having breakfast, Rainsford appeared on the comm screen. He and Jimenez decided to take the air jeep and go along Cold Bay. They thought there might be a lot of fuzzies in the woods. Gerd and Ruth decided to spend the morning at the camp and get to know the fuzzies better. After a hearty breakfast, the family did not look for land shrimps, but occupied themselves with one of their new amusements, a large, multicolored ball. They rolled it around on the grass for a while, but then decided to save it for the evening and carried it into the house. From time to time, more for the sport than for the purpose of getting food, one of them went off to see if there was a land shrimp nearby. Ruth, Gerd, and Jack were sitting on the grass, chatting idly, each trying to think of an excuse not to go and wash the dishes. Mommy and Baby were rummaging around in the tall grass. Suddenly, Mommy gave a shrill scream and ran to the barn. She let Baby go first, slapping his bottom with the flat side of her tool to urge him on. Jack ran to the house for his gun. Gerd grabbed the camera and jumped on the table. The first to notice the reason for Mommy's concern was Ruth. "Jack, look, over there!" She pointed to the edge of the clearing. "2 alien fluffies!" Jack looked out of the house, put down his rifle, picked up his movie camera, 2 extra fuzzy tools, and some XT3.
When he reappeared, the two fuzzies who had come out to the edge of the forest were standing next to each other, looking around. They were both female, and both were holding wooden tools. "Do you have a lot of film?" Jack asked Gerd. "Ruth, come here and film too." He handed her his camera. "Stay away from me and film what they do when I get there. I'll try to negotiate with them." He walked forward, the steel weapon in his back pocket, ration 3 in his hand. He spoke softly, reassuring the new arrivals. When he was close enough not to startle them, he stopped. "Our group has come out behind you," Gerd commented. "They're in a proper attack line. Weapons are raised to the left shoulder. They're stopped about 30 feet behind you now." Jack broke off a piece of XT3, put it in his mouth, and swallowed. Then he broke off 2 large pieces and handed them to them. Tempting as it was, the two fuzzies showed no haste. He threw both pieces a few feet toward them. One of the fuzzies rushed forward, picked up one piece, and tossed it to his companion, then grabbed the other and ran back with it. They stood side by side, each taking a small bite and making sounds of delight. His own family did not seem to approve of this waste of delicacy on strangers. However, the two strangers decided that they could come closer without fear, and soon they were taking pieces of XT3 from his hands. Then Jack took 2 tools from his pocket and managed to show them that he wanted to bargain. The alien fuzzies looked at the new weapon with both admiration and distrust. This was too much for his own family, and they approached, yeeking angrily. The alien females retreated a few steps, holding their new weapons at the ready. Each of them thought that a fight was inevitable, but none wanted one. Watching them, Jack remembered the history of old Earth, when such a situation could be fraught with serious trouble. Then Coco stepped forward, dragging his tool, clearly tuned to peace. He approached the females, yeeking softly, and touched first one, then the other. Then he laid his weapon on the ground and put his foot on it. Both females began to stroke and caress it. The crisis was over. The fuzzies stuck their weapons into the ground, came closer, and began to pet the strangers. Then they all sat in a circle and, making soft yipping sounds, began to sway rhythmically. Finally, Coco and the 2 females stood up, picked up their weapons, and headed for the forest. "Jack, stop them," Ruth shouted. "They're getting away. If they want to leave, I have no right to stop them." When they reached the forest, Coco stopped, stuck his weapon in the ground, and, turning back to Daddy Jack, put his arms around his knees and yeeked. Jack, without lifting him, stroked him. One of the females pulled his tool away, and they both slowly walked back. Little Fuzzy, Mommy, Mike, and Mizey ran back too. The fuzzies, yeeking happily, began to hug each other. Then they all went into the house. "Have you got everything, Gerd?" Jack asked. "Yes. After all, this is a usual thing for me." "What happened?" "You made the first film about a meeting between tribes, and filmed some of the customs of the Zoroaster fuzzies. This is the home of our fuzzies, and naturally, they did not want to let any strangers in. They forced them to go away. Then Coco decided that they were not bad-looking and could be united with. That changed the situation immediately. The family sat down in a circle with them to say goodbye to Coco and tell their friends what a good husband they had acquired. As they were leaving, Coco remembered that he had not said goodbye to me and came back. The females thought that they would not be a burden to this family, especially since Daddy Jack had done so much good for them, and now the family is probably showing off their family treasures to the new arrivals. You know, they will get married and start a good, strong family. The females were named Goldilocks and Cinderella. They all sat in the living room with the viewing screen on while lunch was being prepared. After lunch, the family went to the bedroom to take a nap on Daddy Jack's bed. While Gerd and Ruth wrote down their day's work together, Jack developed the film. When they were done, the Fuzzies decided to have some fun and hunt shrimp. The Fuzzies heard the air car before the humans could and climbed up on the bench near the kitchen door. It was a police cruiser. As it landed, 2 policemen got out and said they had stopped to look at the Fuzzies. When Jack explained how he got the new Fuzzies, they looked at each other. "If any more appear, call us and detain them until we arrive," said one of the policemen. "We have a large population of shrimp and we would like them to settle at our post." "How will George feel about this?" asked Jack. "When he was here, they seemed to frighten him." "He's gotten over that scare now," the policeman replied. "He contacted Rainsford, and Ben confirmed that they were perfectly safe. Oh, and Ben also said they were intelligent." Jack started telling the cops what the Fuzzies were doing. He was still talking when the Fuzzies heard another air car. It was Ben Rainsford and Juan Jimenez. As soon as the anti-gravity field was turned off, they tumbled out of the cabin and pulled out the camera. "Jack, there are a lot of Fuzzies out there," Rainsford began from a distance. "They're all heading that way. We saw over 50 of them, 4 families, plus singles and pairs." "I'm sure we only saw a tenth of what's out there." "We'll fly there in a car in the morning," said one of the policemen. "Ben, tell me more precisely where you were. I'll show you on the map." He then noticed Zarathustra and Cinderella. "Hey, where did you get these girls? They weren't here before." A path led from the clearing beyond the stream, over which a log had been thrown instead of a bridge, to the camp. Jack ordered the large air car that had flown up to land in this clearing. 2 men stood on the bow deck of the boat, Kellogg and probably Ernst Malin. The 3rd man turned off the anti-gravity and came out of the cabin located at the stern of the boat. Jack did not like Malin. He had a sullen, secretive face. He looked down on everything with an arrogant, prejudiced air. The 3rd was a young man. His face was expressionless, but the jacket at his left arm was clearly bulging. Introducing him, Malin said, "Kurt Borsch, my assistant." As they approached the camp, he introduced them again. Not just to Ben Rainsford, but also to Van Riebeek, Jimenez, and even Ruth Ortheris, who seemed a little confused. Malin noticed this and told her that Borsch was working with a staff that was developing a special kind of test. This puzzled her even more. None of the new arrivals seemed particularly happy to have the police in their presence. So when the patrol car took off, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Kellogg immediately became interested in the Fuzzies, squatted down and began examining them. He said something to Malin, who pursed his lips, shook his head and replied, "We cannot call them intelligent until we find something in their behavior that cannot be explained by any other hypothesis. It would probably be safer not to call them intelligent, but to continue testing this hypothesis." The theme had been established. Kellogg straightened up and, in polite terms such as, "Of course, Doctor, I agree you haven't found it, but on the other hand, you must agree," began to clarify the difference between scientific research and scientific proof. Jimenez partially agreed with Kellogg's statements and politely dismissed everything Malin had said. Bohr was silent. He stood and looked at the Fuzzies with undisguised hostility. Gerd and Ruth went to help prepare dinner. They brought a table out of the house and sat down on the lawn, watching the Fuzzies with interest. Kellogg and Malin avoided talking about them. When dusk fell in the living room, and Kellogg, assuming the air of a presiding official, began a discussion on the topic of interest to everyone. For some time, without letting anyone get a word in, he expatiated on what an important discovery the Fuzzies were. The Fuzzies, ignoring him, began to dismantle the construction of balls and sticks. Goldilocks and Cinderella watched them with interest, and then began to help. "The bad news," Kellogg was saying, "is that most of our data are based on Mr. Holloway's unverified assertions. Now don't misunderstand me. I don't doubt for a moment what Mr. Holloway got on tape. But you must understand that professional scientists are very reluctant to accept anything that hasn't been proven. So we have to think of a way to define the observations more precisely. Nonsense, Leonard, Rainsford interrupted impatiently. I am a professional scientist and have had much more experience than you, and I admit what Jack Holloway says. People who, like Jack, have lived long on the frontier planets are very careful and attentive observers. Please don't misunderstand me, Kellogg repeated. I don't doubt Mr. Holloway's assertions. I'm thinking about how it will be received on Earth. Don't worry about it, Leonard. I vouched for Jack's reliability, and the Institute accepted my report. Besides, I can tell you even more than Jack. Tell you about my personal observations. Yes, there is more than just verbal statements. Gerd van Riebeek intervened. It's all on film. We have a pretty good film about the fuzzies. Oh yes, you mentioned the film, Mei Lin said. Did you develop the film? Yes, except for what was filmed in the forest in the afternoon. What was developed, we can look at right now. He lowered the screen in front of the gun pyramid and charged the projector. When the lights went out, the fuzzies, who had begun a new construction of balls and sticks, yelped irritably. But then, when Little Fuzzy appeared on the screen, digging a hole with a wood chisel to perform his evening toilette, they began to yelp excitedly and wave their arms. Little Fuzzy was especially interested in this. If he did not recognize himself, he recognized his chisel. Then the tape showed Little Fuzzy killing a land shrimp, unscrewing a nut from a bolt, and screwing it on again.
Then came shots of the family arriving and the fuzzies playing. And finally, there were shots of Goldilocks and Cinderella being welcomed into the family. I'm afraid the film Ewan and I made in the forest canopy wasn't as good as this one, Rainsford said when the screening was over and the lights came up again. We mostly shot the backs of the fuzzies hiding in the bushes. It was very difficult, though. We were flying in an air jeep, and they have unusually keen hearing. But I'm sure we could easily see the instruments in their hands, like the ones Jack traded for from the new fuzzies in the last scene of the film. Malin and Kellogg looked at each other with something like horror on their faces. You didn't tell us there were a lot of them around, Malin said, as if accusing the others of duplicity. He turned to Kellogg. That changes things. Yes, indeed, Ernst, said Kellogg with pleasure. This is a very convenient opportunity. Mr. Holloway, I understand that this area belongs to you, since you legally purchased the land. Is that correct? Would you allow us to camp on the edge of the forest where our boat is now? It would be a good idea to put up a prefabricated cabin in the Red Hill area, where the company could set up a party for us, and we would stop bothering you. We'll set up in the boat today and return to Mallorysport tomorrow morning. Any objections? Jack had some objections. Their frantic activity was giving him a headache, especially the back of his neck. But if he did not allow Kellogg to set up camp at the edge of the forest, the three of them would move 70 or 80 miles away and leave his land. He knew what they would do next. They would capture the fuzzies, alive or gassed, and put them in cages and torture them with their maze experiments and electroshocks. They would kill a few for dissection, and maybe even hack them to pieces alive. If they did anything like that on his land, he could protect the fuzzies.
No, I just want to remind you to treat these little people with respect. Oh, we won't do anything to your fuzzies, said Malin.
You will not hurt any Fluffy, at least not more than once.
Ensialea tikam, la yeah, Jax, May, Sue.
The next morning, while Jack was having breakfast with his guests, Kellogg entered the camp, accompanied by Kurt Borch, who had donned old clothes and had his pistol slung over his belt. He held in his hand a list of things he wanted to request for his camp. They seemed to have no idea how the camp was going to be set up. Jack made some suggestions, which they accepted. He looked over the list. It contained a lot of scientific equipment,
including an X-ray machine. Jack crossed it out with a sharp movement.
We don't know what the fuzzy's radiation tolerance level is, and I won't allow the life of even one of my fuzzies to be put in danger.
To his surprise, no one objected. Gerd, Ruth, and Kellogg boarded the air jeep and flew north. Rainsford, Jimenez, and Malin followed. After hanging around the camp for a while, Borch boarded the airboat and headed for Red Hill. Left alone, Jack wandered around the camp, then returned to the house and developed the remaining film, making 3 copies of the entire footage. By noon, Borch was back, followed by a pair of grim-faced farm boats. By 5 o'clock, the company men had erected a new camp at Red Hill. Among other things, they had brought in 2 large air jeeps. In the afternoon, the first 2 jeeps that had flown away returned. Their occupants had spotted nearly 100 fuzzies and had found 3 campsites, 2 among the rocks and 1 in the hollow of a spherical tree. 2 of them were abandoned, but the 3rd was still occupied, and near each of them there were toilet holes dug. Kellogg insisted that Jack and Rainsford act as hosts at dinner at the new camp. The food, delivered ready-made and only heated, was excellent. When Jack and Rainsford returned to their camp, the fuzzies had finished their supper and were sitting in the living room, beginning to build a new contraption out of, he could never think of another name for it, balls and sticks, of a model molecule. Goldilocks came up to him, held out a pair of balls fastened together with one hand, and tugged at his trouser leg with the other. "Yes, I see. It is very beautiful," he told her. She tugged harder and pointed to what the others were doing. Eventually he understood. "She wants me to work on them," he said. "Ben, you know where the coffee is. Boil some water and brew it, and I'll work on them." When Ben brought the coffee, Jack was sitting on the floor, connecting balls with chopsticks. It was the funniest thing Ben had seen in 2 days. Ben smiled and crumbled up some XD3 for the fuzzies. "Yes, I suppose I must give up on my camp because of all this," said Rainsford, pouring coffee. "I wish I had pitched it next to yours, but all my excuses now are, but I didn't know it would turn out like this."
Damn, I didn't know it would turn out like this either.
Jack stood up, picked up a cup of coffee, blew on it to cool it down a bit.
By the way, what do you think of Kellogg's visit? Everything he said when he flew here is as false as a 9-sol banknote.
"That's just what I was saying last night," said Rainsford. "He doesn't want discoveries on Zarathustra made by people outside the company. Did you notice that he and Malin were trying to talk me out of sending a report to Earth before they could do their research on the fuzzies? He wants to get his report in first. Well, the hell with them all. Do you know what I did? I stayed up all night at home last night and wrote out a detailed report. Tomorrow morning, I'll give it to George Lunt to forward to Mallorysport with the police correspondence. Before any of that gang knows I've sent a report, it'll be on the ship heading for Earth. Have you got copies of your film?" "About 1.5 miles of film. I made copies of all the material." "Good. We'll send a copy too. Kellogg will read about it in the papers in a year." Ben thought for a moment, and then said, "Gerd, Ruth, and Yuan will now move to another camp. And I, if you'll excuse me, will move here tomorrow. As long as that gang is nearby, I advise you not to let the fuzzies go far. I'll help you track them." "Ben, do you want to drop everything you're doing?" "All I'm doing now is learning to be fluffy. And this is the only place I can do it. I'll see you tomorrow after I've been to the police station." Pastine. The men in the camp across the creek, Kellogg, Malin, Borch, Van Riebeck, Jimenez, and Ruth Ortheris, had not yet gone to bed when Rainsford reached his air jeep. Jack watched it leave and then went back to the house. After playing with his happy family for a while, he went to bed and went to sleep. The next morning, Jack watched Kellogg, Ruth, and Jimenez leave in one air jeep. And shortly afterward, Malin and Van Riebeck left the camp in another. It seemed that Kellogg did not want to leave the men who had arrived first unattended.
He wanted to be sure. After a while, Ben Rainsford's air jeep flew in from the south and landed on the grass. Jack helped him unpack his luggage, and then they sat down to smoke their pipes and watch the fuzzies playing in the grass. Jack happened to notice Kurt Borch wandering aimlessly around his camp. "I sent a report," Rainsford said, looking expectantly at Jack. "He should be in the mailboat by now, and this time tomorrow he'll be hurtling through hyperspace toward Earth. But it's a secret for the rest of us. We'll see how Len Kellogg and Ernst Malin work their butts off not to send a report." He chuckled. "I reported them as intelligent. After going over the records again, I can't see any alternative." "Damned if I see her. Did you hear that, boys?" he asked Mike and Maisie, who had come closer, hoping to get something interesting. "Uncle Ben says you're intelligent." "Weak?" "They want to know if it's good or bad. What should we do now?" "Nothing. We'll have to be patient for about a year. In 6 months, the ship will reach Earth. The Institute will make an official statement in the press, and then send a research team here, which will include people from other interested universities and institutes. I think the government will send someone too. You know that all uncivilized natives of colonized worlds are under the protection of the Earth Federation." Jack didn't like that very much. The last thing he wanted was to deal with government officials, and his fuzzies were being looked after by Daddy Jack Holloway, and he said so out loud. Rainsford picked up Maisie and petted her. "It's a good fur," he said. "They'll give a good price for a fur like that." "That's how it'll be, unless we can get them recognized as intelligent beings." He looked at the newly erected camp. Did Leonard Kellogg see what profit the company could make from the fuzzies' fur? At noon, the air jeeps returned. First Malin's, then Kellogg's. Everyone went into the house. An hour later, a police car landed in front of Kellogg's camp, bringing George Lunt and Ahmed Khadra. Kellogg came out, talked to them, and then led them into the living cabin. Half an hour later, the lieutenant and his assistant lifted their car and, flying over the creek, landed on the lawn. The fuzzies, hoping to get the promised whistles, ran to meet them and led them into the living room. Lunt and Khadra took off their berets, but were in no hurry to unfasten their belts. "We've sent your package, Ben," said Lunt. He sat down and pulled Goldilocks onto his lap. Cinderella settled down next to him. "Jack, what do the people across the creek want? You haven't figured it out yet? Oh, you can see their thoughts a mile upwind. And Borch is number 1. I'd like to see his fingers. I'll bet they're not in our files. They're all like the typewriter in the lavatory, trying to hide something and being afraid to do it. When we were there, Kellogg was the only one talking. Anyone who tried to say anything was silenced by his look. Kellogg doesn't like you, Jack. Or you, Ben. And most important, he doesn't like fuzzies. Most of them don't like fuzzies." "I told you my point this morning," said Rainsford. "They don't want discoveries made on this planet without the company's help. It doesn't do them any credit. Remember what happened to the men who found the first sunstone." George Lunt's face darkened. He looked thoughtful and frowned. "I don't think it's just that. When we talked to these people, they admitted quite freely that you deserved all the credit for discovering the fuzzies. But Kellogg doesn't think it's a very valuable discovery. He asked a lot about you, Jack. And he asked a few questions too, as if he were testing my intelligence." Lance's frown deepened. "I'd like to ask him a few things, under a lie detector. Kellogg didn't want the fuzzies to be recognized as intelligent. If they weren't recognized, they'd be just furry beasts." Jack imagined a well-fed society of widows of the dignitaries of Earth and Baldur, strolling around with the pelts of Little Fuzzy and Mommy, Mike and Mizzy, Coco, Goldilocks and Cinderella, wrapped around their fat bodies. He felt sick. On Tuesday, the scarlet sun climbed into the heavy copper sky. It was hot and windless. The fuzzies who had woken Daddy Jack with their whistling did not like it. They were irritated and restless. After all, maybe it would just rain. At breakfast, Ben said he was going to fly to his camp and bring back some things that he had not brought right away, but now he needed them. "I'll bring my shotgun," he said. "Maybe I can get a zebralope. I think a little fresh meat wouldn't hurt us." After breakfast, Rainsford climbed into his air jeep and flew away. Maylin and Kellogg were strolling primly in front of their camp talking. When Ruth Ortheris and Gerd Van Riebeek appeared, they stopped and broke off their conversation. Then, after exchanging a few words, Gerd and Ruth went up the path. The Fuzzies, wandering through the grass looking for shrimp, noticed them. Little Fuzz, Coco, and Goldilocks ran to meet them. Ruth picked up Goldilocks in her arms, and Coco and Little Fuzz ran ahead. The newcomers greeted Jack, who was finishing his coffee. Ruth sat down in a chair with Goldilocks. Little Fuzz jumped up on the table and began looking for sweets, and when Gerd stretched out on the grass, Coco sat on his chest. "Goldilocks is my favorite Fuzzy," said Ruth. "She is the sweetest creature. Of course, they are all quite nice. Here they are so gentle and trusting, but in the forest they are very timid." "Yes, in the forest they don't have Daddy Jack to look after them," said Gerd. "I think they are very gentle with each other, but they have many enemies there that they are afraid of. You know, there are some prerequisites for intelligence in that. It develops in some small animals, comparatively defenseless, living in the midst of large and dangerous enemies that they cannot outrun or defeat. So, in order to survive, they must think." That was the case with our distant ancestors and with the little Fuzzies, who decided on their alternative, to become intelligent or to disappear. Ruth seemed alarmed. "Gerd, Dr. Maylin found absolutely nothing that would indicate their intelligence." "Oh, Maylin. Damn him. I think he's deliberately trying to prove that the Fuzzies are unintelligent." Ruth looked at him with fear. "Ever since he came here, it's been pouring out of him. You're a psychologist, so don't tell me you don't see it. Probably, if the Fuzzies are recognized as intelligent, it will disprove some theory of his, and he only thinks about himself. He doesn't want to admit it. He doesn't like it. You see that from the very beginning, he began to fight intellectually and morally against this idea. But they can sit for a whole year, with a pencil and rulers, calculating differential equations, and nothing will convince them. Dr. Maylin is trying to..." Ruth began irritably, but then stopped. "Jack, forgive us. We didn't mean to start this argument here. We came to watch the Fuzzies. What did you find, Goldilocks?"
Goldilocks played with a silver keychain that hung around Ruth's neck. She held it to her ear and enjoyed shaking it. It made a melodious ringing sound. Finally, she held it up and asked, "Weak?"
"Yes, my friend. You can have it."
Ruth took the chain off her neck and, making 3 loops on it, placed it on Goldilocks' head.
"It's yours now."
"Oh, you shouldn't give her things like that." "Why not? It's a cheap trinket, junk." "Jack, you've been to Loki. You know what it is. I only wore it because I had it and Goldilocks likes it better than I do."
An air jeep lifted off from the next camp and hovered near them. It was piloted by Juan Jimenez. Maylin stuck his head out the window and invited Ruth to come with them, warning Gerd that Kellogg would be leaving in a few minutes and would take him along.
As Ruth climbed into the jeep and it flew away, Gerd moved Coco from his chest and pulled cigarettes from his shirt pocket. "I don't know what the devil got into her," he said, watching the jeep drive away, although she probably got a direction from above. "Kellogg says the Fuzzies are just little stupid animals," he concluded bitterly. "Do you work for Kellogg too, or not?" "Yes, but he doesn't force his opinion on me. You know, I thought I'd taken this job at the wrong time." He stood up. tightened his belt to balance the weight of the pistol hanging on his right and the binoculars on his left, and suddenly changed the subject. Jack, has Ben Rainsford sent in his report on the fuzzies yet? Well, if not, then hurry him up. There was no time to continue the conversation. Kellogg's jeep rose from the camp across the stream and approached them. Jack decided to leave the dishes and wash them all at once after lunch. Kurt Birch was wandering around Kellogg's camp, so Jack kept a constant eye on the fuzzies and brought them back if they came near the catwalk. Lunchtime passed, and Ben Rainsford had not returned, although hunting a zebralope, especially from the air, does not take long. While he was eating, one of the jeeps came flying back from the northeast and disgorged Ernst Malin, Juan Jimenez, and Ruth Ortheris. Borch came out to meet them. They all exchanged a few words and went into the house. A little later, another jeep appeared, flying even faster than the first. It landed. Kellogg and Van Riebeek also hurried into the living cabin. No one else was in sight. Jack went into the kitchen to wash the dishes, and the fuzzies went to the bedroom to take a nap. Jack had already returned to the living room when Van Riebeek knocked on the open door. "Jack, can I talk to you?" he asked. "Of course. Come in." Van Riebeek walked in and unbuckled his belt. He moved his chair so that he could see the front door, sat down, and placed his holstered pistol on the floor at his feet. Then, without any transition, he began cursing Leonard Kellogg in 4 or 5 languages. "Okay, I agree with that in principle. But what actually happened?" Jack asked. "Do you know what that son of a Kugra is going to do?" Gerd answered with a question. "He and that." Here he used the language of the double world of Shineon, more vile than the mixed language of Earth. "That thick-headed charlatan Malin is preparing a report accusing you and Ben Rainsford of deliberate scientific hoax. You allegedly conspired with Rainsford, taught the fuzzies some tricks, and made the artifacts yourself so that the fuzzies would be recognized as intelligent beings. Jack, if this damn thing weren't so stinking and despicable, it could be the greatest joke of the century." "They want you to sign this report too?" "Yes. I told Kellogg he could." What Kellogg could do was horrific and physically impossible. Gerd began to curse again, then lit a cigarette and calmed down a little. "What happened was this. Kellogg and I walked up the creek to where you were working, and then we turned onto the plain, to the spring. Well, among the fallen timber, we found the fuzzies' camp. Near it we found a small grave where the fuzzies had buried one of their own. Jack had expected something like this. And yet, the message still shocked him. You mean they bury the dead? What does the grave look like? A small stone pyramid, 3 sides at the base, about 1.5 feet each, and about 1 foot high. Kellogg said it was just a toilet pit, but I was sure of what it was. I opened it up. They covered Fuzzy, wrapped in grass, with earth, then they covered him with stones, and then they put the pyramid on top. It was a female, mutilated by someone, probably by a bush goblin. Here, take it, Jack. They put her tool in there. They're burying the dead." "What was Kellogg doing when you opened the grave?" "Shaking nearby. I took pictures of the grave and went on like a donkey about how important this discovery was and how it proved they were intelligent, and he called another jeep and ordered them to return immediately. As soon as Kellogg told them what we had found, Malin raised his white fish belly and wanted to know what we had done to cover it up. I told him, and Kellogg threw me out. They wouldn't risk admitting the fuzzies were intelligent. Because the company wants to trade in Fuzzy's fur." Van Riebeek looked at Jack in surprise. "It never occurred to me, and I don't think it did to them either. No, it's just that if the fuzzies are recognized as intelligent beings, the company's rights will automatically become invalid." Jack cursed. "Oh, I'm a decrepit, crazy old man. My God, I know the colonial laws. I've been to more frontier planets than you are years old." And I didn't even think about it. And that's probably the real reason. "What now, Gerd? Are you with the company or against it?" "Against. I have enough money in the bank to get back to Earth, and I can still get something for my bot. And some other things. A xenobiologist doesn't have to worry about unemployment. For example, you can follow in Ben's footsteps. And when I get back to Earth, I'll spill the beans on this deal. If you go back, before you get on board the ship, you might have some kind of accident. Jack thought for a moment. Do you know geology? A little. I studied fossils. I'm also a bit of a paleontologist and zoologist. What's next? What do you say to the proposal to stay here and search for the remains of the jellyfish with me? We can't act faster, but while I work in one place, you can scout out another. By the way, together we can stay alive longer. What do you mean, Jack? Didn't I say that? Ben Rebick stood up and extended his hand. Jack walked around the table and shook it. Then he came back and put on his sword belt. Take the weapon. Probably only Borsch has a gun, but then Rebick buckled his belt, then pulled out his pistol and checked the cartridges in the chamber. What are we going to do? He asked. Well, let's try not to cross the law. And now, I'll call the police. He punched a code into the communication device. The screen lit up and showed a police outpost. The sergeant recognized Jack and smiled. Huh, Jack, how's your family? He asked. I'll drop in some evening and have a look at them. You can see them right now. Coco, Goldilocks, and Cinderella came out of the bedroom. Jack picked them up and put them on the table. The sergeant was fascinated. Then he noticed that neither Gerd nor Jack had taken off their weapons, even at home. His eyes narrowed. Are you having a problem, Jack? He asked. There is a small problem, however. It may become a big one. I have guests here who are abusing my hospitality. I would like to throw them out. If a couple of people in blue uniforms arrive here, it will help me save a few bullets. I understand you. George warned you that you might regret inviting that gang into your camp, he said. Do you understand me, Tree? Jack Holloway has a little trouble, squatting, so what? He gave them the opportunity, and now he's changed his mind. They gave him a reason for it. Yes, I'm sure. Jack Holloway is quite a peaceable man. Good. Go and hurry his guests. This concerns Karu Tree. This is Calderon speaking. He turned away from the microphone. Jack, keep an eye on the guests for about an hour. Thanks, Phil. Drop by some evening when you have a chance to put down your guns. Jack turned off the screen and entered a new code, calling the company people at Red Hill. Oh, hello, Jack. Is Dr. Kellogg comfortable? I want you to pack your whole gang into a barge and take it out of my backyard. But he would like to stay here for a couple more weeks. I've changed my mind. After sunset, he should no longer be on my land. The company man became alarmed. Jack, are you having trouble with Dr. Kellogg? He asked. He's a big man in the company. He told me about it. However, you should take them away from here anyway. He turned off the screen. You know, he said, it would be decent to warn Kellogg. How can I call him? Gerd walked over and punched in one of the company's complicated special codes. Kurt Borch appeared on the screen. I want to talk to Kellogg. Dr. Kellogg is very busy at the moment. Damn it. Tell him that today is your resettlement day. Your entire gang must leave my territory by 6 o'clock. Borch moved aside and Kellogg appeared. What nonsense? He asked irritably. You have been ordered to move. Do you want to know why? Gerd von Rebick will tell you. I think he forgot to tell you something. You can't kick us out. You gave permission. Permission revoked. I contacted Mike Hinnon at Red Hill. He sent a scow for your belongings. Lieutenant Lunt sent a couple of policemen as well. I hope you'll have your personal effects loaded into the airboat by the time they arrive. While Kellogg was trying to explain that he had been misunderstood,
Jack turned off the communication screen. That seems to be it, at least until sunset, he added. Now we risk breaking the rules and ejecting our new partnership. Then we'll go outside and watch the enemy. When they came out and sat down on the bench by the kitchen door, the enemy had already begun to act. Kellogg, probably to check, had contacted Mike Hennon and the police station, and now he had much of the stuff collected and packed. Finally, Kurt Borsch appeared, carrying the anti-gravity lift, and began to pile up the boxes of luggage, while Jimenez walked around balancing the load. Then, Jimenez climbed into the airboat, and Borsch, having transferred the load to him, returned to the cabin. This was repeated several times. Meanwhile, Kellogg and Mei Lin were exchanging recriminations. Ruth Ortheris came out of the house, carrying a briefcase, and sat down on the edge of the table under the awning. None of them were watching the fuzzies. Jack suddenly noticed one coming down the path toward the bridge over the stream. He recognized Goldilocks by the glint of silver on his neck. "Look at this stupid child," he said. "Wait, Gerd, I'll bring her back." He went down to the creek. As he approached the bridge, Goldilocks disappeared behind one of the air cars parked in front of Kellogg's camp. As he approached it, he heard a sound he had never heard before, a thin, shrill whine, like someone sharpening the teeth of a saw. Almost immediately after, Ruth screamed, "No! Leonard! Stop it!" As Jack ran around the Jeep, he realized immediately who was screaming. Goldilocks was lying on the ground, her fur red with blood. Kellogg was standing over her, his white shoes bloody. Before Jack could reach him, he kicked the small, bleeding body, and at the same moment something crunched under Jack's fist as it hit Kellogg in the face. Kellogg staggered and tried to cover himself with his hands. He let out a strangled groan, and in that instant, the idiotic thought flashed through Jack's mind that he was trying to say, "Please don't get me wrong." He grabbed Kellogg's shirt with his left hand and punched him again, then again, and again. He couldn't realize how long he had been beating Kellogg when he heard Ruth's voice. "Jack, look behind you!" He threw Kellogg aside and leapt to the side, turning and drawing his weapon. Kurt Borsch stood 20 feet away, pointing his gun at him. Jack barely had the gun out of his holster when he fired the first shot, then the second. A red stain spread across Borsch's shirt, giving him a chance to aim for a third shot. But Borsch was no longer in a condition to shoot. He dropped the gun, slowly sank to his knees, and fell on his stomach, his face buried in a pile of folded clothes. Van Riebeek arrived and said, "Jimenez, raise your hands. And you, Kellogg, too." Kellogg, who had fallen, tried to rise. Blood was gushing from his nose, and he tried to stop it by pressing his jacket sleeve to his nose. As he stood, he turned and bumped into Ruth Ortheris, who pushed him away in irritation. Then she went over to the small, crushed body and knelt down. The silver bell on Goldilocks' neck jingled faintly. Ruth began to cry. Ewan Jimenez emerged from the airboat and looked in horror at the corpse of Kurt Borsch. "You killed him," he yelled accusingly. Then, muttering something under his breath, he suddenly ran toward the house. Gerd Van Riebeek fired, and the bullet sank into the ground at his feet. "Stay where you are, Juan," said Gerd. "Or better yet, help Dr. Kellogg. He seems to be a little hurt." "Call the police," Malin said. "Ruth, go ahead. They won't shoot you." "Don't worry, I've already called them." Jimenez pulled a piece of cloth from his pocket, which turned out to be a handkerchief, and tried to stop the blood flowing from his boss's nose. Kellogg tried to explain to Malin that there was nothing he could do. "This little beast attacked me. He tried to hurt me with his dart." Ruth looked up at him. All the fuzzies were crowded around Goldilocks. They had probably come running as soon as they heard the scream. "She came up to him and tugged at his trousers to get his attention," Ruth said. "She wanted him to admire her jewelry." Ruth's voice broke off. It was some time before she could continue. "And he kicked her and trampled her to death." "Be quiet, Ruth,"
Malin ordered. The creature attacked Leonard. It could have seriously injured him. That's how it was! Still holding the piece of cloth to his nose, Kellogg lifted his trousers and showed a scar on his leg. It looked like a briar scratch. See for yourself. Yes, I see, so what? I saw you kick her and jump on her, and all she wanted was to show you her new toy. Jack began to regret not shooting Kellogg right away. The Fuzzies tried to pull Goldilocks to her feet. Realizing it was no use, they lowered the corpse again and crouched over it, making soft, plaintive yelps. Okay, but when the police get here, you keep quiet, Malin said. I'll tell them everything myself. Are you intimidating witnesses, Malin? Gerd said. Remember, there's a lie detector at the police station. He noticed that the Fuzzies had raised their heads and were looking to the southeast. Here come the police! But it was Ben Rainsford's air jeep, with the carcass of a zebra lope tied to one side. It circled Kellogg's camp and landed quickly. As soon as the jeep touched down, Rainsford jumped out, pistol at the ready. What happened, Jack? He asked. Then looked carefully at Goldilocks, Kellogg, Borch, and the gun beside his body. I foresaw it. One of them was bound to raise a gun against you. They call it suicide. That's about right. By the way, do you have a movie camera in your Jeep? Film Borch and Goldilocks, and then get ready. And if the Fuzzies start doing anything, film them. I don't think you'll be disappointed. Rainsford shrugged, puzzled, and went to the Jeep to get the camera. Malin said that as a man holding a patent on medicine, he was obliged to examine Kellogg. Gerd van Riebeek escorted him into the house to get medical equipment for first aid. When they reappeared at the door, first Malin, followed by Gerd with an automatic pistol in his hand, a police car descended near Rainsford's air jeep. But it was not car 3. Lieutenant Lunt jumped out. His holster unbuckled. Ahmed Khadra was talking to someone on the radio. What happened, Jack? Why didn't you wait for us? This maniac attacked me and killed a man. Kellogg began shouting, pointing at Borch's corpse. Your name is Jack too? Lant asked. My name is Leonard Kellogg. I am the head of the company's department. Then keep quiet until you are asked. Ahmed, call the post. Have them send Naber and Uramitsi with investigative equipment. And find out what detained Car Tri. Malin opened the first aid kit. Gerd put his gun back in the holster in full view of the police. Kellogg, still holding the damp rag to his nose, continued to yell. He killed a man. Take him away. Why don't you arrest him? Jack, get them somewhere where neither we can hear them nor they can hear us, Lance said. He glanced at Goldilocks. What happened here? Look, Lieutenant, he's got a gun, Malin shouted warningly. They walked away and sat on the anti-gravity generator of one of the rented jeeps. Jack began the story with the visit of Gerd van Riebeek. Yeah, I was thinking about that myself, Lance said with disgust. But I didn't think they'd explode so quickly. Gamut! Okay, go on. He finished listening to Jack's story and asked, You hit Kellogg when he was stomping on Fluffy. Did you try to stop him? No, you are right. If you want, you can punish me for this. Yes, I do. And I will punish this whole gang. And this guy, Borch, was he already holding a gun when you turned around? Say no more, Jack. It was just self-defense. Do you think any of this gang will tell the truth without a lie detector? I think Ruth Ortheris. Send her here, if it's not too much trouble. Ruth sat with the Fuzzies, and Rainsford stood beside her, with his camera at the ready. The Fuzzies swayed and yeeked mournfully. Ruth nodded, stood up, and walked over to where Lant was waiting. What happened here, Jack? Rainsford asked. And whose side is he on? He nodded toward Van Riebeek, who stood behind Kellogg and Malin, his hand on his holster. On ours. He left the company. He began to tell the story again, but before he could finish, Car 3 came into view. The open space in front of Kellogg's camp was full. Jack hoped that Mike Hennon's task force would stay away for a while. Lant, having finished with Ruth, spoke with Jiméez, May-Lin, and Kellogg. Then, he and one of the Car 3 men headed toward where Jack and Rainsford were standing. Gerd van Riebeek, noticing this, joined them. "Jack," Lant began, "Kellogg is accusing you of murder. I told him it was simple self-defense, but he won't listen, so by law, I'm forced to arrest you." "Very well." Jack unbuckled his belt and holster and handed it to Lent. "Now, George, I bring charges against Leonard Kellogg. I charge him with the unlawful and unjustifiable murder of a sentient being, a native of the planet Zarathustra known as Goldilocks."
He looked at the small, crushed body and the 6 fuzzies who were mourning him.
"But Jack, they are not recognized as intelligent beings. A rational being is not one that is recognized as rational, but one whose thinking process is at the level of reason. Fuzzies are intelligent creatures,"
Rainsford said.
"That's the opinion of a qualified xenobiologist."
2 xenobiologists, added Gerd van Riebeek. This is the body of a sentient being, and this is the man who killed him. Go ahead, Lieutenant. Do your job.
Hey, wait a minute!
The fuzzies rose, slid their tools under Goldilocks' body, and lifted it up on steel shafts. As Cinderella picked up her sister's weapon and moved forward, Ben Rainsford aimed his camera at the funeral procession. The fuzzies were carrying the body toward the far corner of the clearing, away from the camp.
Rainsford lowered his camera and hurried after them, afraid of missing anything interesting. They lowered the body. Mike, Maisie, and Cinderella began to dig. The others scattered to gather stones. George Lunt came up behind. He took off his beret and held it in his hands. When the small, grass-wrapped body was lowered into the grave, he bowed his head mournfully. As soon as the last stone was placed on top of the pyramid and the funeral ceremony was over, George put on his beret, pulled out his pistol and checked the chamber. "Well, Jack," he said, "I can now arrest Leonard Kellogg for the murder of a sentient being." 8. Jack Holloway had been out on bail before, but never so much. It was almost all he had. But when he dumped the sunstones, glowing from his body heat, onto the table in front of George Lunt, and asked him to pick out a few worth 25,000 souls, Leslie Coombs's eyes widened, and Muhammad Ali O'Brien's jaw dropped. Leslie Coombs glanced at the bottle of whiskey in his hand and reached into the cabinet for another. One for Gus Brannard, one for the others. It was widely believed here that it was because of the whiskey that Gustav Adolphus Brannard practiced so seldom, defending mainly armed tramps and steppe kidnappers. But it was not so. No one on Zarathustra knew the reason, but it was not the whiskey. Whiskey was merely the tool with which Gus Brannard gained clarity of thought. He was sitting in the largest chair in the living room, but it was still too small for him. His face was adorned with tousled red hair and a tangled red beard. He wore a faded, dirty jacket with a clip of rifle cartridges on the chest, and instead of a shirt, he wore a torn t-shirt from under which more red hair was sticking out. Between the bottom of his shorts and the top of his tattered socks was a thick growth of hair. On one of his knees sat Mummy Fuzzy. On the other sat Mike and Mizzy, and on his head sat Baby. The Fuzzies recognized him as soon as they saw him. They probably thought he was Big Fuzzy. "Ah!" he thundered as soon as the bottle appeared next to him. "That's the only hope worth living for." "Okay, but don't let the kids try it. Little Fluffy already tried to smoke a pipe, and I don't want an alcoholic in the family." Gus filled the glass. Doing so at a safe distance, he quickly poured its contents into himself. You have a fine family, Jack. They'll make a fine impression in court, unless the kid tries to climb on the judge's head. The jury, seeing them and hearing Ortherus's story, will acquit you and give Kellogg a vote of no confidence. I'm not worried about that. I don't want to expose Kellogg. Better worry, Jack, said Rainsford. The majority will be against us at the trial. Leslie Coombs, the company's lawyer, had flown in from Mallorysport too quickly, and Muhammad Ali O'Brien, the company's attorney general, had acted as chief prosecutor. They both tried to disprove Holloway's claim of self-defense and frame Kellogg as the killer of a dangerous wild animal. When that failed, they united against the Fuzzies. Dissatisfaction with the trial was then aired. Lieutenant Lunt, as a police judge, had very limited power.
Do you see how far they have gone? I hope you don't want them to succeed, Rainsford said grimly.
What do you mean? Brennard asked. What do you think they'll do?
I don't know. That's what worries me. We're threatening the Zarathustra Company, and the company wants safety,
Rainsford said.
They'll try to frame Jack for something.
And who determines the presence of intelligence? And how? Well, Coombs and O'Brien will agree to accept the formula speech and making fire as proof. Ha! Brannard said. The court ruled that 40 years ago in Miskia, a case of infanticide, a woman was charged with the murder of her own child. Her lawyer argued that murder is the taking of the life of a rational being. A rational being is one that can talk and make fire, and a newborn baby cannot do either. The motion was denied. The court ruled that as long as the ability to talk and make fire is the only evidence of rationality, you can't make a claim without some legal proof of non-rationality. If O'Brien doesn't know that, and I doubt he does, Coombs certainly does. Brannard poured himself another shot of whiskey and drained the glass before the rational beings around him could reach it. You know what? I'll bet and swear that the first thing Ham O'Brien does when he gets back to Mallorysport is file a cancellation of claim on both charges. They'll accept the Kellogg charge, and they'll send the charge against Jack to trial. He could do that stupid thing, but Leslie Coombs wouldn't let it. But if he takes Kellogg out of the case, said Gerd Van Ribbeck, then no one will say a word about intelligence at Jack's trial. I will say it loudly. You all know the colonial law. A murderer, although he has committed a felony, may bring an accusation against any other person. I will say that Leonard Kellogg killed a sapient being. Jack Holloway, in attempting to prevent it, acted lawfully, and Kurt Borsch, in attempting to come to Kellogg's aid, was himself guilty of a felony, and therefore any accusation against Jack Holloway is unfounded. In this view, I will say a great many words and give evidence of the sapient nature of the Fuzzies. Your evidence will be double-checked, Rainsford said, by psychologists. I suppose you know that on this planet, only psychologists enjoy the privileges granted by the Zarathustra Company. He poured out what was left in his glass, looked at the bits of ice remaining at the bottom, and poured himself another. I wouldn't want that to happen. Phew! Mommy Fluffy looked up, startled. I wonder what Victor Grego is doing now. Victor Grego put the telephone receiver back. Leslie's on the yacht, he said. They'll be here any minute. They'll stop at the hospital to drop off Kellogg and then come right here. Nick Emmert took a small bite of toast. He had reddish hair, dull eyes, and a broad, heavy face. Holloway must have used too much force to fix it, he said. It would have been better if he had killed him, Victor Grego said irritably, and saw the indignation on the chief resident's face. Do you really want this, Victor? I don't want a damn thing. Victor waved his hand toward the record player on which they had just listened to the tape, transmitted from the yacht. He's a bully who runs away when the going gets tough. Do you know what the epitaph will be on the company's grave? Kicked to death from the Fluffies thanks to Leonard Kellogg. If Kellogg had kept his head and avoided a confrontation with Holloway, everything would have been fine. Even the unforgivable murder of Fluffy and shooting of Borch wouldn't have been so bad if it hadn't been for this stupid murder charge. He provoked Holloway, and he's still not happy about getting his face beaten up. And then there's Kellogg's man, von Riebeck, who caused the explosion. I don't know Riebeck, but Kellogg would have known his people. He would have known what he could trust and what he couldn't. But, Victor, they didn't find Leonard guilty of murder, Emmert said. Not for killing that little creature. A couple of men sent by the warden might have invited Leonard Kellogg into the prison yard and put a bullet through the back of his head, and that would not have been a great loss. The hole through which trouble was pouring for the Zarathustra Company might have been plugged by chartering a vessel, and Kellogg might have been prevented from appearing at the trial. The contract for 25,000 souls might have been cancelled. That would have been a punishment for the company. No, that was not the reason they did not want Holloway tried. Victor, do you want me to leave when they arrive? Emmert asked, popping another slice of toast into his mouth. No, sit down. This is the last time we work together. From now on, we will avoid anything that might resemble a secret conspiracy. Well, fortunately, there's something I can do, you know, Victor, Emmert said. Yes, he knew that. In the worst case, if the company's rights were to be invalidated, he might even hang himself to save, if not the company, then at least Victor Grego. But if Zarathustra were reclassified, it was all over for Nick. His title, his social position, his sinecure, his systems of bribery and extra income, his assumed names covering the company's bank account, all would go down the drain. So Nick had to do what he could, no matter how little it might be. He looked at the raised globe of Zarathustra, turning slightly in the orange beam of the spotlight. On the Beta continent, where Leonard Kellogg had killed a fuzzy named Goldilocks and Jack Holloway had shot the assassin named Kurt Borch, it was pitch black. To hell with that assassin. He could have shot himself in the back rather than let himself be killed. Borch had no better alternative than Kellogg. What a botched job. That he couldn't have picked better men for the job. And Ham O'Brien? No, he didn't blame himself for O'Brien. O'Brien was Nick Emmert's man, and he hadn't robbed Nick. The communicator on the table rang, and a female voice announced that Mr. Coombs and his companions had arrived. Excellent. Bring them here. Coombs entered first, tall, elegant, without a trace of worry on his face. If there were a sudden bombardment or an earthquake, he would invariably remain serenely calm. By choosing Coombs as head of the lawyers, the company had found a better use for his emotions. Muhammad Ali O'Brien was not so tall, not so elegant, and not so calm. His skin was almost black. He had been born on Agni, under the hot sun of Class B3. His bald head shone, and his large nose sniffed through a thicket of shaggy white mustache. What could one say about him? He was the only man on Zarathustra who could strut while he was down there. Behind them, the rest of the Beta expedition, Ernst May Lin, Juan Jimenez, and Ruth Ortheris lined up. May Lin moved forward a little and expressed regret that Dr. Kellogg was not with them. I doubt it very much. Please, sit down. I'm afraid we have much to discuss. Chief Justice Mr. Frederick Pendarvis thoughtfully moved a slender vase of starry flowers a few inches. He sat like a noble person in a photograph. Opposite him was a fair-haired woman. He took a thin cigar from a silver box, carefully cut the end off, and lit it. Then, deciding not to delay any longer, he pulled out two thick, wide folders and opened the first, marked, "For Trial." Something had to be done. He always told himself that before he set to work. The last big case in the General Court had been 10 years ago, when Mallorysport had a population of less than 5,000. Lately, he had been mostly busy with cases involving branding calves and murder in a bar. He had finally gotten 5 small claims from the police courts, but that was better than nothing. First case, of course, a murder. business as usual. So, Beta Continent. From Post 15, from Lieutenant George Lunt. Let's see. Jack Holloway. So old Jack's got another notch on his gun. Cold Bay Valley, Citizen Federation, Earthman race. Intentional murder of a sentient being, namely Kurt Borch, Malorisport, Citizen Federation, Earthman race. Plaintiff Leonard Kellogg, ditto. Lawyer listed for the defense, Gustavus Adolphus Brannard. The last people Jack Holloway killed were a couple of thugs trying to steal his sunstones. No one even tried to file a complaint then, but now he might get into trouble. Kellogg is the company's administrator. Better take the case himself. The company will try to put pressure. The next case was also a murder case. Beta Continent, Police Station 15. He read it all and blinked. Leonard Kellogg, premeditated murder of a sentient being, namely a female named Goldilocks, a native of the fuzzy Zarathustra race. Plaintiff Jack Holloway. Lawyer assigned to the defense, Leslie Coombs. The judge laughed at this overly frivolous charge. It was probably an attempt to ridicule Kellogg's complaint. Every planet's legal system should have at least one Gus Brannard to have fun with. Fuzzy Zarathustra race. Then he suddenly stopped laughing and became completely serious, like a bomb disposal expert who had discovered a large quantity of explosives, complete with a fuse. He turned to the communication screen and punched in a code. A young man in glasses appeared on the screen, greeting the judge respectfully. "Good morning, Mr. Wilkins," the judge replied. "This morning I was hit with a pair of murder charges, Kellogg and Holloway, both on Beta 15. What do you know about them?" The young man smiled. "Oh, Your Honor, they're a lot of nonsense. Dr. Kellogg killed some favorite of old Jack Holloway's, and that's where all the trouble came from. And Jack Holloway can be very unpleasant when he's upset. And this man, Borch, who I believe was Kellogg's personal guard, made the fatal mistake of trying to pull a gun on Jack. I'm surprised Lieutenant Lunt brought these cases to trial. Mr. O'Brien has a disclaimer on both of them, so they can be ignored." Muhammad Ali O'Brien knew the cataclysm of the charge and the momentum that would set off the detonator. Well, perhaps these charges could be dismissed. It remained to be seen how. "I have not yet approved the claimant's dismissal, Mr. Wilkins," the judge said softly. "Can you let me hear the tape of these cases? Play it at 60 speed and I'll transcribe them. Thank you." He reached over and adjusted the recording. Wilkins, the clerk of the court, turned away from the screen. The shrill screeching continued for a minute and a half. The recording was taking longer than he expected. "Well, Usta." There was no more ice in his glass, and Leonard Kellogg dropped a few more pieces in. The drink was very cold, and he added brandy. He had never started drinking so early. If he went on like this, he would be drunk before dinner. But what else could he do? He couldn't go out with his face painted like that. He wasn't going to go out anyway. Everyone was against him. Ernst Maylin, Ruth Ortheris, even Ewan Jimenez. At the police station, Coombs and O'Brien had treated him like a retarded child being soothed in front of guests. And back at Malorisport, they had ignored him completely. He drank quickly, then put the ice back in his glass. Victor Grego had put him on leave until the trial was over, and Mei Lin had been appointed chief of the department. They said he shouldn't be in charge of a department that was working to prove his innocence. Well, maybe that was true, but it sounded like the first step toward his eventual expulsion from the company. He dropped into a chair and lit a cigarette. After a few drags, there was a bad taste in his mouth, and he crushed it out. Well, what was he to do? After they had found the little grave, he had made Gerd understand what it meant for the company. Ewan and Ruth had understood, but Gerd. And when Holloway had called him in and humiliated him like a tramp, And then this nasty little beast came up and tugged at his trousers. He pushed it away, well, maybe kicked it. And it swung at him with the sharp spear it always carried. At any rate, no one but a madman would allow such a thing to happen to any animal. And he kicked it again, and it screamed. A buzzer buzzed in the next room. It might have been Victor. Kellogg drained the rest of his brandy and hurried to the comm screen. It was Leslie Coombs. His face was expressionless. "Hello, Leslie." "Good afternoon, Dr. Kellogg." His formal address was reproachful. "The Attorney General has called me. Judge Pendarvis has not accepted the plaintiff's dismissal. He has reviewed your cases and remanded them for trial." "Do you think it is serious?" "Yes, this is serious. If you are found guilty, the company's rights will automatically be null and void. And if you are only concerned about your own fate, you will probably be sentenced to death by firing squad." He shrugged and continued. "Now I must tell you that I am responsible for your protection." "Call at my office at 10:30 this morning. I think by then I will know what they are bringing against you. I will be expecting you, Dr. Kellogg." He could have said more, but for the official visit, this was enough. Leonard walked unconsciously into the other room, sat down in a chair, and poured himself a glass of brandy. There was only a small piece of ice in it, but he did not add more. They were bringing him to trial for killing that little animal, and Ham O'Brien had said they couldn't do it. He had promised not to let him go to trial. At least, if they brought him in and found him guilty, they would take him out and shoot him for killing that stupid little animal he had trampled on. He heard it scream again, and felt the sickening softness of its body under his feet. He emptied the glass, poured himself another, and drank again. Then he staggered and stumbled over to the sofa and threw himself face down on the cushions. Leslie Coombs found Victor Grego in his office. Nick Emmert was there too. They both rose to greet him, and Grego said, "Did you hear?" "Yes, O'Brien told me. I contacted my client and told him. I'm afraid it came as a bit of a shock to him." "It didn't shock me, though," Grego said as soon as they sat down. "When Ham O'Brien is too sure of something, I always expect the worst." "Pendarvis wants to take over the case himself," Emmert said. "I always thought he was a good-natured man. But what is he trying to do now? Cut the company's throat?" "He's not anti-company, but he's not for the company. He's for the law. The law says that a planet inhabited by intelligent beings is a Class 4 and must have a Class 4 colonial government. He wants to find out what class Zarathustra is and apply the law accordingly. If this is a Class 4 inhabited planet, then the Zarathustra Company is acting illegally. It's his job to stop the illegality. The law is Frederick Pendarvis's religion, and he's its priest. You never see a priest in conflict with religion." When he finished, there was an oppressive silence in the air. Grego looked at the globe and suddenly realized that, although he was proud of this toy, the real treasures were stored in the bank's vaults. And now they were slowly floating away from him. Nick Emmert was scared. "Yesterday you were right, Victor. It would have been better if Holloway had killed this son of a Kugra. Maybe it's not too late." "That's right, Nick. But it's too late. We're late in everything. All we have to do is win the case in court." Leslie turned to Grego. "What are your people doing?" Grego looked away from the globe. "Ernst Mylan studies materials about the fuzzies, watches the films and tries to prove that they do not have intelligence. Ruth Ortheris does the same, only she works along the lines of instincts and unconditional reflexes. In her laboratory there are a dozen rats, several dogs, and a monkey. Henry Stenson helps her. He makes the necessary equipment and instruments. Juan Jimenez studies the mental abilities of earth dogs and cats, Kolfs from Frayne, and black skulkers from Mimir.
Can't he draw some kind of canine or monkey parallel to this funeral?
Grego said nothing, just shook his head. Emmert muttered something under his breath, probably another curse word. I don't think it can be done. I'm afraid of only one thing, that these fuzzies might light a fire in the court and start discussing the hearing in the language of the earthlings. Nick Emmert cried out in panic.
Do you think they are intelligent?
Of course. And you? Gregor smiled sourly. Nick thinks you've decided to prove it, but that's not necessary. Let's stick to the negative questions. So here goes. Fuzzies are intelligent beings. Personally, I think knowing that will make us take our work more seriously.
You know, I was at the board meeting,
Emmert said cheerfully. No one paid attention to his words, and he added, the first thing they did was work out the terms. Gregor looked at him questioningly. Leslie, I think Nick has something. What definition of a rational being did they adopt? As far as I know, they have nothing. Intelligence is something that goes without saying. What do you think of the formula, speech and kindling fire? He shook his head. The case of the colony of Wiskin versus Emily Morash, 612 AE. He told them about the infanticide. Do you know what your people will do when they come up with a court-approved definition of intelligence? They'll have to compare the fuzzies to every known intelligent race, without having any fuzzies to hand. I don't envy them. We need to get some fuzzies for our lab somewhere, Grego said. It's too bad we can't get Holloway's fuzzies, Emmert added. Maybe we can steal them when they're alone at camp. No, we can't risk that, Leslie thought. Wait a minute. I think we can get them. Legally. 9. Jack Holloway noticed Little Fuzzy examining the pipe he had left in the ashtray. He picked it up and put it in his mouth, and Little Fuzzy looked at him reproachfully and jumped down on the floor. Daddy Jack was puzzled. Did Little Fuzzy want to smoke a pipe too? Perhaps it would not hurt him? He lifted Little Fuzzy onto his knee and offered him the pipe. Little Fuzzy took a drag, but did not cough. He probably did not inhale the smoke. They're going to try Kellogg first, Gus Brannard said. And there's nothing I can do to stop that. Do you understand what that means? They're going to try him first. And Leslie Coombs is going to be the prosecution and the defense. And if they acquit him, they're going to be prejudiced against any evidence of intelligence we present at trial. Mummy Fuzzy made another attempt to snatch the glass of whiskey from Gus, but he beat her to it. The baby, sitting on his head, was playing hide-and-seek behind his sideburns. First, he continued, they will exclude everything they can from the Fuzzy's testimony. There is much they cannot disprove, but they will fight for the slightest possibility. They will disprove everything they cannot exclude. Of course, with a lie detector, they cannot lie, but they will use self-deception. You state your assumption, true or false, and the lie detector will not expose you. They will attack all expert testimony and play with words. And everything they cannot exclude or disprove, they will admit, but will first declare that this does not prove reasonableness. What the hell else do they want? Gerd exploded. Or energy, anti-gravity, or remote control. In order to take the fuzzies out of the game, they will present an elegant, harmonious, pedantic definition of rationality to the court and try to have it accepted. Therefore, we need to determine in advance what it will be and prepare a refutation. Well, naturally, give the definition we need. Surely their definition would include the Kugras. Gerd, do the Kugras bury their dead? No, damn it. They eat them. But keep in mind that they boil them first. We'll have to see what fuzzies can do that Kugras can't, Rainsford said. That'll give us a definition of intelligence. Remember what Ruth said Saturday night? Gerd van Riebeek pretended not to want to remember Ruth's words, or even hear about her. Jack nodded and repeated her words. Unreasonable cleverness, imperceptibly turning into intelligence, is like a dotted line turning into a continuous bold line, or a color palette becoming brighter and more saturated. It can be represented graphically, said Gerd. You know, this line is so clear before my eyes that I am tempted to think of intelligence as the result of a mutation. It is a pity that we cannot apply one of those mutations that shortened the path of development on some planets.
Ben Rainsford started to say something, but a police siren blared over the camp and he stopped abruptly. The Fuzzies looked up with interest. They knew who it was. Daddy Jack's friends in blue. Jack went to the door and opened it, letting out a beam of light. The plane landed. George Lunt, 2 policemen and 2 plainclothesmen jumped out. Both of the latter were armed. One of them was carrying a bundle. "Hello, George. Come in." "We want to talk to you, Jack," Lance said grimly. "At least these people do." "Of course. Well, let's go." He stepped back into the room to let them in. Something was wrong. Something bad had come in with them. Kadra, who had entered first, stood next to Jack, a little behind him. Lund glanced around and stopped between Jack and the gun rack, his eyes fixed on the pistols lying on the table. The third man let the 2 strangers go ahead, closed the door, and stood by it. Jack wondered if the court had revoked his bail and ordered his arrest. The strangers, muscular men with thin black mustaches and sullen faces, were looking at Lunt. Rainsford and Van Riebeek stood up. Gus Brannard leaned forward to fill his glass, but did not straighten up. "Give me the paper," Lance said to the muscular stranger. The shorter one took out a folded document and held it out. "Jack, I have nothing to do with this," Lunt said. "I don't want to do this, but I am. I don't want to shoot you either, but if you resist, I will. I'm not Kurt Borsch. I know you, so there won't be any accidents." "If you've come to hand over the paper, then hand it over," said the taller one. "We can't just chat here all night." "Jack," Lunt said sheepishly, "this is a warrant for the confiscation of your fuzzies, as they are evidence in the Kellogg case. These are the chief of police's representatives from the Supreme Court. They have orders to deliver the fuzzies to Mallorysport." "Let me look at the order, Jack," Brannard said, still bending over. Lant handed the order to Jack, who handed it to Brannard. Gus had been drinking all evening, which was probably why he hadn't gotten up, so as not to show his intoxication. He glanced at the order and nodded. "It's all right. The warrant is signed by the Chief Justice." He handed the paper back. "They have every reason to take the fuzzies. Take the warrant and make them sign a receipt. And don't forget to sign and put their thumbprints on it. See to it, Jack." Gus wanted to distract him from what was going to happen next. The smaller of the 2 representatives dropped the bundle. They were canvas sacks. He sat down at the typewriter and typed out a receipt in which he listed all the fuzzies, described them, and noted in detail that they were all in good health and uninjured. One of the fuzzies tried to climb into his lap, but yeeked desperately as he was torn violently from his shirt. The representative finished his job faster than the men who were catching the fuzzies. Only 3 fuzzies were in the sacks. They ran to their door, but Lunt was standing there, blocking the door with his heels. Seeing this, both fuzzies tried to bury themselves in their bedding. The third policeman and one of the representatives pulled them out and stuffed them into the sacks. Jack stood up, stunned and confused, and yanked the receipt out of the typewriter. There was an argument. Lunt, furious, told the representatives to either sign the paper or get the hell out of there without the fuzzies. They signed, then dipped their thumbs in the ink and stamped their thumbprints, each next to his signature. Jack, trying not to look at the 6 bulging brown sacks and trying not to hear the frightened yelps coming from them, handed the paper to Gus. "George, may I collect some of their things?" he asked.
Of course, what kind of things? Bedding. Some toys. You mean this useless junk? The smaller of the representatives kicked the construction of balls and sticks. We were ordered to take only the fuzzies. Did you hear that, gentlemen? Lance said it as if he were swearing. He turned to the representatives. Well, you've got them. What else do you want? Jack stood in the doorway and watched as they loaded the bags into the air car, climbed in, and flew away. Then he returned to the living room and sat down on the table. They don't even know what a warrant is, he said. They don't know why I didn't stand up for them. They think Daddy Jack betrayed them. Jack, are they gone? Brannard asked. And they're not coming back? He stood up, reached behind the chair, and pulled out a small ball of white fur. The baby caught it by the beard in his tiny hands and yeeked happily. Baby, they didn't take you! Brannard freed his beard from his little hands and handed it to Jack. No, but it's on the receipt too. Brannard finished what was left in his glass, took out a cigarette and lit it. Now we'll fly to Mallorysport and get the others back. But the Chief Justice signed this order. He won't give them back just because we ask him to. Brannard snorted. I'll bet you anything Pendarvis never saw that order. The Chief Justice's office has stacks of signed forms lying around. If they had to sit in the lobby to get the judge's signature every time they wanted to subpoena a witness or seize evidence, they'd never get anywhere. If Ham O'Brien didn't think to stock up on these, Leslie Coombs certainly has a whole collection of them. We'll use my aerobot, said Gerd van Riebeek. Are you with us, Ben? Then let's go. He couldn't make sense of it. The big blue creatures were friends. They had given him whistles and were very sad when the dead girl was buried. And why hadn't Daddy Jack taken the big gun and stopped them? He couldn't be afraid. Daddy Jack wasn't afraid of anything. The others were close. They were in bags like the one he had been put in. He could call to them and hear a response. Suddenly he felt the cold metal of the steel knife Daddy Jack had made for him. He could cut through the bag and crawl out and free the others, but it was no use. They were in that thing of the big things that rose into the sky. And if he got out of the bag now, there would be nowhere to go, and they would be caught right away. Better to wait. And only one thought troubled him. He didn't know where they were coming from and where they were being taken. Would they ever be able to find the place where Daddy Jack lived? Gus Brannard was nervous and talkative, and it worried Jack. He stopped twice at the mirror in the hallway to make sure his gray and gold threaded tie was tight and his black jacket was buttoned properly. He paused at the door marked Chief Justice, trying to resist the urge to fluff up his freshly washed beard. There were two men in the Chief Justice's private quarters. He had seen Pendarvis once or twice, but their paths had never crossed. The Justice had the kind, ascetic face of a man at peace with his conscience. He had Mohammed Ali O'Brien. At first he was surprised to see them enter. Then he was afraid. No one shook hands with anyone. The Chief Justice bowed gracefully and motioned for them to sit down. Now, he said when they were all seated, Miss Ugathorne will read your complaint against Mr. O'Brien's conduct. We have indeed filed a complaint, Your Honor. Brannard opened his briefcase and pulled out two papers, a warrant and a receipt for the fuzzies, and passed them across the table. My client and I wish to know on what grounds Your Honor authorized this action, and why Mr. O'Brien sent his men to Mr. Holloway's camp to tear these little creatures away from their friend and protector. The judge looked through the papers. As you know, Miss Ugathorne made copies of these documents when you came to request an audience. I have examined them. But believe me, Mr. Brannard, this is the first time I have seen the subpoena in its original form. You know why blank forms are signed. It is a practice to save as much time and effort as possible. Up to now, they have been used only in cases where there was no dispute. Believe me, if I had seen this paper, I would never have signed it. He turned to the nervous chief prosecutor. Mr. O'Brien, he said, no one can confiscate an intelligent being as evidence. True, the intelligence of the fuzzies has not yet been proven, but this is quite admissible. The court cannot allow any innocent person to suffer because of its fault. And, Your Honor, Brannard interjected, it is undeniable that the Fuzzies are suffering most unfairly. Innocent and simple children, that's what the Fuzzies are. Happy and trusting little children who have known only kindness and love until now. The image of them suddenly being kidnapped, stuffed into sacks by cruel and thoughtless people. Your Honor! O'Brien's face grew blacker than that of an ordinary Agni native. I cannot listen to the words with which this man characterizes the officers of the court. I protest. If the officers of the court need protection, Mr. O'Brien, the court will protect them. It seems to me that you should now consider your own protection. Your Honor, I maintain that I acted only as my duties required, O'Brien said. The Fuzzies are the single most important piece of evidence in the creature's case against Kellogg. Only by demonstrating their sentience can Kellogg be convicted of murder. Then why did you endanger them in such a criminal manner? Brannard asked. I put them in danger, O'Brien asked, horrified. Your Honor, I only acted as I did to ensure their safety. I only wanted them to appear in court. And you took them away from the only person on this planet who knows how to treat them, who loves them as he might love his own children. You subjected them to an insult that you know could be detrimental to them. Judge Pendarvis nodded. I do not think, Mr. Brannard, that you exaggerate. Mr. O'Brien, I have formed an unfavorable opinion of your conduct in this matter. You had no right to treat supposed intelligent beings in such a manner. I must agree with Mr. Brannard's characterization of your conduct as criminally reckless. Now, speaking dispassionately, I order you to bring the Fuzzies here at once and return them to the custody of Mr. Holloway. Yes, of course, Your Honor. O'Brien's anxiety increased. His face had turned a gray-brown. It was the color a walnut gun rack might turn after standing in the rain all day. I'll need an hour to send for them and get them here. You mean they're not in this building? Pendarvis asked. Your Honor, there is no necessary equipment here. I sent them to the Science Center. What? Jack decided to remain silent and let Gus speak. The exclamation literally burst out of him. Gus Brannard and Judge Pendarvis both simultaneously exclaimed, but neither noticed. Pendarvis leaned forward and asked softly, Mr. O'Brien, are you a member of the staff of the Department of Scientific Research and Exploration created by the Zarathustra Company? But they have all the necessary equipment to keep all kinds of living creatures. They do all the scientific work for... Pendarvis swore profanely. Brannard was as startled as if his own briefcase had grabbed him by the throat and was trying to strangle him. But he wasn't half as scared as Ham O'Brien. You realize, said Pendarvis, with an obvious effort to pull himself together, that the man who brings the charge of murder is himself the accused. Mr. O'Brien, you have once again confirmed that my opinion of you is correct. Nobody blamed the Zarathustra Company, O'Brien said sullenly. Officially, no, Brannard agreed. But wasn't Leonard Kellogg the head of the Zarathustra Company scientific department? Dr. Kellogg has been relieved of his duties. He is awaiting the outcome of the trial. The department is now headed by Dr. Ernst Milan, the main scientific witness for the defense. I don't see any fundamental difference. But Mr. Emmert said everything would be fine, O'Brien muttered. Jack, did you hear that? Brannard asked. Remember that. You'll testify to it at the trial. He turned to the Chief Justice. Your Honor, perhaps we should send Colonial Police Chief Frayne for the Fuzzies. Until they return, I'd advise keeping Mr. O'Brien away from all means of communication. That's a sensible suggestion, Mr. Brannard. I'll give you a warrant for the confiscation of the Fuzzies and a search warrant for any searches that may be necessary. I don't think the Orphans' Court would mind appointing Mr. Holloway legal guardian of these supposedly intelligent beings. What are their names? Yes, they're on this receipt. He smiled pleasantly. You see, Mr. O'Brien, we're saving you a lot of trouble. O'Brien, not being very smart, continued to protest. But there is another murder case in which I am acting as prosecutor, he began. And Darvis stopped smiling. Mr. O'Brien, I doubt if you've ever prosecuted anyone here. I'm relieving you of all duties in connection with the Kellogg-Holloway case. And if I hear you talk about it, I'll issue a warrant for your arrest. The reason for your arrest won't be hard to find. It's a charge of malfeasance. 10. Opinion, Policine. Colonial Police Chief Max Frayne was as heavy as Gus Brannard, only considerably shorter. Sandwiched between the two massive bodies in the back seat of the Chief of Police's car, Jack Holloway looked at the backs of the two court officials in the front seat and felt a happy smile spread across his face. He was going to get his friends back. Little Fuzzy and Coco, Mike and Measy, Mommy and Cinderella. He listed them and imagined them yipping and running around him, happy to be back with Daddy Jack. The car landed on the upper platform of the company's science center. A policeman immediately ran up to them. Gus opened the door and climbed out, followed by Jack. "You can't park here," the policeman shouted. "This is a company car park." Max Frayne, who had appeared behind them, stepped forward. The two court officials also got out of the car. "What the hell do you want?" said Frayne. "With this warrant, I'll land anywhere. Take it away, boys. We don't need an escort." The company policeman protested, but then quieted down and stood still between the court officials. It seemed to dawn on him that the Federation Court was something more than the Zarathustra Company charter. Or perhaps he decided that a revolution had begun. Leonard Kellogg's office, now Ernst Mylin's, was on the first floor of the skyscraper, counting from the parking lot on the roof. They stepped off the escalator into a hall filled with whispering office workers. They fell silent as soon as they noticed them entering. 3 or 4 girls rushed out of the office. One of them ran into Chief of Police Frayne's stomach. Another knocked over a court official as she ran out of the hall. The office itself was empty. Frayne put his hand on the handle of the next door and pushed it open. Kellogg's, now Mylin's secretary, seemed to have entered a second before them. She stood before the desk, muttering incoherently. Mylin, who had begun to rise from his chair, froze, leaning over the desk. Juan Jimenez, standing in the middle of the room, was the first to notice them. He looked around wildly, as if seeking an escape route. Frayne walked past the secretary and walked up to the desk. He showed Mylin his badge and handed over the papers. Mylin looked at him carefully. "But we're holding these fuzzies on behalf of Mr. O'Brien," he said. "We can't return them without his sanction." "That," said Max Frayne softly, "is a warrant issued by Chief Justice Pendarvis. As for Mr. O'Brien, I doubt if he will ever be of any assistance to you again. I suspect he is in jail at present." "That," he growled, leaning forward as far as his waist would allow, "is where I will push you if you do not get the fluffies here immediately." If Frayne had suddenly turned into a damn beast, it wouldn't have shocked Mylin more than what had just happened. He involuntarily cowered under the police chief's gaze. That gaze finished him off. "But I can't," he tried to justify himself. "We don't know exactly where they are at the moment." "You don't know?" Frayne's voice dropped to a whisper. "You admit you're keeping them here, but you don't know where? Start all over again. Order them back." At that moment, the communication screen came to life. Ruth Ortheris appeared on it, dressed in a light blue suit, tailored in a strict style. "Dr. Mylin, what's going on here?" she asked. "Someone trashed my office while I was out for breakfast. Have you found the fuzzies yet?" "What's wrong?" Jack cried. Mylin looked at the screen and seemed to shout, "Ruth, shut up! Disconnect and get out of sight!" With surprising speed for a man of his size, Frayne flew up to the screen and held up his badge. "I am Chief of the Colonial Police. Frayne, girl, I want you to come here at once. Don't make me send for you. I don't like it, and it's trouble for you." "I'll be right there." She hung up. Frayne turned to Mylin. So, he didn't play with his voice anymore. There was no need for it anymore. Are you going to tell the truth, or do we need to use a lie detector? Where are the fuzzies? But I don't know, Malin defended himself. Yuan, tell him. You're the one responsible for them. I haven't even seen them here. Jack struggled to contain his excitement and spoke slowly. If anything happens to the fuzzies, you'll both be jealous of Kurt Vorch before I'm done with you. Very well. What do you say to that? Asked Frayne Jimenez. Start with the moment when you and O'Brien took the fuzzies from the central courthouse last night. Okay. We got them here. I got the cages made for them and Ruth Ortherus came in. She didn't look at Jack, but she didn't hide her gaze from him either. She nodded stiffly, as if they had just parted, and sat down. What's the matter, Chief of Police? She asked. Why did you come here with these gentlemen? They have a warrant to return the fuzzies to Mr. Holloway, Malin said, trembling. And we don't know where they are. No! Ruth's face turned into a mask of fear for a moment. No, when... She fell silent in thought. I came in about 7 o'clock, Jimenez said, to give them food and water, but they were already out of their cages. The wire on one of the cages had been cut, and Fuzzy, who was in it, came out and freed the others. They passed through my office, making a real mess on the way, and came out into the hall, and where they are now, we don't know. I can't even imagine how they managed to do all this. Whoever built those cages probably didn't use their brains at all. Ever since Kellogg and Malin showed up at Jack's camp, Malin must have been constantly convincing himself that they were just stupid little animals. He probably succeeded in doing that and acted on that belief last night. We want to see the cells, Jack said. Hey! Frayne approached the open door. Manuel! The court representative entered, letting the company policeman go ahead of him. Did you hear what happened? Asked Frayne. The Fluffies broke their cage, but will they be able to get out of here since all the exits are blocked? God, we don't have enough people to search. Let's go. Take Hammy with you. He knows the interior layout better than we do. Pete, we need at least 6 men. Ask Chang, if he has any spare men, to send some police here. Wait a minute, Jack said. He turned to Ruth. What do you know about all this? Not much. I was here with Dr. Malin when Mr. Grego and Mr. O'Brien called us and warned us that the fuzzies would be kept here until the trial. We set up the room before they arrived, and Ewan got the cages. That's all we had until 9:30. When I came here this morning and found that the fuzzies had escaped, I realized that they couldn't have gotten out of the building. So I went to the lab and started preparing the equipment for working with the fuzzies. About 10 o'clock, I realized that the equipment was completely out of order, and, having loaded it on a cart, I took it with my assistant to Henry Stenson's tool shop. After leaving the equipment, I went to have breakfast and came back here. How would a lie detector react to this? Jack wondered. Perhaps he should suggest this idea to Max Frayne. I'll stay here, said Gus Brannard, and maybe I can get something else out of these people. Why didn't you contact the hotel and tell them what happened, Gus? Jack asked. Gerd worked here. He could probably help with the search. Good idea. Pete, tell our guys to stop by Mallory's on the way and grab him. Frayne turned to Jimenez. Come on, show us where you kept the fuzzies and how they got out. Then one means to a see, so you or tell. With a not comments to a new year, we already. One means to a see, so. You're saying one of them got out of the cage and freed the others, Jack said to Jimenez as soon as they stepped onto the escalator. Do you know who it was? Jimenez shook his head. Jack came security from 2 weeks. We didn't have time to sign the cells. It could have been Little Fuzzy. He had always been the brains of the family. With him at the helm, they had a chance of survival. The only trouble was, this place was full of dangers for fuzzies. They knew nothing about radiation, poison, electrical wires, and all that stuff. That is, if they were actually running. That thought was beginning to worry Jack. As he rode down, he saw company employees in the hallways of each floor, holding nets, blankets, and other trapping gear. When they got off the escalator, Jimenez led them into a large room with glass cases filled with stuffed and skeletonized Zoroaster mammals. The people there were peering into every crack, and some were even examining the cases. Jack began to think that the escape had been genuine, and not a setup to cover up the murder of the fuzzies. Jimenez led them to an open door at the end of the room. In the next room, a night light cast a blue-white glow. Near the door stood a swivel chair. Jimenez pointed to it. By climbing on the chair, they could reach the latch and open the door, he said. The latch was the same as the door to the camp hut, but instead of a knob, it had a regular handle. The fuzzies could see how it worked by watching the people leaving. Frayne touched the latch. Not too tight, he said. Are your little friends strong enough to open it? Jack tried the latch and nodded. Of course. Besides, they are smart enough to do it. Even the kid, the only one left in the camp, was able to figure out how it opens. But look what they did to my office, Jimenez said, turning the light. They had made a complete mess of it. They hadn't taken anything. They had just scattered things. Everything had been swept off the table and onto the floor, and an empty waste paper basket lay next to a pile of trash. Jack smiled when he saw all this. That's right. The escape had been real. They were probably looking for weapons, and in the process they made this mess. They probably have a bit of a vengeful streak too, Ewan. I don't think they like you very much. Don't blame them, said Frame. Look at the cages instead. The cages were in a room that was a filing cabinet, storage room and dumping ground, behind Jimenez's office. There was a latch lock there too, and the fuzzies dragged one of the cages over and climbed on top of it, opening the door. The cages themselves were about 3 feet wide and 5 feet long. The wooden frames were fastened to plywood floors and covered with 1/4-inch mesh. The lids of the cages were hinged. Instead of locks, ordinary bolts and nuts were pushed through the brackets. 5 of the cages had the nuts unscrewed and the bolts removed, and the 6th had been broken from the inside. In one corner, the mesh had been cut from the frame and bent back, making a triangular opening just big enough for a fuzzy to crawl through. The only thing I can't figure out, Jimenez said, is why the wire looks like it's been cut. It's cut, Chief of Police. If I were you, I'd take off your belt and whip your representative. He forgot to search the prisoners. One of the fuzzies hid his tool from him. He remembered how little Fuzzy and Coco had tried to bury themselves in their beds in a foolish attempt to hide, and then told of the little blades forged from spring steel. I think he had the knife in his hand when they put him in the sack, and to hide it, he curled up into a ball. Besides, he waited for the right moment and didn't use it until he was sure he wouldn't be caught, added the Chief of Police. The wire is soft enough to cut easily. He turned to Jimenez. You're lucky I can't serve on a jury. Why didn't you drop the whole thing and stop Kellogg from pleading guilty? Gerd van Riebeek paused in the doorway and peered into Leonard Kellogg's office. The last time he had been here was when Kellogg had called him in to discuss the land shrimp question. Now, trying to look uninterested, Maylin sat in Kellogg's chair. Gus Branhart lounged across from him, smoking a cigar and looking at Maylin as if he were debating whether to shoot a dead pig again. The uniformed court official turned inquiringly, then went back to studying a carefully drawn diagram showing the relationships of Zoroaster's mammals. He was making a copy for himself. Ruth Ortheris sat at one side of the desk, smoking. She glanced up. But when Gerd looked at her as if she were empty space, she looked down again. You didn't find them? He asked Brannard. The hairy lawyer shook his head. Jack and his team are inspecting the basement. Max is in the psychology labs getting the company cops who were on duty last night into the right state. They say, and the lie detector confirms it, that the Fuzzies couldn't get out of the building. They don't know what is possible for the Fuzzies and what is not. I told him the same thing, he pointed at Malin, but he didn't give me any clear answers. He's amazed that they managed to get out of the cages. Ruth said, Gerd, we didn't hurt them. We didn't even think of harming them. We only put them in cages because we didn't have a suitable room for them, but we wanted to set up a special room where they could play together. Noticing that Gerd wasn't listening to her, she fell silent, crushed her cigarette in the ashtray, and stood up. Dr. Malin, since these people don't have any more questions for me, I'm going to go do some work. Gerd, do you have any questions for her? Brannard asked. He'd wanted to ask her something important once, but now he was glad he'd never gotten around to it. Hell, it was as if the company was her husband. Besides, if she married him, it would be bigamy. No, I don't want to talk to her at all. She went to the door, but stopped. Gerd, she began, but then stopped and walked out. Gus Brannard watched her go and flicked the ash from his cigar onto the floor of Leonard Kellogg's, now Ernst Malin's, office. Gerd hated her, and no one could make him respect her if he didn't want to. She should have known that this could happen. A smart girl would never limit herself to one man. She would find 4 or 5 for every occasion and play with them like a cat with mice. She had to leave the science center immediately, but she had one more thing to do. She didn't dare go to her office because in the lab across the street, Chief of Police Freen was questioning people using the science center's lie detector. Yes, but she could use the communication screen. She went out into the lower hall's duty room. The dozing guard immediately recognized her and peppered her with questions about the Fuzzies. She waved him off, went to the screen and punched in the code. After a short wait, an elderly man with a bloodless face and thin lips appeared on the screen. When he recognized her, a shadow of annoyance crossed his face. Mr. Stenson, she began before he could say anything. The equipment I sent to your shop today, the reaction detectors, is in good order, but we made a terrible mistake. If they are repaired, they will only be ruined. I don't understand, Dr. Ortheris. It was a simple mistake. You know, everyone's at a standstill. Mr. Holloway, his lawyer, and Chief of Police Frayne came here and presented a warrant signed by Judge Pendarvis. According to this warrant, we are to return the Fuzzies. And no one can tell us what to do now. And the equipment malfunction was an operator error. So we'll take it back, that's all. I understand, Dr. Ortheris, said the old handyman, but I'm afraid the equipment has already been repaired. Mr. Stephenson has already taken it, and I can't get in touch with him at the moment. What will you do if I can't fix this unfortunate error? I'll get her. I'll go in myself or send someone. She switched off the screen. Old Johnson, the head of the fact synthesis department, tried to detain her and ask her a few questions. I'm sorry, Mr. Johnson, but I have no free time. I must leave the company house immediately. When Jack Holloway returned with Gerd van Riebeek, the suite at the Mallory Hotel was crowded. There was a hum of voices and fans, working hard to clear the air of tobacco smoke. Gus Brannard, Ben Rainsford, and Fuzzy Baby were sitting in a huddle on the floor. "Oh, Mr. Holloway," one of them shouted. "Have you found them yet?" "No, we've been crawling all over the science center. From where the cages were, they went down several floors. That's all we've been able to find out. I don't think they could get out. The only exit at ground level is guarded by company police on duty, and there's no way to get down to the ground from the other exits to the landing pads." "Mr. Holloway, I didn't want to say this," Ben said, "but have you considered the possibility that they hid in the trash bin and were dumped into the energy converter?" "We thought about it. There's only one door to get in there, and it was locked. From the time they were brought in until the search began, The trash hadn't been disposed of, and now everything that goes into the converter is carefully checked.
Well, I am glad to hear it, Mr. Holloway, and I hope that everything said here will bring joy. Are you staying here?
Yes, I will remain in Mallorysport until I find them or receive confirmation that they are not in the city. In that case, I will offer a reward of 2,000 sols for each Fluffy returned to me. In a while, I should receive duplicated photographs. Oppressing the power of dog, Victor Grego lifted the pitcher of chilled cocktail. More? He asked Leslie Coombs. Yes, thank you. Coombs held his glass until it was full. So you're saying, Victor, that you did as I advised, but it turned out to be bad advice. Even out of politeness, Grego couldn't help but agree with that. He just hoped it wasn't too bad. Leslie wasn't trying to shift the blame, although considering the way Ham O'Brien had handled the matter, he might have done so. I deserve to be punished, Coombs said dispassionately, as if he were condemning the mistakes made by Hitler or Napoleon. First of all, O'Brien shouldn't have used a pre-signed form, and secondly, who would have guessed that Pendarvis would publicly admit to signing blank forms? He's had a hell of a time in the press. He didn't think Brannard or Holloway would try to fight the warrant. He didn't think they would fight back. Kellogg didn't think Jack Holloway would throw him off his property. Kurt Borch thought all he'd do with the gun was pull it out and wave it in Jack's face. And Jimenez thought the Fuzzies would just sit quietly in their cages. I wish I knew where they went, said Coombs. They searched all the buildings, but they couldn't find them. Ruth Ortheris has a good idea. That's why she left the Science Center before Frayne could apprehend her and interrogate her. She and an assistant took some equipment out in a truck around 10 o'clock. She thinks the Fuzzies might have attached themselves and left with them. I know it sounds pretty incredible, but damn it, everything the others are suggesting is impossible. I'm going to see this through. Maybe we can find them before Holloway does. But they're not in the Science Center, that's for sure. His glass was empty. He considered refilling it, and then poured another. O'Brien should be removed from the case immediately. Is that possible? Quite. Pendarvis gave him a choice. Either resign, or be charged with malfeasance. Can they really charge him, or are they just trying to scare him? Official crime, maybe, but they can charge him. And then they can use a lie detector. They can ask him what business he was doing at the office, and you know what they might find out, Coombs said. Of course, he's still the Attorney General of the court. Nick backed him up. But if O'Brien reveals the affairs at the residence, Nick will be in trouble. Now about Brannard. He has brought suit against the company and has delivered all the copies of the Fuzzies films to prove it. The world news has fallen upon it like a hungry pig upon acorns, and even the agencies we control cannot divert their attention. I do not know who will conduct these cases, but whoever it is must not strike at us. In the meantime, everything Pendarvis does is extremely unpleasant for us. I think the law and the evidence are the most important things to him, but even that is distorted by this hostility. He has made an appointment with Brannard and me tomorrow. We must think of something he will like. 11. The two lawyers rose slowly as the Chief Justice entered. He acknowledged their greetings, sat down at his desk, and reached into his silver cigar box and pulled out a Panatella. Gustavus Adolphus Brenhart picked up a cigar that had been set aside and began to puff intently. Leslie Coombs took a cigarette from his pack. They both stared at the judge, as if waiting for a signal to bring out the axes and rapiers. Well, gentlemen, as you know, we have 2 murder cases on our hands, and nothing to conduct them with, he began. Why 2, Your Honor? Asked Coombs. It is quite frivolous to charge both. One man killed a wild animal, and the other a man who tried to kill it. Well, Your Honor, I don't think my client is guilty of anything in law or in conscience, Brennard said. I want him to be acquitted in the due process of law. He looked at Coombs. I think Mr. Coombs should want his client to be acquitted in court too, since he is also charged with murder. I agree entirely. Innocent men accused of a crime must be publicly acquitted. Now, I want to hold a trial for Kellogg first, and then for Holloway. Are you satisfied with this decision?
Absolutely not, Your Honor, Ranard replied quickly. Holloway's entire defense rests on the fact that Borsch was killed while trying to intercede for a felon. We're prepared to prove that, but we don't want our trial to be biased.
Coombs smiled. Mr. Branard wants to justify his client, and thereby condemn mine. We cannot agree with this formulation of the question. Yes, I accept your objections, but I will eliminate them. We will consolidate both cases and conduct one single trial. A smile instantly appeared on Gus Branard's face. Coombs didn't like the idea at all. Your Honor, I believe you suggested this in jest, he said. No, Mr. Coombs. Then, Your Honor, this would be the most improper, I don't want to go so far as to say the most indecent, trial I've ever heard of. These are not cases of partners in crime, but of two men charged with separate criminal acts, and a conviction of one would be an almost automatic acquittal for the other. I don't know who will replace Muhammad O'Brien, but in my heart, I pity him. Why, while the prosecutor is breaking up the case, Mr. Branard and I can go off and play poker somewhere?
Okay, Mr. Coombs, we'll have two prosecutors. I pledge to you and Mr. Branard that each case will have its own prosecutor. You'll prosecute Mr. Branard's client, and he'll prosecute yours. I think that will eliminate any further objections.
Branard's face was at once sober and reckless. He was almost purring, like a big tiger who has had the best piece of a kid. Leslie Coombs's politeness began to fray slightly.
Your Honor, that's an excellent offer,
Branard said.
I would be delighted to prosecute Mr. Coombs's client.
All I can say, Your Honor, is that the first decision was the worst I know of, and the last one won't do your reputation any favors either,
Coombs replied.
Well, Mr. Coombs, use the law and the law of jurisprudence very carefully.
I simply cannot find a clause that would prohibit such a process. I'll bet you won't find any precedent for that. Leslie Coombs could know anything better than anyone else. How much is the bet, Leslie? Branard asked, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Don't let him pocket your money. Within an hour, I found 16 precedents in 12 different planetary courts. Well, Your Honor, Coombs conceded, I hope you know what you're doing. You're consolidating two cases into a single civil case. Gus Branard smiled. What is this? He asked. Little Furry's Friends versus the Zarathustra Privileged Company. I will act as the friend of the incompetent aborigines to prove their sanity, and Mr. Coombs, in the interests of the Zarathustra Company, will contest it to preserve the company's rights. It will be so. It was impolite of Gus. Leslie Coombs just wanted to end the conversation, confident that the company's rights were safe. There was an endless stream of rumors about fuzzies, sightings here and there, often in different parts of town at the same time. Some were from people trying to advertise themselves, others from would-be liars and lunatics. Most were the result of unintentional mistakes or overactive imaginations. There was reason to suspect that a good deal of these rumors were being created by the company to confuse the search. But the intensity with which the search was being conducted encouraged Jack. And the company police and the Mallorysport Police Department, which was controlled by the company, were also conducting a covert search. Max Frayne sent everyone he could find to search for them. This was not because he had any animosity towards the company, nor because he was under the direction of the Chief Justice, but because the Chief of the Colonial Police was pro-Fuzzy. Consequently, the Colonial Police, over which Nick Emmert's administration had no influence, became involved. Colonel Ian Ferguson, the Commandant, directly appointed by the Earth Colonial Service, contacted Max and offered his assistance. George Lunt called daily from the Beta continent, inquiring about developments. The Mallory Hotel was expensive, and Jack sold several sunstones. The company's jewel buyers were almost impolite to him, and he himself made no attempt to be polite. The bank treated him with coolness, too. On the other hand, The Space Force officer who had accompanied the enlisted men and junior officers who had come down from Xerxes met Jack, introduced himself, shook his hand, and wished him a speedy and successful outcome. One day, in one of the domed business centers, an elderly man, with gray hair sticking out from under a black beret, greeted him. "Mr. Holloway, I am very sorry to hear of the disappearance of your little friends," he said. "Unfortunately, I cannot help you in any way, but I hope they return safely." "Thank you, Mr. Stenson." Jack shook the old man's hand.
If you could make me a pocket lie detector, I could immediately check people who claim to have seen the fuzzies, and it would save me a lot of time. Yes, I made a portable lie detector for the police. I think, however, that you need a device to detect psychopaths, but this is not yet possible for science. If you are still looking for sunstones, I can offer you an improved microbeam scanner that I have developed and— Jack went into Stenson's workshop with him, drank a cup of tea, and looked at the scanner. Using Stenson's communication screen, he called Max Frayne. 6 other people claimed to have seen the fuzzies. During that week, the camp movies were shown so often that interest in them faded. However, Baby Boy was still popular, and after a few days, Jack hired a girl to sort the mail. One day, walking into a bar, Jack was stunned to see Baby Boy on a woman's head, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was only a life-size doll attached to a bungee cord. Within a week, the town was full of fuzzy hats. Store windows were decorated with life-size fuzzy dolls. One afternoon, 2 weeks later, Chief of Police Frayne flew to Jack's hotel. Jack got into his car, and Frayne said, "I think it's time to stop searching. We've all turned into fools and exhibitionists." Jack nodded. "And the woman we were talking to turned out to be as stupid as a cork." "Yes. For the last 9 years she's confessed to every crime on the planet. And that proves that we're wasting our time listening to them all. Max, no one has seen them. Do you think they are no longer alive?" The fat man looked at him with alarm. "Jack, the fact that no one has seen them means nothing. No one has even seen a trace of them. There are plenty of land shrimp around, but not a single broken shell. And 6 active and mobile fuzzies must be eating something. They must be showing up at food markets and grocery stores, breaking into premises and robbing. But none of that has happened.
The company police have given up looking for them. And I won't stop. They must be somewhere nearby." He shook Frayne's hand and climbed out of the car. "You're very kind, Max, and I want you to know that I'm in your debt." He watched the car fly away, then looked up at the city. Through the green treetops, he could see the roofs and domes of shopping malls, business centers, entertainment centers, and above them the angular cigars of skyscrapers. A streetless, anti-gravity city, like so many cities on other planets. A new city that had never known terrestrial traffic. The fuzzies might be hiding somewhere in those trees. Or they might all be dead already, caught in some man-made trap. He thought of all the deadly places they might have wandered into. Machines that would doze and make no sound until someone pressed a button. Pipelines that could fill without warning with water or steam or poison gas. Poor little fuzzies. They thought the city was as safe as their native forests, where there was nothing worse than a harpy or a damn beast. When he got down to the room, Gus Brannard was gone. Ben Rainsford was sitting in front of the screen, studying a psychological test, and Gerd was working at a table that had been brought in especially for him. The baby was sitting on the floor, playing with brightly colored toys, but as soon as Daddy Jack came in, he dropped his toys and ran to him, waiting to be picked up. "George called," Gerd said. "They've got a family of fluffies at their post, too." "That's just wonderful." Jack tried to sound enthusiastic. "How many does he have?" 5, 3 males and 2 females. They named them Flayer, Frail, Cabbage Eater, Yeslamaga, Bordina, and troublesome babe. How did the police even get the idea to give such nicknames to harmless fluffies? Would you like to call the police station and have a look at them? Ben asked. The kid really liked them. I think you wouldn't mind chatting with him again. Jack allowed himself to be persuaded and punched in the combination. They were good fuzzies, but certainly not as good as his own, or so it seemed to him. If your family isn't found before the trial, Gus can take ours to court, Lund told him. You'll have to have some evidence to back up your words. I hope this family will learn a lot in 2 weeks. Look at what they can do already, and we only picked them up this afternoon. They've been here less than 24 hours. Jack replied that by then, he hoped to have found his own fuzzies, although he knew he didn't sound very convinced. Then Gus came back. He was delighted with Lund's offer, another one who had given up hope of ever seeing Daddy Jack's fuzzies alive again. There's nothing more for me to do here, Rainsford said. I think I'll go back to Beta Continent before the trial. Maybe I can help train George Lunt's fuzzies. I'll be damned if there's anything to be gained from all this nonsense. He pointed at the information screen. I don't know half the meaning of those words. He switched off the screen. But I'm beginning to realize that if Jimenez is simply wrong, then Ruth Ortheris is wrong. They must have some sense. You can be intelligent and not know it, said Gus. It's like the old French game, where everyone talks and doesn't know they're talking in prose. What are you thinking of doing, Gus? Asked Gerd. I don't know. Today I had a thought. What if I just throw everything away and see what comes out of it? It seems to me that the difference lies in the zone of consciousness, said Ernst Maylin. You know, of course, the axiom that only 1/10 of our mental activity occurs at the level of consciousness. Now imagine a hypothetical race in which the mental process takes place entirely at the level of consciousness. I hope it remains hypothetical, Victor Grego said from the screen, who was in his country house. They won't recognize us as intelligent beings. By their definitions, we can't be intelligent beings, said Leslie Coombs, who had appeared next to Grego. They'll have their own equivalent of the speech and fire rule, based on an ability we can't even imagine. Perhaps, Ruth thought, they would classify us as having 1/10 the intelligence. No, then the chimpanzee would have to be classified as having 100th the intelligence, and the flatworm as having 1/100000th the intelligence. Wait a minute, she said. I take it you mean to say that an unreasonable creature thinks, but only subconsciously. That's right, Ruth. When faced with a completely new situation, an unreasonable creature will think, but subconsciously. But in a well-known situation, a reflex or simply a habit kicks in. You know, said Grego. I think we can prove that the burial ritual that so disturbs us all is a subconscious thing. He paused and lit a cigarette. They all looked at him expectantly. Fuzzies, he continued, bury their natural waste. They do this to avoid unpleasant sensations, bad smells. A dead body decomposes quickly and smells bad, so they subconsciously equate it with waste and bury it too. All fuzzies carry weapons. Fuzzy weapons, also subconsciously, are considered part of the fuzzies. Therefore, they too must be buried. Maylin frowned. He seemed to like the idea, but he just couldn't agree too quickly with a mere mortal. Well, Mr. Grego, perhaps that is a safe enough explanation, he admitted. The association of entirely different things, having some obvious similarity, is recognized as an element of the behavior of unreasonable animals. He frowned again. That may be an explanation. I will think about it. The next day it would become his own idea, to which Victor Grego had added some additions. Some time would pass, everything would be forgotten, and it would become Maylin's theory. Grego apparently agreed with this, for he treated it as if he were giving the task of refining someone else's idea. Ben Rainsford returned to the Beta Continent and Gerd van Riebeck remained in Mallorysport. The policemen from Post 15 made steel tools for their fuzzies, and soon the land shrimps gave them little trouble. They also made a set of small carpentry tools, with which the fuzzies built themselves a house from the remains of packing crates. A pair of fuzzies showed up at Ben Rainsford's camp. He adopted them and named them Flora and Fauna. Now everyone had a fuzzball, and Daddy Jack had only Baby left. Jack lay down on the living room floor and began teaching Baby how to tie knots in a piece of string. Gus Brannard, who spent most of his day in the courthouse, where he had an office as special prosecutor, lounged in his red and blue pajamas, smoking a cigar and sipping coffee. His whiskey intake had been reduced to 2 a day, while scanning the 2 information screens at once and occasionally scribbling in a notebook. Gerd sat at his desk, trying to make some symbolic sense of the paper. Suddenly he crumpled the paper and threw it into the corner with a curse. Brannard turned from the screens and looked at him. "It doesn't work, Gerd?" Gerd cursed again. "How the hell can I prove that fuzzies can generalize?" he asked. "How can I prove that they create abstract ideas? I'll be damned if I can prove that I think consciously myself." "Are you still working on this idea?" "I worked. It seemed like a good idea to me, but maybe we should go back to the fuzzies' behavior patterns and present them as evidence of intelligence?" Brannard asked. "Funerals, for example. But they will insist that we establish a definition of intelligence." At that moment, the comm screen lit up. The kid looked up curiously, then began to untie the figure-8 knot that Jack had tied again. Jack stood up and walked over to the screen. It was Max Frayne, and for the first time since they had met, the police chief was excited. "Jack, have you heard the latest news?" "No. Did they find anyone?" "God, yes. Every policeman in the city is hunting for fuzzies. They have orders to shoot on sight. Nick Emmert is paying a reward of 500 souls for every fuzzy found, dead or alive." Jack smiled. But when the meaning of what was happening dawned on him, his face changed. Gus and Gerd jumped up and ran to the screen, standing behind it. "They were living in a squatter camp on the east side. One of the squatters filed a claim that the fuzzies had abused his 10-year-old daughter," said Frayne. "They were taken to the police station, and the police recorded a story for the Zarathustra News in the Planet News. Of course, those police are under the control of the company. The company is trying hard to make a big deal out of this case." "Were they interrogated with a lie detector?" Brannard asked. "No, and the city police won't let anyone near them. The girl says that she was playing near the house, and the fluffies jumped on her and started beating her with sticks. She has multiple bruises, a broken wrist, and general nervous shock. I don't believe it. They couldn't attack a child. I want to talk to the girl and her father," Brannard said. "I'm going to have them give a lie detector statement. I'll bet anything that this is a false accusation. And the timing is right. There's only a week left before the trial. Maybe the fuzzies wanted to play with her, and she got scared and hurt one of them. A 10-year-old child looks pretty big compared to the fuzzies. And if they think they're in danger, they'll fight hard. They're still alive and in the city. That's the first thing. But they're in more danger than anyone could possibly imagine. That's the second thing." Frayne asked Brannard how quickly he could pack. 5 minutes? Okay, I'll grab you, he said. Get ready. Jack ran to the bedroom he shared with Brannard. There he quickly kicked off his moccasins and put on his boots. Brannard, pulling on his pants over his pajamas, asked where he was going. "With you. I'll find them before some shameless son of a cougar shoots them." "You stay here," Gus ordered. "Stay at the comm screen and switch the video screen to the news, but don't take your clothes off. If we find any fuzzies,
You're to be ready to be the first one out of here. I'll call you as soon as anything definitive comes up. Gerd switched the screen to the news channel, the Planetary News, openly funded by the company and acting on behalf of the company, was broadcasting. It was reporting on a brutal attack on an innocent child, and Jack was troubled by the assertiveness of the accusation. After all, who had made the Fuzzies escape? But even an experienced semanticist could characterize the sounds the Fuzzies were making as threatening. A girl, Lolita Larkin, left her home to play outside at about 12 p.m., but was suddenly surrounded by 6 Fuzzies armed with clubs. Without provocation, they threw her to the ground and beat her severely. Hearing a piercing scream, her father ran out of the house and chased the Fuzzies away. The police brought the girl and her father, Oscar Larkin, to the center, where their story was recorded. City and company police, along with citizen squads, are combing the eastern part of the city. General Representative Emmert took action immediately. He offered a reward of 500 souls for each. The kid's lying, Jack said. A lie detector will confirm it. Emmert or Grego or both bribed these people. Oh, that goes without saying, Gerd replied. I know the place. The slums. Ruth did some work there for the youth court. His eyes showed pain. He paused for a moment, then continued. You can hire anyone there for 100 souls, especially when he might get caught by the police for something. He switched to the world news frequency. They were broadcasting a report on the Fuzzies hunt. The camera car was illuminating the slums and shacks from above. Between them, like disheveled brushes, ranks of people twisted. Once the car entered the range of a machine gun mounted on the ground, but immediately flew off to the side. Oh, I'm glad I'm not in that merry company, Gerd exclaimed. If they see anything and decide it's fluffy, half of that gang will shoot each other in 10 seconds. I hope that this will be the case. The world news was on the Fuzzies' side. The commentator was sarcastic about the whole thing. The image of the line bristling with rifles gave way to an image of the Fuzzies looking up pathetically, waiting for breakfast. Here they are, said the commentator. Those terrible monsters from which these brave people protect us. After a while, guns began to flash and shots began to crackle. A lump rose in Jack's throat. The rising car illuminated the spot where the hunters were shooting. After a while, the shooting stopped and the crowd gathered around something white, spread out on the ground. Jack forced himself to look at it and sighed with relief. It was a zagat, a domesticated 3-horned animal. Oh ho, some squatter will be left without milk, laughed the commentator. Besides, this is not the first one this evening. The public prosecutor, the former prosecutor general, will receive several lawsuits against the administration for damages as a result of this. And plus one more from Jack Holloway. The buzzer on the communication screen began to buzz. Gerd turned it on. I've spoken to Judge Pendarvis, Gus Brannard reported, barely appearing on the screen. He's forbidden Emmert from paying out rewards for the Fuzzies, except for those who are delivered alive and unharmed to Chief of Police Frayne. He's also warned that until the Fuzzy's status is established, anyone who kills a Fuzzy will be charged with murder of a sentient being. This is wonderful, Gus. Have you seen the girl and her father? Brannard growled in irritation. The girl is in the company hospital. They put her in a private room and the doctor won't let anyone visit her. The father seems to be at Emmert's residence. And I haven't found the 2 policemen who brought them here, nor the sergeant who recorded the complaint, nor the lieutenant on duty here. They've all fled. A couple of Max's men are trying to find the people in the slums who called the police to the scene. Maybe something will come of it. A few minutes later, the Chief Justice's statement was announced. A few minutes later, the groups of hunters began to disperse. The city police and the company police immediately dropped out. Most of the civilians, hoping to get 500 souls for catching a live Fuzzy, remained in their places. A few policemen, probably for control, walked among them. About 20 minutes later, it was announced that Emmert was refusing to pay the reward. Then the searchlights suspended in the air were removed and everyone dispersed.
Gus Brannard arrived shortly after. He had barely closed the door behind him when he began to undress. He took off his jacket and tie, plopped down in a chair, filled a glass with whiskey and soda, and emptied it in one gulp, then began to pull off his boots.
If this drink had a little sister, I wouldn't mind drinking her too, Gerd muttered.
What happened, Gus? Brannard cursed. It's all a hoax. May they simmer in hell. He picked up the cigar butt he'd left behind when he left the hotel and lit it again. We found the woman who called the police, a neighbor. She says she saw Larkin come home drunk, and a little while later she heard the girl screaming. He always beat her when he came home, and that was at least 5 times a week, so she decided to call the police to stop the abuse. She says she's never seen anything that even remotely resembled the Fuzzies. The excitement of the previous night had brought a new series of reports about Fuzzies. Jack went to the chief of police's office to interview people. The first dozen were of the now familiar type of claims. Then he spoke to a young man whose claim was of a different kind. I saw them as plain as I see you, not 15 feet away, he said.
I had my carbine and I was coming at them, but damn it, I couldn't get a shot off. They were like little people, Mr. Holloway, and they were so scared and helpless. I fired into the air and let them disappear before anyone else could see them who wouldn't want to miss them.
Thank you, son. Let me shake your hand. You gave up your money that way. How many Fuzzies were there? I saw 4. I heard there were supposed to be 6, but the other 2 might have been keeping to themselves, and I didn't notice them. He marked the location on the map. There were 3 other people who could actually see the Fuzzies. No one could say how many there were, but they were all accurate about the location and time. With all of this marked on the map, Jack realized that the Fuzzies were moving northwest, keeping to the outskirts of the city. Still cursing, but half-jokingly, Brannard came to the hotel for lunch.
They dug up Ham O'Brien and put him to work harassing us, he said.
Leslie Coombs is working on the case file, and he's filed a bunch of state lawsuits and complaints and stuff. He even tried to get the manager to evict Baby, but I threatened to charge him with racial discrimination, and that stopped him. You know, I filed a lawsuit on behalf of the Fuzzies against the company for 7 million souls, $1 million for each Fuzzy, and $1 million for their lawyer. This evening, said Jack, I'll fly off with 2 of Max's representatives in a car. We'll take the kid and the megaphone. He unfolded a map of the city. They seem to be moving this way. They should be around here by evening. I hope the kid can get their attention. They continued this peculiar search until dusk, but found nothing. The kid had a wonderful time with the megaphone. When he bleeped into the microphone, a piercing, ear-splitting sound was heard outside. As soon as he opened his mouth, the 3 people in the car jumped.
In addition, the sound was irritating to the surrounding dogs. Dogs were barking and howling throughout the flight. The next day, several reports of petty thefts came in. A wool blanket hanging from a tree behind the house was missing. 2 pillows were missing from a couch on the porch. An enraged mother reported that she had found her 6-year-old son playing with a Fuzzy. When she rushed to rescue him, Fuzzy ran away, and the child burst into tears. Jack and Gerd rushed in. The child's confused and imaginative story was accurate in only one respect. The Fuzzies had been kind to him and had not hurt him. When they returned to the hotel, Gus Brannard was already there, triumphant and merry. The Chief Justice has appointed me to act as special prosecutor at the trial, he said. I will conduct an investigation to determine the causes of the events of last evening and night. I have the power to delay the trial, to subpoena the necessary witnesses, and to interrogate them under lie detector. Max Frayne has been instructed to assist me. The work is nearing completion. Tomorrow we will involve Chief Dumont in this. Perhaps we can gather information on Nick Emmert and Victor Grego. He laughed thunderously. I think this will cause Leslie Coombs some concern. Gerd lowered the car and circled over a rectangular hole.
It was 15 feet long and 12 feet deep. There were shovels lying around, and 2 garbage scows were standing a little to one side. As soon as the car landed, 5 or 6 men in overalls and boots came up to meet it. "Good morning, Mr. Holloway," one of them said. "It's just over the hill. We didn't touch anything there. Please tell me again what you saw. My partner didn't hear it." The master turned to Gerd. "We set off 2 explosions about an hour ago. One of the men hiding behind the edge of the hill saw the fuzzies come out from under the ledge and run down this hollow," he pointed. "He called me, and I went down and found where they were camped. It's hard rock here, so we use pretty powerful charges. The shock waves scared the fuzzies, so they ran away. They walked through tall grass with scattered patches of flowers to the edge of the hill, passing gray limestone outcrops shaped like miniature cliffs. Under an overhanging ledge, they found 2 sofa cushions, a red and gray wool blanket, and the remains of clothing that looked like they had been used as doormats. There was also a broken spoon, an old rusty knife, and some other metal objects. Okay then, I'll talk to the people who lost their blankets and pillows. The fuzzies probably camped here last night, after your group had finished their work, and the explosions disturbed them today." "You said they left this way?" he asked, pointing to a stream that flowed north from the mountain. The stream was deep and fast, so the fuzzies couldn't wade across it. They probably went back to the bottom of the hill. He wrote down the names of the workers and thanked them. If he found the fuzzies himself, he could use the information to decide how much to reward each one. "Gerd, if you were Fluffy, where would you run?" he asked. Gerd looked at the stream rushing towards the foot of the hill. "There are some houses upstream," he said. "I'd look for them there. They could go up this ravine and hide among the rocks where the damned beasts couldn't get them. Of course, the damned beasts don't come that close to the city, but the fuzzies don't know that. We need at least 5 cars. I'll call the duty officer and see how he can help me. Unfortunately, Max is very busy. He's up to his ears in the investigation started by Gus." Pete Dumont, the Mallorysport police chief, might have been a good cop, but in the time Brannard had known him, he had become only what he was now, an empty shell of insufferable arrogance. He became even more unpleasant when he tried to put a will on his face. He sat in a chair that looked like an old electric chair or a medieval torture device. He wore a bright helmet and had electrodes attached to various parts of his body. Behind him was a large screen that shimmered with colors from deep blue and violet to mauve. But this was due to the nervous tension and anger of a man undergoing the humiliation of a lie detector interrogation. When he was telling the truth, the screen glowed a calm greenish blue. When he began to lie and deliberately distort the facts, the screen turned bright red. "Did you know yourself that the fuzzies had done no harm to this girl?" Brannard asked. "I knew nothing," the police chief objected. "I only know what was reported to me." The screen turned bright red, and this color gradually turned into purple. "Who reported this to you?" "Lieutenant Voller. He was on duty at the time." The lie detector agreed that this was the truth and nothing but the truth. "Did you know that Larkin actually beat the girl himself, and that Waller convinced them to blame it all on the fuzzies?" Max Frayne asked. But it wasn't a question, it was a statement. "I knew nothing of the sort," Dumont screamed. The screen flashed red. "I only know what they told me." The red and blue colors alternated with each other. This always happened when the person being interrogated tried to evade an answer. "As far as I know, the fuzzies did it." "No, Pete," Frayne told him patiently. "You've used a lie detector like this often enough to know that you can't escape the truth. You knew about Waller's dirty trick. You'd better admit that the fuzzies never touched that girl. After all, no one even mentioned the fuzzies until Waller talked to Larkin and his daughter at headquarters." The color on the screen turned into a heavenly blue. "Yes, it is," Dumont admitted. He lowered his eyes and his voice became muffled. I told Voller it would be like this, but he laughed and told me to forget it. The screen reflected the anger raging inside him. This son of a cougar thinks he is the chief of police, not me. One word from me and there will be nothing left of him. You're smarter now, Pete, said Frayne. Let's start all over again. Jack's car, rented from the hotel, was driven by a police corporal. Gerd took over one of the police cars. A third car moved between them. Although the distance prevented them from seeing each other, their radios were constantly tuned to receive. Mr. Holloway, it was the policeman piloting Gerd's car. Your partner gave the order to descend and abandoned the car. He has now contacted me on the walkie-talkie and reported that he has found a broken shrimp shell. Give me a bearing, said the corporal, raising the car higher. A few seconds later, they noticed a second car, hovering over a narrow gorge on the left bank of the stream. A third car was approaching from the north. Gerd was squatting and examining something when they landed near him. As soon as they jumped out of the car, he raised his head. That's right, Jack, he said. Skilled work by the fuzzies. And so it was. They had used something blunt and heavy. Instead of being simply severed from the body, the head had been smashed. The shell, however, had been split from below, in the usual manner, and all four lower jaws had been broken and gnawed clean. And this had been done very recently. They sent the chariots up, and while they were circling above their heads, Jack and Gerd began to climb up the gorge, shouting, "Little Fluffy! Little Fluffy!" They found a small footprint, and then another, where the seeping water had dampened the ground. Gerd spoke excitedly into the microphone of the walkie-talkie hanging on his chest. One of you will advance a quarter of a mile, then circle back. They are somewhere here. I see them! I see them! A voice came from the radio speaker. They are climbing up the slope among the rocks, right in front of you. Keep an eye on them. Have someone pick us up. Let's try to intercept them at the top. The rented car descended quickly, and the corporal opened the door for them. He didn't even relax the anti-gravity field. As soon as they climbed into the cab and closed the door behind them, the car shot up again. As soon as the hill dropped down, Jack saw the fuzzies climbing up the slope among the rocks. There were only 4 of them, and one of them was constantly being helped by everyone. Jack wanted to know what had happened to the other 2 fuzzies and how badly the one who needed help was hurt. The car landed on the upper platform at an awkward angle. Jack, Gerd, and the pilot tumbled out of the cockpit and slid down the slope. Then Jack saw Fuzzy within his reach and grabbed him. The other 2 raced past him down the steep hill. He grabbed Fuzzy, who was about to punch him in the face. He turned Fuzzy around and disarmed him. The weapon was a quarter-pound hammer with a round head. Jack put it in his back pocket and picked up the struggling Fuzzy with both hands. You hit Daddy Jack, he said reproachfully. You don't want to know Daddy Jack anymore? Poor, frightened little creatures. The Fluffy in his hand yeeked in irritation. Jack looked more closely. He had never seen this Fluffy before. It didn't look like little Fluffy, or like the funny and pompous Coco, or like the mischievous Mike. It wasn't a Fluffy.
Well, that's not surprising. Of course you don't know Daddy Jack. After all, you weren't Daddy Jack's Fluffy.
On the top platform, a police corporal sat on a rock, holding 2 fuzzies under his arms. When they saw that their comrade had also become a prisoner, they stopped resisting and began to yelp piteously. Your friend is after another, said the corporal. You'd better take these 2. They know you, but not me. Hold them tight. They don't know me any more than they know you. With one hand, he took a piece of XT3 from his jacket pocket and offered it to Fluffy. Fluffy yipped contentedly, grabbed it, and gobbled it down. He'd probably tried it before. Then Jack handed the corporal another piece. The male and female in his arms knew exactly what it was, too. Gerd's voice came from below. I caught one. It's a female, but I don't know if it's Maisie or Cinderella. And, my God, look what she was carrying. Gerd came into the line of sight of the others. The fourth Fluffy was struggling under one of his arms, and a small black kitten with a white muzzle was squeaking in the crook of the other. He also looked stunned by what had happened, and watched the events with annoyance and vague curiosity. These aren't our fuzzies, Gerd. I've never seen them before. Are you sure about this? Of course I am, Jack exclaimed indignantly. Do you think I won't recognize my fuzzies? Do you think they won't recognize me? Where did the cat come from? The corporal asked. God knows. They could have picked her up somewhere. She carried her in her arms like a child. They know what Ration 3 is, so they must have been staying with someone. I bet that person lost them the same way I lost mine. Let's go back to the hotel. Where were his own fuzzies? He might never see them again. The thought struck him as he and Gerd took their places in the carriage again. No one had seen a trace of them since his fuzzies had escaped from their cages at the science center. The four had appeared on the night the city police had faked the attack on the Larkin girl. Ever since they had been spotted by the young man who had failed to shoot them, they had left traces that would make them easy to spot. Why had his fuzzies, in the 3 weeks they had been free, not attracted anyone's attention? Because his fuzzies were no longer alive. They had never made it out of the science center. Someone, Max Frayne had failed to lie detector, had killed them. Jack hadn't even tried to convince himself otherwise. We'll stop at their camp and take the blanket, pillows, and other things. I'll pay the people who lost these things their value, he said. The fuzzies shouldn't lose their property. 13. The Mallory Hotel management had changed its attitude toward the fuzzies. Or perhaps it was simply Russ Brannard's threat to prosecute them for racial discrimination if the fuzzies were recognized as a sentient race. Or perhaps they had decided that the privileged Zarathustra Company was not as powerful as they thought. In any case, the large room usually used for banquets had been made available to the fuzzies brought by George Lunt for the trial. The 4 new fuzzies and their black and white kitten were set up there. The room was filled with toys and a large viewing screen. The new arrivals immediately ran over and turned it on. They watched the municipal spaceport loading vessel go up and down, yeeking with delight. Only the kitten quickly grew tired of it. With some trepidation, Jack brought Baby and introduced him to them. They were delighted with Baby, and Baby thought the kitten was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. When it was time to feed the Fluffies, Jack brought his dinner and ate with them. A little later, Gus and Gerd joined them. We took Larkin's daughter and her father, Gus said. Then, in a falsetto voice,
Her father beat her up, and the police told me to say it was the fuzzies.
Did she say that? Under a lie detector, in front of a dozen witnesses and a screen as blue as sapphire. World News will announce it tonight. Her father confessed too. He named Waller and the sergeant. We'll see them again. I won't rest until I get close to Emmert or Grego. Things were going well, Brannard thought, but they could have been better. 4 fuzzies had appeared out of nowhere, right in the middle of Nick Emmert's group of hunters. They were being held somewhere for the time being. After all, they knew Ration 3 and knew how to use the video screen. And their appearance coincided too closely with everything else going on to be an accident. It all smelled like a trap. But there was some good in it. Judge Pendarvis, in view of the widespread public interest in the case, and to avoid the influence of the Zarathustra Company on its development, decided to entrust this impartial trial to 3 judges. He listed himself as one of them. Even Leslie Coombs agreed. Gus told Jack about this decision. Jack listened to him carefully and then said, "You know, Gus, I'm glad I let little Fuzzy smoke my pipe when he wanted to." He felt that he could not be carefree if the case was to be heard by 3 judges at once. Ben Rainsford and his 2 fuzzies, and George Lunt, Ahmed Kadra, and other witnesses with their fuzzy families arrived on Saturday morning. The fuzzies were quartered in the banquet hall and quickly became friends with the foursome and Baby. Although each family slept separately, They ate together, played with toys together, and watched the video screen in a tight group, fascinated. At first, the foursome Jack had captured were jealous if their kitten was given too much attention. But they soon calmed down, deciding that no one was trying to steal him. It might have been funny. 11 fuzzies, baby, and a black and white kitten. If Jack hadn't always had his own family in front of him. 6 little ghosts, watching but unable to join in the play. Mac's brain perked up when he saw who appeared on his screen. Colonel Ferguson, glad to see you. Chief of Police, Ferguson smiled broadly. You'll be even happier in a minute. 2 of my men from Post 8 picked up Waller and Sergeant Fuentes. Ha! Frayne felt a warm wave rise inside him, as if he had just had a sip of Baldur's honey rum. Where? We learned that Nick Emmert had a hunting lodge. Post 8 had been keeping constant watch on it. Today, while flying over it in a quad, a lieutenant registered a faint infrared emission, as if the emitting body was inside the lodge. When he went down, he found Waller and Fuentes in the lodge. We brought them to the post, and there, under a lie detector, they admitted that Emmert had given them the key to the lodge. He had told them to hide there and come out only after the trial was over. They also confirmed that they worked for Emmert. It was one of Waller's personal flashes of genius, but his bank account was still significantly replenished. They will be brought in tomorrow morning. That's great, Colonel. Does the news service know about it yet? No. Before we announce it, we want to interrogate them in Mallory's port and record their statements. If we don't, someone might silence them. That was what was bothering Max. He mentioned it to Ferguson, who nodded. He hesitated for a moment, then said, Max, how do you like the situation in Mallory's port? I'll be damned if I like it. What do you mean? There are too many strangers in the city, said Ian Ferguson. All strangers. Strong young men in their 20s and 30s. They walk in pairs and small groups. And every time I pay attention to them, there seem to be more of them. Jan, these are the youth of the planet. When the trial starts, there will be even more people in the city. No, Max. These are not gawkers who have come to court. We both know what they look like. Do you remember what happened when the Gowie brothers were tried? They don't have fun, don't start fights, and don't cause trouble in bars. These groups are quiet and unnoticeable, as if they were waiting for some kind of order. Seepage, the devil, he himself said it first. They also disturb Victor Grego. I know that, Max. Victor Grego, like the steppe bull, is not dangerous until he is frightened. And against these people, you and I can hold out as long as a pint of gin at the devil's funeral. You want to press the button and cause panic? The colonel frowned. I don't want this. If I do this, the opinion that is formed about me on Earth may change.
Let's try to do without this.
I will undertake another check. Gerd van Riebeck laid out the papers that had been piled up on the table, lit a cigarette, and began to mix himself a cocktail. The Fuzzies are an intelligent race, he said. They reason logically, both deductively and inductively. They learn, experiment, analyze, and associate. They formulate general principles and appeal to characteristic examples. They plan their activities in advance. They create artifacts. They are able to symbolize, to express ideas in symbolic form, and to form symbols through the abstract forms of objects. They are creative and have a sense of beauty, he continued. They get bored doing nothing, and at the same time they enjoy work and get pleasure from solving problems. They ceremonially bury the dead and bury their artifacts with them. He blew a smoke ring and tasted the cocktail. They also do carpentry, blow police whistles, make tools for catching and cutting up the land shrimp they eat, and assemble molecular model ball and stick constructions. Clearly they are intelligent. But please don't make me define intelligence, because that's a goddamn thing to do. I can't do it. I think you're doing the right thing, Jack said. No, that's wrong. I want complete clarity. Don't worry, Gerd, Gus Brannard said. Leslie Coombs will bring to court a brilliant definition of intelligence, and we'll use it. 14. As always, Frederick and Claudette Landervis walked down to the ground level together, and as always, Claudette stopped and pinned a plucked flower to her chest. Will the Fluffies be in court? She asked. Yes, they will. I didn't know about it this morning, but it will be a mere formality. An expression of half smile, half displeasure appeared on his face. I can't imagine whether to consider them as witnesses or as material evidence. In any case, at first I will not name them. On the other hand, Coombs or Brannard might accuse me of bias. I want to see them. I've seen them on screen, of course, but now I want to see what they're really like. Oh, Claudette, you haven't been to a court hearing in a long time. Well, if they arrive today, I'll call. Abusing my position, I'll even try to arrange for you to see them outside the courtroom. How would you like that? She liked it. Claudette had an uncanny ability to admire such things. They kissed goodbye, and he headed for his hover car. The driver obligingly opened the door for him, and the judge climbed into his seat. As the car rose into the air, he looked back. She was still standing at the edge of the parking lot, watching him go. It didn't seem entirely safe to take her along. Max Frayne had been wary of some kind of trouble, and Ian Ferguson had warned him of it, and neither of them had ever made unfounded assumptions. As the car began to descend onto the roof of the Central Courts building, he noticed the glint of rifle barrels and the glimmer of the steel helmets of the guards. They usually carried pistols. As he left the car, he saw that their uniforms were bluer than the policemen's. Short boots and a red stripe on their shorts. They were the Blue Marines. So Ian Ferguson had pressed the button after all. Claudette might be safer here than at home, he thought. A sergeant and two of his men rose to meet him. The sergeant touched the visor of his helmet, which vaguely resembled the paratrooper's salute. Judge Pendarvis, good morning, sir. Good morning, Sergeant. Why are the Federation of Marines guarding the courthouse? Protection, sir. Commander Napier's orders. Chief of Police Frayne's men are guarding the lower deck. Marine Captain Nasagara and Military Captain Gribenfeld are awaiting you in your office. As he headed for the elevator, a large Zarathustra Company car came into view. The sergeant quickly turned, called his men, and walked toward him. I wonder what Leslie Coombs thought of those paratroopers. The officers in Pendarvis's office had guns hanging from their belts. Max Frayne was with them. They stood up to greet the judge, and when he came to his desk, they sat down again. He asked them several questions, the answers to which he had already received from the sergeant. Your Honor, Colonel Ferguson called Commander Napier last night and asked for armed assistance, said an officer in the black uniform of the Navy. He suspects that there is an infiltration in the city. In that, Your Honor, he is quite correct. On Wednesday afternoon, Captain Nasagar of the Marines began landing the infiltration landing force. This had to be done before the residency could be taken. It has now been accomplished. Commander Napier is there. For a series of malfeasances and vicious prosecution practices, Representative General Emmert and Chief Prosecutor O'Brien have been placed under arrest. But you will not be trying them. They will be sent to Earth for trial.
So the military rule of Commander Napier has been introduced.
Until the end of the trial, he will control it himself. We want to know whether the actions of the administration are legal or not.
But in that case, you yourself will interfere with the investigation.
It depends on the circumstances, Your Honor. We will certainly take part in them. He looked expectantly at the judge.
You haven't rescheduled the trial. That means I have time to explain everything to you.
To reality, whether we not assume that to the number of line.
Max Frayne greeted them warmly at the door of the conference room. Then he noticed baby Jack on his shoulder, and a shadow of doubt crossed his face.
I didn't know about him, Jack. I don't think he'll be allowed into the courtroom. Nonsense, replied Gus Brannard. I admit that he is both an unintelligent child and an incompetent aborigine. But he is the sole surviving member of the family of the murdered female called Goldilocks. That gives him many indisputable rights to be present. Those rights will last until he gets on somebody's head. Gus, you and Jack will sit there, and Ben and Gerd will take their places in the witness section. There was still half an hour left before the start of the session, but all the secretary's seats and balconies for spectators were occupied. The jury box, located to the left of the judges, was occupied by officers of the aerospace fleet and the Blue Landing Forces. Apparently, they had saved the role of jury for themselves. The press box, bristling with lenses of various film and photo cameras, as well as sound recording equipment, was packed to capacity. The kid looked with interest at the large screen behind the judges' chairs as they transmitted a view of the courtroom. It was as if there was a large mirror in front of the people present. The kid saw himself on the screen and waved his hand excitedly. At that moment, there was a pause at the door through which they had entered, and then Leslie Coombs appeared, followed by Ernst Malin and 2 assistants, Ruth Ortheris, Juan Jimenez, and Leonard Kellogg. The last time Jack had seen Kellogg was in George Lunt's police station. He had been bandaged and wearing someone else's moccasins because his shoes, stained with Goldilocks' blood, had been confiscated as evidence. Coombs glanced toward the table where Jack and Brannard were sitting, spotted the kid waving at his image on the screen, and turned to Frayne with an indignant protest. Frayne shook his head in response. Coombs protested again, but when he got an answer, he shrugged and led Kellogg to the table he had reserved for them. Pendarvis and the other 2 judges appeared. A short, round-faced man sat on Pendarvis's right, and a tall, slender man with gray hair and a black mustache took the seat on his left. The trial began. Both charges were read, and then Brannard, as Kellogg's prosecutor, addressed the court. The being known as Goldilocks, a sentient member of a sentient race, the deliberate, premeditated actions of Leonard Kellogg, the brutal and provocative murder. He walked away, sat down, picked up the baby and began to pet him while Leslie Coombs accused Jack Holloway of attacking and brutally beating the aforementioned Leonard Kellogg and mercilessly shooting Kurt Borsch. Okay, gentlemen, I think we can begin hearing witnesses, said the Chief Justice. Who shall we start with? Gus handed baby Jack and stepped forward, Coombs following behind. Your Honor, this trial is to determine whether or not beings of the species Fuzzy Holloway of Zarathustra are members of a sapient race, Gus said. Before we consider that question, however, we must first establish exactly what occurred at Jack Holloway's camp in Cold Creek Valley on June 19, Atomic Era 654. Once that is established, we can proceed to the question of whether or not the aforementioned Goldilocks is a sapient being. I agree, Coombs said calmly. I think Mr. Brannard's proposal will shorten the trial. Mr. Coombs, can you come up with some definition that would help us determine whether Goldilocks is a rational being or not? Coombs, deciding there was no trap, agreed. The chief of police's representative asked for witnesses to stand by, adjusted something, and leaned back in his chair. A globe slowly lit up on the counter behind him, emitting a bright blue light. George Lunt's name was called. The lieutenant took his place. Electrodes were attached to his body, and a bright helmet was placed on his head. While he answered the usual questions, the globe remained calm and blue. Then Coombs and Brannard conferred, and there was a pause. Finally, Brannard tossed a half-salt silver coin, caught it, and handed it to Coombs. Tails, Coombs said, and Brannard bowed gracefully and stepped back. Tell me, Lieutenant Lant, Coombs began, when you arrived at Holloway's camp, what did you find there? 2 dead people, Lance said. The first, an Earthman, was shot in the chest, and the second, Fuzzy, was trampled to death. Your Honor, Coombs exclaimed, I object to the wording of the witness's answer. It should not be entered into the record as such. The witness cannot refer to the Fuzzies as people. Your Honor, Brannard said, Mr. Coombs's objection is without merit. Under the circumstances, to deny that the Fuzzies are people is to say that they are non-sapient animals. This altercation went on for several minutes. Jack began to draw mechanically in his notebook. The little boy took a pencil with both hands and began to draw. His drawings were somewhat like the knots he was learning to tie. Finally, the court decided that the witness could speak as he saw fit. Lunt was asked to tell why he had come to Holloway's camp, what he had found there, what he had said, and what he had done. On one point, another argument arose between Coombs and Branhard over the difference between hearsay evidence and circumstance connected with the fact at issue. When it was over, Coombs said,
I have no more questions.
Lieutenant, in response to Jack Holloway's statement, you placed Leonard Kellogg under arrest. I understand that you regarded that statement as a valid document. Yes, sir. I believe Leonard Kellogg killed a sentient being. Only sentient beings bury their dead.
Then Ahmed Khadra testified, as did the two police officers who had arrived in the second car, and the forensics officer who had been present at the scene. Branhard called Ruth Ortheris. After Coombs's empty objections, she was given the chance to tell the story of the Goldilocks murder, the beating of Kellogg, and the shooting of Borch. When she had finished, the judge stood up and banged his gavel. I believe that this testimony is sufficient to establish the fact that Goldilocks was indeed beaten and trampled to death by the defendant Leonard Kellogg, and that the Earthman known as Kurt Borch was indeed shot by Jack Holloway. We may now consider both of these murders. It is now 11:40. Before the next session begins, we must make some changes in the courtroom. Yes, Mr. Brannard? Your Honor, there is only one member of the species Fuzzy Holloway of Zarathustra presented to this court. He is a minor and therefore not a legal entity. He picked up the kid and held him up. If we are to question the sentience of this race, I think it would be well to send for the Fuzzies remaining at the Mallory Hotel. Very well, Mr. Brannard, said Pendarvis. Of course the Fuzzies will be needed in court, but we will not bring them here today. We will not need them today. What else? He banged his gavel. The court adjourns until 14 o'clock. Toritan. Toritan. Changes were made in the courtroom. The first 4 rows were moved back and separated from the courtroom by a fence. The witness chair, which had been standing slightly to the side, was moved to the middle and placed directly in front of the judges. Several tables were brought in and placed on either side of the witness chair. Those sitting at these tables could simultaneously see the faces of the judges and watch everything that was happening in the courtroom on the screen. The witness sitting on the chair could now also see the lie detector screen. Gus Brannard and Jack walked in. Gus looked around and swore quietly. No wonder they gave us 2 hours rest. I wonder what all this was for. Then a smile flitted across his lips. Look at Coombs. He doesn't like it either. A representative approached them with a plan of the meeting room. Mr. Branhard and you, Mr. Holloway, sit here at this table. He pointed to a table set apart from the others, directly across from the judges. And Dr. Rainsford and Dr. Van Riebeck, please, sit here. The loudspeaker above their heads gave 2 sharp blasts and said, Attention! Attention! The court hearing will begin in 5 minutes. Branhard's head jerked up, and Jack followed his gaze. The man making the announcement wore the uniform of a Navy petty officer. What the hell? Branhard asked. Is this a Navy tribunal? I'd like to know that too, Mr. Brannard, the representative said. You know they've taken over the entire planet. Perhaps we are lucky, Gus. I have heard that if you are innocent, the case is better tried in a tribunal, and if guilty, in a civil court. He saw Leslie Coombs and Leonard Kellogg sitting at a similar table on the opposite side. Apparently, Coombs already knew what was going on. There was something odd about the seating arrangement. In the witness box, in order, sat Ruth Ortheris, Gerd van Riebeek, Ernst Mylin, Ben Rainsford, and Ewan Jimenez. Gus looked up at the balcony. I bet every lawyer on the planet noticed that, he said. Oh, Jack, do you see the gray-haired woman in the blue dress? That's the Chief Justice's wife. She's been here for the first time this year.
Attention! Attention, stand up! The Court of Honor is in session.
The foreman had probably been given a briefing on the phraseology of the court. Jack stood up, holding baby in his arms, as the three judges entered and took their seats. As soon as they were seated, the Chief Justice brought his gavel down quickly.
To forestall a sudden flood of objections, I want to say that this whole reorganization is only temporary, and from then on the whole procedure will proceed as usual.
We are not trying Jack Holloway or Leonard Kellogg at this time. The rest of today, and I'm afraid for several more, we will devote to determining the level of thinking of the fuzzy Holloway of Zarathustra. For this purpose, we have temporarily abandoned the traditional trial procedure. We will call witnesses. As usual, they will testify under lie detector. We will conduct general arguments in which everyone seated at these tables can directly participate. My colleagues and I will preside. Since we cannot hear several disputants at the same time, whoever wishes to speak must give a sign. I hope that in this way we will be able to conduct a fruitful discussion. You have all noticed the presence of officers from the Xerxes Naval Air Station. I believe you have all heard that Commander Napier has assumed control of the civil government. Captain Gribenfeld, please stand where you can be seen. I authorize him to question witnesses and, if he deems it necessary, to delegate this authority to his officers. Mr. Coombs and Mr. Branhard may also delegate this authority. Coombs stood up immediately. Your Honor, since we are discussing the question of reasonableness, the first point must be to adopt an acceptable definition of reasonableness. I, for my part, would like to know what definition our opponents, who are prosecuting Kellogg and defending Holloway, are using. So that's it. They want us to establish a definition of intelligence. Gerd van Riebeek was disappointed. Ernst Mylin chuckled. However, Gus Branhard was pleased. Jack, they, like us, have not prepared any definition, he whispered. Captain Gribenfeld, who had already managed to sit down, stood up again. Your Honor, we have been working on this problem for the last month at the Xerxes military base. We are somewhat interested in establishing a classification for this planet, and we feel that this is probably not the last time this contentious issue of intelligence has arisen. I believe, Your Honor, that we have come close to resolving this problem and have worked out a definition. However, before we begin to discuss it, I would like to demonstrate one thing that may help in understanding this complex problem. Captain Gribenfeld has already discussed this matter with me and received my approval, said the Chief Justice. Please, Captain. Gribenfeld nodded and the police chief's representative opened the door. Two Space Fleet soldiers entered. They carried packages in their hands. One of them went up to the court, the other went in front of the tables, handing out hearing aids with small electric batteries. Please put the apparatus on and turn it on, he said. Thank you. The kid tugged at Jack. Jack put on the device and turned it on. Immediately, soft, high-pitched sounds reached his ears that he had never heard before. The kid was saying, "He inta sawaka iga saginda."
Damn it, Gus, he's talking. Yes, I hear, but how did this happen?
Ultrasound. My God, why didn't we think of this before?
He turned off the device. The kid said,
Weak?
He turned it on again. The baby said,
Kakina for Zyva.
No, baby, Daddy Jack doesn't understand you. But we're awfully patient and we'll learn your language.
Pappy and Jack, cried the kid. Mailish Zahinga.
Papi Jack zazaga he yizza. The yeeking we hear is only the lower frequency band they can reproduce. I bet we can also reproduce sounds they can't hear.
Of course, because he said his name and yours. Mr. Brannard, Mr. Holloway, Judge Pendarvis said, would you please stop your discussion and turn your attention to us? Has everyone got their hearing aids and turned them on? Very well.
Go ahead, Captain.
Ensign, having received the signal, stood up, walked out of the courtroom, and returned with a group of assistants carrying 6 fuzzies. They set them down in the open space between the court and the tables and came back. The fuzzies huddled together, looking around in amazement, and Jack looked at them, amazed and confused. They were little fuzzies, mommy fuzzies, Mike, Mizzy, Coco, and Cinderella. Little fuzzies cried out and jumped off the table. Mommy fuzzies started, turned, and hugged him. Then the fuzzies saw Jack and cried out loudly,
Poppy Jack! Poppy and Jack!
Almost unconsciously, he rose and walked away from the table. The next thing he knew, he was sitting on the floor, his family hugging him, yeeking happily. He vaguely heard the gavel slam and Chief Justice Pendarvis's voice. The court is adjourned for 10 minutes. At this time, Gus came up to them. Having picked up the fluffies, they carried them to their table. The fuzzies staggered and swayed as they moved, which startled Jack for a moment, but then he realized that they were neither sick nor drugged. They had simply been in a low-gravity field for a long time and had not yet adjusted to their normal weight. Now he knew why there was no trace of them anywhere. Jack noticed that each of them had a small pouch slung over his shoulder. Why the hell hadn't he thought of making them something like that himself? He pointed to one of the fuzzies' pouches and looked at him questioningly. The fuzzies babbled in response and began opening their pouches and showing off their contents. There were small knives, miniature tools, and bits of brightly colored plastic that they had picked up somewhere. Little Fuzzy showed him a tiny pipe with a bowl carved from hardwood and a pouch of tobacco from which he had filled it. Then he pulled out a small lighter. "Your Honor!" Gus exclaimed. "I realize the hearing is adjourned, but please look at what Little Fuzzy is doing." Little Fluffy clicked the lighter, and holding the flame to the bowl of the pipe, blew out a cloud of smoke. Across the room, Leslie Coombs swallowed and closed his eyes. After a while, Judge Pendarvis banged his gavel and declared the hearing to continue. "Ladies and gentlemen, you all saw and heard what Captain Gribbenfeld demonstrated. You all heard the fuzzies making sounds that resembled articulate speech. You all saw one of the fuzzies smoking a pipe. Incidentally, since smoking in the courtroom is frowned upon, we will make an exception for the fuzzy in this courtroom. To the other fuzzies, I have a request. Please do not feel discriminated against." Coombs jumped up from his seat and ran around the table, but then remembered that the new rules forbade him from doing so. "Your Honor, I objected strongly this morning to such terms being used by the witnesses. I object to such terms being used by the court now. I have actually heard the sounds made by the fuzzies. They may be mistaken for words, but I deny that they are speech. As for the lighter trick, I will warrant that I can teach it to any Earth primate or culprit of frame in no more than 3 days." Gribbenfeld stood up immediately. "Your Honor, during the time the fuzzies were at the Xerxes military base, we compiled a dictionary of about 100 words whose meanings we have determined, and a great many others whose meanings we do not yet know. We have even begun to compile a grammar of the fuzzy language. As for the lighter trick, Little Fuzzy, he is our number M2, learned it by watching us. We did not teach him to smoke a pipe. He knew how to do it before he came to us." Gribbenfeld was still speaking when Jack rose from his seat. As soon as the Navy captain had finished, he said, "Captain Gribbenfeld, I want to thank you and your people for the care you've shown the fuzzies. I'm so glad you figured out a way to hear what they're saying. I thank you for everything you've done for them, but why didn't you tell me they were safe and sound? You know, I've been on edge for the last month. I knew it, Mr. Holloway, if it's any consolation. We were very sorry for you, but we couldn't risk compromising our undercover agent in the company's research center. It was he who smuggled the fuzzies out after they escaped. Jack glanced at the table across the room. Kellogg sat with his face in his hands, oblivious to the proceedings. Leslie Coombs' well-trained face was set in a look of horror. By the time you and Mr. Brannard and Chief Frayne got the warrant and went to get the fuzzies, they had already been taken from the research center and loaded onto a naval vessel bound for Xerxes. There was nothing we could do without exposing our agent. That's all I can tell you. Very well, Captain Greibenfeld, said the Chief Justice. I think you will present us with the evidence of the research conducted by your people on Xerxes. We also wish to establish where, when, and how you obtained it. Okay, Your Honor. If you name the fourth name on the list I gave you and allow me to question that person, we'll establish that. The Chief Judge took the paper. Lieutenant Ruth Ortheris, Reserve 10, he called. Jack Holloway looked at the big screen. Gerd van Riebeek, who had been trying to ignore the existence of the woman sitting next to him, turned and stared in amazement. Leslie Coombs' expression of horror had gone from cadaverous to deathly pale and motionless. Ernst Malin was shaking with disbelief and anger. Ben Rainsford was grinning admiringly at his side. As soon as Ruth stood before the court, the fuzzies gave her a standing ovation. They remembered her and loved her. Gus Brannard clasped his hands and said, "Well, Jack, this is too much." Lieutenant Ruth Ortheris, under the ever-blue globe, told the story of how she, a reserve officer in the Federation Navy, was sent on reconnaissance, how she ended up on Zarathustra and got a position in the company. As an ordinary, highly qualified doctor of psychology, I worked in the scientific department under the supervision of Dr. Malin. In addition, I performed duties in the school department and the juvenile court. I regularly sent reports to Commander Ellsborg, the chief of intelligence on Xerxes. I was sent to check whether the Zarathustra Company was violating the provisions of the Charter or the laws of the Federation. Until the middle of last month, I transmitted routine reports that contained nothing reprehensible. Then, on the evening of June 15th, that was the day Ben handed the tape to Juan Jimenez. She then described how it came to her attention. As soon as possible, I gave a copy of the tape to Commander Ellsborg. The following night, from Dr. Van Riebeek's boat, I contacted Xerxes and reported what I had learned about the fuzzies. I then reported that Leonard Kellogg had obtained a copy of the tape and had alerted Victor Grego. With orders to prevent the fuzzies from being recognized as intelligent beings, and if necessary to fabricate documents accusing Mr. Holloway and Dr. Rainsford of scientific hoaxes, Kellogg and Ernst Malin departed for the Beta Continent. Your Honor, I object, exclaimed Coombs. This is mere gossip. Similar rumors are mentioned in reports we have received from other agents, said Captain Greibenfeld. You must understand that she is not our only agent on Zarathustra. Mr. Coombs, if I hear one more objection from you to this officer's testimony, I will ask Mr. Brannard to subpoena Victor Grego and have him subjected to a lie detector test. Captain, Mr. Brannard would be more than happy to oblige, Gus said loudly and clearly. Coombs sat up quickly. Well, Lieutenant Ortheris, that's very interesting. But now we're trying to determine how these fuzzies got to the naval base on Xerxes, put in the round-faced Assistant Judge Ruiz. Your Honor, I tried to get these fuzzies at the first opportunity, Ruth said. The fuzzies were taken from Mr. Holloway at midnight on Friday and taken to Mallory's port. Mohammed O'Brien delivered them to Juan Jimenez, who took them to the Science Center and placed them in a cage behind his office. The next morning I located them, removed them from the building, and delivered them to Commander Ellsborg, who had come down from Xerxes to take charge of Operation Fuzzy. I will not tell you how I did it. I am an officer in the Earth Federation Armed Forces. The court cannot compel a Federation officer to testify in a manner that involves dereliction of duty.
From time to time, I reported on the progress of the work on measuring the fuzzies' mental levels, and occasionally I passed on advice. Some of this advice was based on ideas put forward by Dr. Mei Lin, but I did not trust him entirely. I was afraid. Mei Lin was almost completely unaware of what was happening. Branhard stood up. I want to ask the witness if she knows anything about the 4 fuzzies that Jack Holloway found in Fern Bay.
Yes, these are my fluffies, and I was very worried about them. I named them Complex, Syndrome, Idea, and Superegoism.
Are these your fuzzies, Lieutenant Ortheris?
I took care of them and worked with them. Juan Jimenez and some hunters caught them on the Beta continent. They were kept on the Central North Farm, which was equipped especially for this. I was with them all the time, and Dr. Mei Lin spent a lot of time with them too. And on Monday night, Mr. Coombs came for them. He took them with him. Why did you do this, Mr. Coombs?
Asked Gus Branhard.
Leslie Coombs, the company's lawyer. He said the fuzzies were needed in Mallorysport.
But the next day, I found out what they were needed for. They were released in front of a line of people hunting them. They were hoping to be killed. She looked at Coombs. If her gaze had been a bullet, he would have been deader than Kurt Borch. They sacrificed 4 fuzzies to support the story of the beaten girl. Branhard asked. It was not a sacrifice. They wanted to get rid of these fuzzies, but they were afraid to kill them themselves because they did not want to end up in the dock next to Leonard Kellogg. Everyone who encountered the fuzzies during their work, from Ernst Malin to the service personnel, were convinced of their intelligence. We ourselves used hearing aids. I gave this advice when I was informed about it from Xerxes. Ask Ernst Malin about this under the lie detector. Also, ask him about the numerous polyencephalographic experiments. Well, we've learned that the Holloway fuzzies were sent to Xerxes, said the Chief Justice.
We've heard the testimony of a man who worked with him for a time. Now I want to hear from Dr. Malin. Coombs jumped to his feet again.
Your Honor, before I continue to hear testimony, I would like to consult privately with my client. Mr. Coombs, I see no reason to interrupt the trial, including this. After this session is over, you may confer with your client as much as you wish, but I can assure you that you will have no further action on his behalf. He tapped his gavel lightly, then said, Dr. Malin, please rise. Ernst Malin shrank back as he heard his name, as if trying to make himself less noticeable. He didn't want to testify. Now he had to sit in the witness chair and be asked questions. He had been dreading this moment all day. He wouldn't be able to answer these questions truthfully, and the ball above his head. The police chief's representative touched his shoulder and asked him to take the witness stand. Malin's legs felt like cotton wool.
He felt like he had to walk not just a few meters, but many kilometers, under the watchful eyes of those present in the courtroom. Finally, he reached a chair and sat down. They put a helmet on his head and attached electrodes. They did not make him swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, because they did not need to. As soon as the lie detector was turned on, he glanced at the large screen behind the 4 judges. The sphere above his head was a blinding red. There was laughter in the room, but no one in the room knew better than he what had happened. His lab had similar screens that magnified the alpha and beta waves emitted by the cerebral cortex. He began to think about these steadily pulsating waves, the electromagnetic connections that accompanied brain activity. The red began to fade, and the sphere turned blue. Malin was no longer suppressing his thoughts, but replacing them with others that were not lies. If only he could do that all the time. But sooner or later, he would not be able to do that. While he was answering the usual questions, the ball remained blue. As he listed his publications, he noticed a brief flicker of red on the screen. It happened when he named a paper that his students had done, but it was published under his name. He had already forgotten about it, but his conscience had not. Dr. Maylin, said one of the judges, tell me, as an expert, what is the difference between reasonable and unreasonable thinking? The ability to think consciously, he replied. The ball remained blue. Do you mean to say that irrational animals do not think, or are simply not aware of it? Neither. Any life form with a central nervous system can be aware of its existence and its surroundings. I wanted to say that a rational being thinks consciously and knows that it thinks. It was a safe topic for him. He talked about all sorts of stimuli, reactions, and conditioned reflexes. He went back to the first pre-atomic age, to Pavlov, Korzybocki, Freud. If this continues, the ball will never turn red. An irrational animal is aware only of what consciousness directly presents, and it reacts automatically. It will be aware and understand what is happening approximately like this. This is sexual satisfaction. This is danger. On the other hand, those who think rationally think consciously about all these sensory stimuli, constructing logical chains. I have a structural differential on my desk. If they bring it to me... Don't worry, Dr. Maylin. When we begin the discussion, you will show what you think is necessary. For now, we want you to express your opinion in general terms. Good. A rational thought can be generalized. For an irrational animal, every new experience is either completely new or associated with something already known. A rabbit will run from a dog, because in its memory, there is another dog that chased it. A bird is attracted to an apple because every apple is a thing to be pecked. A rational creature will think, these red objects are apples, they are edible and tasty. It will give different names to different kinds of apples. This leads to the formation of abstract ideas. For example, fruit, different from apples. Food, different from fruit. The ball was still blue. The judges waited, and he continued. The formation of abstract ideas inevitably leads to their symbolization, which allows one to characterize an object without seeing it. A rational being symbolizes. It is capable of communicating its thought to another being in symbolic form. Like Poppy Jack? Asked the judge with the black mustache. The ball winked red. Your Honor, I cannot take into account random or memorized words. The fuzzies simply associated these sounds with humans and memorized them. They used it as a signal, not a symbol. The ball turned red. The referee hit the gavel. Dr. Maylin, every person on this planet knows that it is impossible to lie under a lie detector. No one has ever tried to lie, so what makes you think you can? Let me rephrase the question and hope that you will answer truthfully. If you do not, I will despise you. Do you think that when the fuzzies shouted Poppy Jack, this term was a symbol of Mr. Holloway or not? He must not tell the truth. The fluffies must remain small, unreasonable animals. But he himself did not think so. He knew this better than anyone else. Yes, Your Honor, the term Poppy Jack in their memory symbolizes Mr. Holloway. He looked at the ball. From red it became lilac pink, then violet, and finally pure blue. Then the fuzzies think consciously, Dr. Maylin? Pendarvis asked. Yes, the fact that they use literal symbols convinces us of this even without other evidence, and serves as more expressive evidence than all the others. The pictures of the thinking process that we got on the encephalograph are very similar to similar pictures of 10 to 12-year-old children. They are just as inquisitive and just as fond of solving puzzles. They are always inventing some problems, looking for technical work, talking and following a human example, washing their hands and tying knots. The ball was sky blue. Maylin tried to lie, but then he just blurted out everything he was thinking. Leonard Kellogg dropped his head and covered his face with his hands. Misfortunes came crashing down on him like a waterfall. I am a murderer. I killed a person.
A funny little animal with fur. But it was a person, and I knew it when I killed it. I knew it when I saw the little rock grave at the edge of the woods. Now they're going to put me in this chair and make me confession.
Then they're going to take me to the prison yard, shoot my head with a gun, and none of these poor little creatures will want to show me their new toy anymore.
Are there any more questions for the witness? Asked the chief judge. No, said Captain Gribenfeld. You, Lieutenant? No, said Lieutenant Ubara. We now have a clear idea of Dr. Maylin's opinion. When Maylin stopped lying under the lie detector, Jack even felt sympathy for him. He had disliked him at first, but now he looked at him differently. Maylin had cleaned himself and washed himself from the inside. Perhaps every person should be interrogated under the lie detector sooner or later, so that everyone can understand that honesty toward others begins with honesty toward oneself. Mr. Coombs? Coombs acted as if he had never intended to question any witnesses anywhere. Mr. Brannard? Gus stood up, supporting the intelligent member of an intelligent race hanging from his beard, and thanked Ernst Maylin.
Then the court adjourns until 9 o'clock this morning. Mr. Coombs, there is a claim against the Zarathustra Company for 25,000 souls. I am turning it over to you. I have also revoked Dr. Kellogg's bail, Judge Pendarvis said, as two of the court's officers began to free Maylin from the wires that entangled him and led to the lie detector. Did you also revoke Jack Holloway's bail? No, Mr. Coombs, and don't draw any conclusions from that. I can't dismiss the charge against Jack Holloway, and I don't want to put you at a disadvantage by knocking out the fulcrum of your case. I don't think it's a risk to release Mr. Holloway on bail. I think your client will agree with me, Dr. Kellogg. Frankly, Your Honor, I agree with you too, Coombs said. My protest is an example of the conditioned reflex that Dr. Maylin just spoke so well about. Ben Rainsford, George Lunt, and his policemen were crowded around Jack's desk, with Gerd and Ruth squeezing into the middle holding hands. Jack, we'll be back at the hotel a little later, Gerd said. Ruth and I will grab something to eat and drink, and then we'll pick up her fuzzies. Now Gerd has his girlfriend back, and his girlfriend has her family of fuzzies. What are their names now? Syndrome, Complex, Idea, and Superegoism. A race called fuzzies. Soon Kwasya, 16. They stood in the doorway, whispered, and turned to their seats. Ruiz went first, then the Chief Justice, and Janiver brought up the rear. They stood for a moment so that the public they served could see their faces on the big screen, then sat down. The secretary began the traditional introduction. The courtroom was tense. Aves Janiver leaned over and whispered, "They know everything." As soon as the secretary finished, Max Frayne approached the court. There was no expression on his face. Your Honor, I am ashamed to report this, but the defendant, Leonard Kellogg, cannot be produced at this trial. He died by committing suicide in his cell last night. It happened while I was on duty, he added sharply. The general excitement that filled the courtroom was not a shock. It was a sigh of expectation fulfilled. They all knew it.
How did this happen, Chief of Police?
Pendarvis asked. The prisoner was placed in a cell. One of my men kept him under constant observation. Frame spoke monotonously, like a robot.
At 22:30, the prisoner went to the bed, lay down without undressing, and pulled a woolen blanket over his head. The man watching him did not notice anything alarming. Most prisoners do this when they are shielded from the light. He tossed and turned for a while, then fell asleep. When the guards came to wake him in the morning, the cot under the blanket was soaked with blood. Kellogg had cut his throat.
He had sawed at it with a zipper from his shirt until he had severed his jugular vein. He was dead. A fine awakening, Chief of Police. Pendarvis was shocked. He had thought that Kellogg had managed to hide a pocket knife or a razor, and he had prepared to punish Frayne severely, but a method like this. He fingered the teeth of the zipper on his jacket. I don't think anyone could have foreseen such an outcome. No one could have expected anything like this. Jennifer and Ruiz agreed with him. Chief of Police Frayne bowed and stepped aside. Leslie Coombs, making a considerable effort to appear distressed and shocked, stood up. Your Honor, I understand that I have no client now, he said. I am out of a job. The case against Mr. Holloway is absolutely unpractical. He shot at a man who was trying to kill him, that's all. Therefore, Your Honor, I ask that the charge against Mr. Holloway be dismissed and that he be released from custody. Captain Gribbenfeld jumped up.
Your Honor, I understand that the present defendant is currently outside the jurisdiction of the court, but I and my comrades who are participating in this case hope that the court will establish a classification of the planet and approve a definition of intelligence that meets modern requirements. These are very important questions, Your Honor. But, Your Honor, protested Coombs, we cannot try a dead man. The people of the colony of Wepamet versus James Singh, deceased, charged with arson, AE 602, interposed the Right Honorable Gustavus Adolphus Brannard. Yes, you can find any precedent in the colonial law. Jack Holloway, who had been holding Fluffy cradled in the crook of his arm, stood up, his white mustache bristling angrily. I'm not a dead man, Your Honor. I'm here in court. I came here myself, and I hope that this may be proof that I'm not a dead man. I shot Kurt Borsch because he assisted in the murder of Fuzzy.
I want the court to find that whoever killed Fuzzy is the murderer of a sentient being. The judge nodded slowly. I do not quash the charge against Mr. Holloway, he said. Mr. Holloway is on trial for murder. If he is innocent, he has a right to prove it publicly. I am afraid, Mr. Coombs, that you will have to prosecute him. Like the wind across a field of grain, a wave of excitement ran through the meeting room. Finally, the meeting began. The Fuzzies were brought into court this morning. Jack's 6, the 5 from the police station, Ben Rainsford's flora and fauna, and the 4 Fuzzies claimed by Ruth Ortheris. The question arose as to who would keep a constant watch on them. They squealed with delight and grabbed at their own end. And Mike, Maisie, super egoist and complex ran to help. Between the 7 of them, they pulled Kadra out from under the table and dragged him about 10 feet across the floor before he let go of the hose and stood up. At this point, a noisy argument broke out across the room between the head of the Department of Languages at Mallory's Port Academy and a widowed phonetic enthusiast. Judge Pendarvis rapped his gavel several times, but, realizing that the noise was not going to be easily stopped, called a recess. Anyone who wants to can stay here. If any one of those who are discussing the various aspects of our problem can give us a final definition proving reasonableness, we will be grateful to him. The meeting will begin at 11:30. Someone asked if smoking was allowed in the room during the break. The head judge allowed it. Jack took out a cigar and lit it. Mummy Fluffy waved her hands. She didn't like the tobacco smoke. Out of the corner of his eye, Jack saw Mike, Maisie, Flora, and Fauna running around the tables. When he turned his attention back to them, they were all sitting on the judge's table, and Maisie was showing the judges what was in her purse. He picked up Mommy and Baby, stood up, and walked over to where Leslie Coombs was sitting. Someone had brought coffee from the cafeteria. The Fuzzies were enjoying the court. The gavel rapped softly. Little Fuzzy climbed up onto Jack Holloway's lap. They had all learned in their 5 days in court that the judge's gavel was a call to silence for the Fuzzies and everyone else. It occurred to Jack to make a little gavel when he got home and use it if the family got too rowdy. Little Fuzzy, who had not yet learned the meaning of the gavel, jumped down onto the floor. His mother ran after him and dragged him slowly under the table. The courtroom looked like itself again. The tables were lined up in a neat row in front of the court, and the witness chair and jury box had been moved back to their usual place. The ashtrays, the coffee pot, and the ice bucket that had been brought in to cool the beer were gone. It was funny.
especially for the 11 fuzzies, the baby, and the little black and white kitten. But there was one unusual feature. Next to the judges, a little to the side, sat a man in a gold-embroidered Navy uniform, pretending that what was happening did not concern him at all. This was Space Commander Alex Napier. Judge Pendarvis laid down his gavel.
Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to continue the meeting and express your opinions?
He asked. Lieutenant Ubara, the Navy psychologist, stood up. There was an information screen in front of him, and he turned it on.
Your Honor,
he began.
We disagree on some details, but on all the major issues we have come to a unanimous opinion. All of this is already reflected in the protocol.
Allow me to summarize and draw conclusions. The judge gave permission. Ubara glanced at the screen and continued. Our opinion is this. Intelligent beings differ from non-intelligent beings in that they can think consciously and in logical sequence and are able to express their thoughts in symbolic terms. We, meaning a member of every intelligent race, think consciously and know that we think. This does not mean that all our mental activity is conscious. Psychologists maintain that only a small part of it is conscious. It may be compared to an iceberg, of which 1/10 is above water and 9/10 is submerged. The art of psychiatry consists largely in getting the most out of these 9/10, and as a practicing physician, I can testify to this. We think so often consciously that when we receive some unconscious impulses from the brain, we characterize them as premonitions or intuitions. Such a problem really exists. We so often attribute subconsciously formed actions to determination, that by systematic training we can evoke, albeit with difficulty, these automatic responses on which our lives depend, in battles or other critical situations. Before the first pre-atomic age, the subconscious was more than vaguely understood, and even now we know little more about it. The nature of these phenomena is still the subject of acrimonious professional discussions. Moreover, similar disputes have been constantly arising over the past 4 days. If we picture intelligent thought as an iceberg, then unintelligent thought may be compared to sunlight reflected from the surface. Of course, this is not an exact analogy. An unintelligent being cannot be conscious of anything beyond the facts at hand, but it has a considerable absorption and re-emission of subconscious memory. They also have occasional flashes of what might be called conscious mental activity. Van Riebeek was interested in the evolutionary aspects of this question. If an unintelligent being is placed in a new situation or unfamiliar environment, it may, by some impulse, begin to think more or less consciously. If this continues for a period of time, it may begin a habit of thought, which in time will develop into genuine intelligence. A rational being thinks not only consciously, out of habit, but also in a coherent sequence. It connects different things into a logical chain. It forms conclusions and uses them as premises for more complex conclusions. It groups associations and generalizes. There is no comparison with unreasonable beings. Rational beings do not simply think more or are more conscious. They think about radically changing properties. The rational brain forms ideas, combines them, and has almost no limits to abstraction. Finally, we have arrived at one of the generally recognized and undisguised manifestations of intelligence. An intelligent being uses symbols. An irrational being cannot symbolize because its brain is incapable of giving a clear sense of an image at a distance. Ubara took a sip of water and turned a switch on the information screen. An intelligent being, he continued, can do one more thing.
It can combine these three powers and, by combining them, create something greater than the sum of its parts. An intelligent being can imagine. It can conceive of something that did not exist in the world before it, and then, by planning and working, make it a reality. It can not only imagine, but create. He paused for a moment. This is our definition of intelligence. If we meet any creature whose thinking process includes all these characteristics, we can safely call it a brother in intelligence. And our opinion is that the fuzzies fit this definition. Jack hugged the little intelligent creature lying on his lap, and the kid, opening his eyes, muttered, "Hi, Inta? Baby, you fit the formula," he whispered.
You join the people. Ubara continued. They think consciously, and they think constantly. We know this because we have analyzed the data with instruments and compared it with data taken from 10-year-old human children. They think in a coherent sequence. I ask you to consider all the logical steps they make in inventing, designing, and making the tools they use to kill shrimp, and in designing the tool with which they make those tools. We have ample evidence that they are able to process information, associate, generalize, abstract, and symbolize, but above all, they can imagine not only new tools, but a new way of life. We can trace this back to man's first contact with a race that I think will be called Fuzzy Sapiens. Little Fuzzy found a strange and inviting place in the forest, unlike anything he had ever seen, where a powerful being lived. He imagined himself living in this place and enjoying the friendship and protection of this mysterious being, and so he did, befriending Jack Holloway and moving in with him. Then he imagined his family sharing this precious comfort with him. He went away and brought them with him. Like many other intelligent species, Little Fuzzy had a beautiful dream. Like a fortunate few, he made it a reality. The Chief Justice waited a few minutes while the applause thundered, then rapped his gavel for silence. After whispering a bit with the other justices, he rapped again. This confused Little Fuzzy. Had anyone made any noise since the gavel had rapped the first time? By unanimous decision of the court, the determination formulated by Lieutenant Ubara is accepted. We thank him and all those who worked on this problem. The court has ruled that the species known as Fuzzy Holloway of Zarathustra is in fact a race of intelligent beings entitled to the respect of all other intelligent beings and fully protected by the laws of the Earth Federation. He rapped again, as if hammering the decision into law. Space Commander Napier leaned over and whispered something. All three judges nodded emphatically, and the officer stood up. Lieutenant Ubara, on behalf of the service and the Federation, allow me to express my gratitude to you and all those associated with the preparation of the clear and excellent report that is the culmination of your work. I would also like to state that in the report I sent to the Bureau of Scientific Research and Development, I noted what an important precedent your work has set in defining the intelligent thought process. Perhaps next time we will find a race of people who speak on frequencies that are not perceptible to humans, who are covered in fur, who live in a warm climate, who eat raw food. But we will know that they are a race of beings who are beginning to think intelligently. I bet Ubara gets another stripe and a good job, Jack thought. Then Pendarvis banged the gavel again. I had almost forgotten the defendant in this trial, he said. The verdict of the court is that the defendant, Jack Holloway, is not guilty of the charges brought against him. He is hereby released from custody. If he or his attorney come forward, their bail will be returned to them. He called the meeting to a close and again puzzled Little Fuzzy by banging his gavel. Instead of remaining silent, everyone jumped up and began making as much noise as they could, and Uncle Gus raised it high above his head and shouted, "Victory! Unanimous decision!" 17. Ruth Orthera sipped a strong, cold cocktail. It was wonderful. It was so good. Everything was good.
Soft music, dim lights, tables spaced far apart. She had retired. The agent who had testified in court was becoming useless to the service, and it was as if she were in the center of a scorched circle. The Earth Board had made a request and wanted to recall her, but she could no longer be a lieutenant in the Secret Service. And besides, she had become Mrs. Gerd van Riebeck. She lowered her glass and rubbed the sunstone on her finger. It was a lovely sunstone, and besides, it had been a gift from Gerd. And they had a family to care for, 4 fuzzies and a black and white kitten. "Do you really want to move to the Beta continent?" Gerd asked. "When Commander Napier creates a new government, the Science Center will take over. We'll be reinstated, and maybe even offered something better. Do you want to go back there?" He shook his head. "Me too. I want to move to the Beta continent and become the wife of a sunstone seeker."
And a fluffologist. I can't leave them now. Gerd, we're just getting started. We know next to nothing about their psychology. He nodded seriously. But we know that they can become equal to us and even wiser than us. She smiled. "Oh, Gerd, why are you exaggerating? They are like little children. They only think about entertainment." "That's true, but I say they are wiser than us. There are always some mysteries around them." He smoked silently for a while. "We know absolutely nothing about their psychology and biology." He raised his glass and took a sip. "Here we have 18 fuzzies, 17 adults, and 1 baby. What is the proportion? In the forests, there are also only a few babies. For 150 adult fuzzies, there are only 10 children. Perhaps their numbers will increase over the last year," she began. "Do we know of any races that have a 1-year maturation period?" He countered.
"I'll wager it takes them 10 or 15 years to reach full size. Baby Jack hasn't gained a pound in a month. And the other puzzles? This addiction to XT3? Except for a little wheat flour, it's not a natural food, it's all synthetic. I talked to Ibarra, he thinks there's some ingredient in it that's causing the addiction. Maybe they are just satisfying their gastronomic needs. Okay, we'll find out." He turned the pitcher over his glass. "Do you think we should have another one before dinner?" Space Commander Napier sat down at the desk that had once belonged to Nick Emmert and looked at the short man in the rumpled suit and red sideburns. The man was looking at him in horror. "My God, Commander, can you be serious?" "But I'm completely serious, Dr. Rainsford." "You're laughing!" Rainsford exploded. "I'll make as much of a general manager as Fluffy will make a base commander on Xerxes."
"I've never done any administrative work in my life. This is only a recommendation. You will replace the former administrator. I have my own job. The Institute of Xenobiology. I think, under the circumstances, they will be glad to get rid of you. Doctor, you are the man for the job. You are an ecologist. You know the disastrous consequences of upsetting the balance of nature. The Zarathustra Company looked after all this while the planet was theirs. But now, 9/10 of the planet is public property. The Federation will be sending people from different planets. You know how to control such things. Yes, but as a member of the Conservation Commission or something like that, for which I am qualified. For the general manager. The police will do all your work. You can appoint an administrator. Okay, who, for example? Well, first of all, we need a chief prosecutor. Who do you want to appoint to this position? Gus Brannard, Rainsford answered immediately. Good. Now a purely rhetorical question. Who will you appoint as Special Commissioner for Native Affairs? Jack Holloway was returning to the Beta continent on a police airboat. Official Commissioner Mr. Jack Holloway, Special Passenger, and his staff. Little Fuzzy, Mommy, Baby, Mike, Mizzy, Coco, and Cinderella. I bet they don't even know they're special passengers. What a good job, George? He asked Lant. I have a good job. This one will be better. The rank of Major, 18,000 a year. Commandant of the Native Defense Forces. Plus, you'll keep your old job in the police. The Chief of Police will just give you an indefinite leave. What a deal, Jack. I like the idea, but I don't want to leave my guys.
I can't single anyone out either without offending the others. Take everyone with you. I am authorized to borrow 25 people from the police, and you have only 16. They will train the cadre.
Your sergeant will receive an officer's rank, and the rest will be sergeants.
Your army will number 1,500 people.
Do you think the Fuzzies will need such powerful protection?
Yes. The Fuzzies' reservation between the Cordillera and the East Coast line will be guarded. Only then will the Fuzzies be safe. You know what may happen. Everybody wants Fuzzies. Even Judge Pendarvis has asked me for a couple for his wife. There will be people who will hunt Fuzzies and sell them. They will use stun bombs, sleeping gases, and the like. We will set up an adoption agency. Ruth will take charge of it. There will be research work done there too. Damn this job, Jack thought. He was making over 50 grand a year working at the mine. But somebody had to do it, and he was responsible for the Fuzzies now. Didn't he prove their rationality in court? They were going home. Home to the wonderful place. They had seen many wonderful places since they had been put in the sacks. The place where everything was bright, where they could jump very high and land very softly. The place where they had met other people and had had so much fun. But now they were going back to the old wonderful place in the forest, where it all began. They met many big beings. Some big beings were bad, but they were few. Most big beings were good. Even the one who killed the man felt sorry for what he had done. They were sure of that. And the big being who had taken them from the wonderful place, they never saw again. He talked about it with the others, with Flora and Fauna, Flair, Complex, Superegoist, Hungry, and Borden Slowpoke. They would all live with the big things now and have these funny names. Someday they would understand what the names meant. Maybe that would be even funnier. And they could learn to understand the big things. Now Daddy Jack put something in his ear and heard what they said.
He had even learned some of the words and was teaching them to his own. And soon all the people will find the big beings and live with them. The big beings will take care of them, play and amuse them, love them, and give them great food. Maybe because of this the females will not die so quickly, and most of them will survive. And they will be able to repay the big beings. For a start, they will give them their love and make them happy. Later, when they learn how to help them, they will do it. And the people and the big beings will always live in peace.